Geez, I'm excited. Are you excited? You should be excited. Hello there, this is Vesper, live and direct from, I guess, this lovely Corp Tower you're seeing right now, hopefully on your screen. Welcome to the one and only, absolutely bonkers good, totally powered by you, the lovely people who are absolutely awesome. Nisei 2021, not 22 just yet, World Championship Day 1A, the Swiss round. If you're in Switzerland, I love you dearly, and I probably know you in person because you're awesome. No, I'm sorry, you're awesome, and I know you in person. But the Swiss rounds, of course, have nothing to do with Switzerland other than just the name. Can anybody, explain things to me? I haven't read the Wikipedia article, to be honest, so I'm sorry for that, for being dumb. But anyway, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being with us today. I hope to not lose my voice because I don't have to shout at you. I'm canonically on the moon. They keep telling me, no. I'm totally gonna go outside, and I am in that tower today. I'm actually re-streaming from this tower today. Anyway, hello everybody. Hello all the lovely people in the chat. There's quite a few of you. Hello everybody in the tournament getting ready. It's a lovely morning European time-ish, wise, more or less. And we're gonna be having a lot, and I do mean a lot, of quality, fun, and absolutely fresh meta just happened last month, Netrunner. So this is gonna be fun. I always try to do the same thing for Worlds, and then I always, of course, gloriously fail, which is great. But what's going on is basically, I'm like, hey, there's a new ban list. Like, we can look at things and talk about stuff with people, and then fortunately, there's amazing people in this community doing that because I just don't have the time. So there, of course, has been a lot of hot takes and whatnot, and we're gonna be talking about this. There's gonna be some guests later on. I already actually have a special guest with me today. Not kidding. His name is Jackson Howard, and he's sitting on a chair here, and he's just pointing at me and kind of waving his hand. I don't think he wants to talk, but I do have Jackson Howard, as a fact, from here. In fact, in the same space with me. He's just not gonna say anything. Okay, well, fair enough. Thanks, Jackson, for not saying anything. There shall be scoops. I don't know. There shall be things happening on stream. For sure, there will be lovely guests coming over later on and during the rounds and commentating and running streams and so on. And in advance, I'm keeping my fingers crossed for everybody streaming stuff. Koga, that means also you. And if anybody else is going to be recording, streaming and whatnot, good luck to you because, it's kind of rough to stream a big event like this, and then sometimes computers don't work. And by the way, if something happens, if there's an explosion on the screen and you just don't see me for a while, blame the technology. I'm sorry for that, and hopefully it's gonna work just fine later on. So fingers crossed as always for everything working out. If it doesn't, well, we'll figure it out. You're all lovely people. So anyway, who's in there? I'm just gonna say hi to everybody on stream now. So, who's there? There's Vale, there's Valkyries, there's Kaiten. Thank you for checking with me the technological things. There's Princess Space Kitten running the ship today, so be kind to Princess Space Kitten. She's running this tournament for 2, actually. There's Melone, there's Jumara, and if it's Humara, I'm sorry. I'm just terrible at this. There's Bluey Player, dzień dobry. There's Odol, dzień dobry również. Giles Davis, woo! And Ed, the one and only, who's gonna be later on the stream, maybe tomorrow, from what I understand, joining us. There's Stradon, probably looking to trade some stuff, obviously. There's Stuck to the Gut, Borreira, hello. Festival Spoon. And that's about it, more or less, for now. Folks in the chat, beware, there shall be scoops? No, raffles! Yes, you've been waiting for it for so long! Hello there, Neo! Welcome. So anyway, there shall be raffles. We're gonna, how to put it, stagger the raffles a bit. They're gonna happen, they're gonna take some time to happen, so do not expect things just being raffled right now, but there's gonna be raffles for sure. What else is on today? Well, I hear some people are going to be playing Netrunner. I don't know. Do we have a Cobra screen for this? Of course we do. Come on. How could we not have a Cobra screen for this, right? I just have to make sure that I have the right number, because things have been changing, you know? If you're organizing a big tournament, and as some of you know, big tournaments are usually anything more than 2 people. No, I'm kidding, of course. But anything with dozens of people upon it is bound to have, well, changes. So we did have some last-minute changes. We did have some shuffles around, but... Johnny Marbles, hello there. And Colanderil, hey! Anyway, good to have you. Let's take a peek at the Cobra. Cobra! Ah, oh, it's 87? I see 93. What's going on here? Numbers. Cobra, do not betray me. By the way, you've read probably about it, but yeah, Jono is passing the baton on Cobra over to the new generation of people developing it. But Jono, you are forever in my heart as the person who has saved me so much time and brain power from trying to figure out on a piece of paper how to run a proper tournament where people actually are paired and whatnot, and there's a score. I will never be able to repay you this debt, so, you know, maybe I'm gonna call my firstborn Jono. I don't know, who knows. But anyway, let's go into Cobra then. Let's take a quickie looky at this. Boing. We have a bajillion of people playing today, I kid you not. I think it's 93 on Cobra. I'm just gonna scroll very quickly down. Yep, oh, it's 87. Jeez, things keep changing. Okay, well, that's okay, that's okay. I'm just gonna keep updating stuff, don't worry. This is a live stream, everything is under control. And of course, this order you see on the screen right now is not the final order for today. But what is going to happen today is there's going to be 7, I believe, unless this has also changed. But yeah, I believe there's going to be 7 rounds of proper quality Netrunner. And yeah, this is gonna be quite cool. Yeah, well, there's gonna be. I think 7 rounds. Yeah, that's it. 7 rounds shall be happening quite soon, and we're gonna be hopefully making sure that this is smooth and going as expected. And for that, there is a team of dedicated, organized play folks, and there's gonna be there's gonna be quite a lot of organization happening in the background. So if you're playing today, please be kind, and you're always kind, folks, anyway, but just remember that it's only people running this. We all look like heartless machines on the screens and whatnot, but we're not, so yeah. Anyway, what was I going to do? I was going to read the credits. I was going to go through the player list very quickly, because let me click. Nope, we don't see the IDs just yet. But unless something changes, we still have 87 active players, 87 people playing today of around 200. I don't have the exact number, and I wouldn't have it because why would I? But we have, and I will read all the player names on Cobra one by one, slowly. If I butcher your player name here, I'm really sorry. I'll try to do my best, and apologies in advance if I make a mistake. Very bad at pronouncing some things. So, we have Voke, Agasha, Frizzler, Gatfly, Warlock, Koshay, Balter, Jamil, Gigansight, Melir, Wise Runner, Chris Ferg, Belazor, Izox, Dunge97, Milla, Guyo, MJP, Mortivore, he's back, hey. Kawita, hey. Bridgeman, ooh. The one also known as Neo. I know I should read it as Theone Akaneo. No, I'm kidding, of course, but it's the one also known as Neo. 114-141, 241-657. I mean, this is a perfect thing. Koga is streaming today, by the way. I already mentioned this on the chat. If you want to see a table stream, Koga is doing the unthinkable, playing at Worlds and streaming. Good luck to you, Koga. Longy, yay! Saya, woo! Sir Loading, TechGen, Simply the Onion, Armin Firecracker, Nimzowicz, Space Ice, Wander. I do know a person who has a username Wanderer. I wonder if this is Wanderer now. I don't know. Motion Blur, Deer, some classic names here. Malik, Algebraic, Cable Carnage, Cubic161, Limes, the current, how do you say it? The reigning champion. Limes is playing today. This is gonna be quite interesting to see what's gonna happen. I'm just saying, this is gonna be exciting. Adam and Fish. This is not a new ID, but I like the idea. Tradon, Rotom Appliance, H. Nauch, D. General BFM, Baochan, Poly-G, Bowlsley, excuse me, MCG, my fave, Ataraxis, Test Running, Krusty, hello there, Snoopy, woohoo, Murska, Captain Nice, the legendary, Lost Geek, this is not Eternal Lost Geek, come on, get, this is like the wrong tournament, Rotage, with some diaper magic probably, Steph Monkey, Swifty, the people's champion, NB Kelly, is 44 RU, H bar squared, Mnemic of many legendary custom cards as well. Enclaced, I believe. Tim Vaduva, or Twaduva. Mao, Anarcho Mushroom, hello there. RTSA, Humster. Is it the Humster of Puppets? That's the question, I don't know. Mr. Monday, Count Zero, Kikai, Mr. Buggles, yes. The one and only many language speaking Mr. Buggles. Django 84, Matuszczak, yay, Bookkeeper, yay! Tantale, Cooked. Cooked. I never know how to read Ed's username. It's Cook Ed, that's it. He's also oracling today, by the way. So I think there's gonna be some explanation about this in the break maybe, but we had a player... Oh no, he's oracling tomorrow. Never mind, it's complicated. Koma, hello there. W sumie powinienem powiedzieć dzień dobry. Odol, również dzień dobry. Baramu, hello, 6010. Orchid, meeting adjourned. Tutgut, the fearsome Tutgut, Percomus, and Śmieszny. Yay! And here we are, 87 people. Okay. Limes, sleeps, Limes is playing. What? So why did I just read Limes out? Excuse me? Excuse me? This list is, people in the chat, you're lovely, but I just read Limes out, and I was just like super excited to see Limes. Okay, this is it. The stream's over, sorry, like we're all going home. Actually, sorry, I'm streaming this from home. We're going somewhere else. 86 active players. This is outrageous. I'm just gonna keep updating stuff here until it's correct. Rawr. Anyway, if anything goes wrong on stream, please let me know in the chat. I'm there. I should be there. I should be present. This is gonna be fun, right? It's gonna be fun. Please tell me it's gonna be fun. Well, anyway, a ton of traffic on the official Nisei online event hub on Discord. A ton of good stuff in there. This is the official Discord channel for the event. Huge kudos to GLC, to Green Level Clearance, who have been doing actually, because it's a collective and whatnot. It's a huge community of thousands of people in one place who have been doing an absolutely stellar job at welcoming new people, welcoming people who came back to the game, having a generally great time, posting puns. The only reason why I'm GLC is basically net punning, just saying. Love those people. But yeah, I think we're ready. Princess Space Kitten herself is saying, let's join the lobby. And suddenly there's like a explosion of people in the lobby. And they're all gathering there in alphabetical order. Dear folks, this looks like actually computers are using alphabetical order to organize people in Discord channels. This is amazing. No, this is not Jackson Howard saying anything. This is just me pretending I know how to actually commentate. Well, anyway, for the first few rounds, I'm gonna be on my own. And worry not, there will be some more interesting people joining. Oh, there's a special blabbering channel now. And there are people updating photos they're uploading. Wow, this is awesome! And of course, Yakuza's running this. If anybody has any photos, by the way, and this is completely on my own, I'm not trying to force anybody to do this, and people should just take it easy. You are more than welcome to basically drop a photo of 15 into a, what you call it? An album. Yes, indeed. I'm gonna totally use my private thing right now here. This is a non-Nisei thing. I'm sorry, Nisei. I'm sometimes abusing your resources and being a generally silly person. But yeah. Oh, this is the chat room here. Yep. So anyway, and now I'm gonna focus on you folks in the chat because there's quite a lot of you there. So who do we have there? Wise Runner, yay! Welcome. You're playing today, right? You should be playing. The table shuffle game is on. Oh yeah, we have to shuffle the tables. Sevatoxin saying, hey, what's up? My first world's pretty hyped. Joined the game just this month. Sevatoxin, you are an absolute legend. Welcome to the community. Welcome to the game. Thank you so much for joining us. And You're playing today, I guess? I hope. Wait a second. Did I read Sevatoxin out? Oh, I didn't, right? Sevatoxin, checking on this. No, okay. Maybe you're playing tomorrow. And if you're not playing, don't worry. We're gonna have a great time just looking at the game in its current standard iteration. And I'm gonna have some really knowledgeable people here with me explaining things to you as well. While I just click buttons and make things happen, okay? So no worries. It's gonna be just fine. And we're gonna have a great time. If anybody has any questions about anything happening in the game, please ask in the chat on Twitch. People are super friendly there. They will, you know, explain things to you. Maybe they will take you on the side, to the side, to get away from the excitement of the live games happening. And I'm looking at you, Gagarin Dex. Excitement, I mean, not you installing 15 remotes and then, you know, closing of the runner. Thank you. Bit Heist, thank you for the sub. You are an absolute legend as well. Okay, and we have Firefly7 and Frank Feta going already for the raffle button. Well played, well played. Unfortunately, nothing in there just yet. I would like to very quickly do a shout out for Mike, who's gonna be helping out a bit with the, not the scoops, the raffles and all the chatty parts of things. We are running a very tight ship today, simply because it's a Friday. We should be doing, you know, like, work things, I guess, but some of us just said, no, we're gonna have fun. We're gonna stream things and organize things and have fun. Sevataxon says, learning the basics, but that's why I'm watching the Worlds the whole weekend. Love the commentating so far. Oh, gee. Oh, you're the best. Thank you. Slick Henry in there as well. Man versus Trees. See you all in the cut. Every one of you. Duh. And Kaiten is learning as well. Yay, well, good luck with that. There's a lot of cards in there, but it's totally, absolutely fun if you take a deeper dive, excuse me, after Gateway. And I definitely recommend that at some point. Standard is fun, or it's basically, well, a deeper kind of fun, I would say. But Gateway, with its additional things, and Startup in general is great. Standard is also fun. I should be actually putting up the map formats, right? Nah, we're gonna do that maybe later. Will there be scoops after the cut? Meta scoops. Hello there, scientists. I don't know. Scoops. Huh. I believe I can fly. No, that's a terrible song. I believe I can actually give you some scoops. So there's gonna be 7 rounds, and then at the end of this, there's gonna be a bunch of people. No, okay, this is not scoops. This is just me seeing the future. I have no scoops, people. Like, seriously, I am not scoop worthy, or I'm not cleared for scoops. I don't have the scoop level clearance. There will be some people later on who may have scoop level clearance, and I'm pretty sure if they have something to share, they will. I can just tell you that some Borealis cards, so the set coming after Ashes, after a lot of development, a lot of discussion, a lot of, well, productive, but very, how to put it? Now I'm searching for words in my head because I wasn't supposed to talk about it. So anyway, let's just say it this way. People have done a lot of work, tested the hell out of a lot of cards, and there have been changes and different interesting things happening, and I can only tell you that Ashes was fun, but Borealis is gonna be quite something. That's it. And I'm saying this as a person who only read the cards, and I'm very good at reading the cards. I'm very decent at playing the cards, so I'm pretty sure that people who are much better than myself at playing the cards instead of just reading them, they're going to probably have a lot of fun with this. But yeah. That's not scoops, that's marketing. I know. But yeah, there shall be some scoopers. Hello there, Halfgrim. Welcome. Are we playing, actually? Somebody should tell me if we're playing. Of course, people are at the no, I'm kidding. Nobody set any tables up. Oof. Okay, I was just like, are we missing round 1? If you are on Discord... Oh yeah, people are already setting up. Woohoo! Jeez. That's good. If you are on Discord, on the Nisei Discord, you can follow the fun in a way there as well. Oh yes, we should totally do this. Haha. Thank you very much for pointing this out to me on the side, dear folks. I'm not gonna say who it was, but yeah, Cobra finally has the scoopy information of scoopness of the IDs playing today, and we're gonna just jump in there and take a quick look. I still hope it's 86 people, yes. No drops, because basically it's all about making sure that people are on the right day, and some people have, well, been either misplaced or they misplaced themselves. But yeah. Anyway. Last Geek, hello there, 5 minutes until the round. Yeah, and look at this, folks. This is the field for today. Sorry. I'm a bit all over the place because I had some coffee. Sevatoxin is asking me to go over the basic tournament played rules. Yes, I will in a second, but let's just very quickly look at the field here. Actually, you can see the field for yourself. There's 12 atoms. I'm loving this. There's 3 Sunnies, amazing. Not a single Apex. I feel you, my friend, but we're still going to devour the cyberspace at some point. Awasalonga, brave. This is everything is awesome. Like all the colors I see here, all the names, amazing. NBN was expecting this, to be honest, and Gagarin's, yes. But my quiet favorite is Acme Consulting. Just don't tell anybody. Anyway. For Sevatoxin, but not only, the basic tournament played rules. So, Swiss rounds are basically 65 minutes of Netrunner. There's gonna be 7 Swiss rounds with some breaks in between. There will be a break between, I believe, round 4 and 5. A longer one for people to have lunch, recuperate and whatnot. And in a 65-minute round, 2 players get to play a whole match, which is as much as possible to the full extent of the timer, which is going to be observed. These players will play one time the corp side and one time the runner side, of course, with their opponent playing the alternate to make the game complete. We are playing with all the usual standard rules, so decking the corp out or stealing 7 points is a win for the runner. Flatlining the runner or scoring 7 points is a victory condition for the corp. That's basically it. We're playing using the standard card pool. We're playing using the latest SBL, which is 2110, if I'm not mistaken with the numbers. I should know those things. But yeah, that's basically it. What else is in there? People are more than welcome to ask for judge calls in case of any doubts or situations arising that they are not certain about, be they about the game or about, well, general situations on the tournament. There are judges, there are organized play members and volunteers helping out today, so huge shout outs to those people for taking the time to help. Yeah, that's about it. If I skipped something, folks in the chat, please correct me, please expand upon my words. Probably missed everything because I haven't had enough coffee, I just had a bit. And let's just take a look at the field again. Controlling the message is going to dominate, at least statistically, but there is a lot of NBN, and NBN has been quietly creeping up the ranks, but has Bioroid is in there as well. 2 sports metals. Jeez, I do hope to see some sports metal. And there's a Harishandra. Spicy! Agon Fusion, Saraswati. All those one-offs are amazing. We're gonna try and, if possible, catch some of these on screen today, because I really want to see some cool games. We're not gonna be going for the top tables unless people explicitly want to see that, but we're gonna try and see things happening, you know, in different flavors, in different colors. That's gonna be mainly it. There's only a single outfit. Jeez, folks, I'm all Wayland, you know, I'm all pro Wayland. But yeah, okay. So anyway, pairings. Let's take a quick look, and we already have 2 pairings. Jeez, okay. Ooh. We already have 2 pairings reported. What? 44 pairings. Folks, who do you want to see? Round started. Time to choose a table. Pick a table, any table. I think we should table 1. I mean, let's just for this, we're just gonna go table 1. Whoops, I can't type apparently. Table 1. Maybe I should look for it this way. Yeah. Okay, and then of course, I know I should be showing you the table. I shall be showing you the table. Here comes the table. Here we are. We have MCG and we have Percomis. So we have Palana, the one and only Palana, versus Adam. And this is why I wanted to jump in. These are not widely represented things, but yeah, NWE Gagarin on stream in round 1. Yeah, this is exactly why I wanted to jump in here. I want to show you some interesting plays here. We have Palana Foods, so the first time each turn the runner draws a card, the corp gains 1. And then on the other side we have Adam, with 3 different directives. They are on the table. I will try and navigate through all the cards, of course. I will try and zoom in as well to make sure that you actually see things nicely. Feel free to call out in the chat. I'll try to be as present with my mind as possible and making sure that, you know, you actually have the whole table. But I'll also try and focus on the commentating of this game. So what basically the plan here is, Palana, of course, makes money and just wants to drag the runner through and through painful servers as much as possible, probably having a kill in place, or maybe just scoring out while taxing the runner out and making sure that the runner doesn't have cards to pay for the likes of Obogata and whatnot. But yeah, we already have people in the chat going, what? Percomis is an Adam. Yeah, indeed. I mean, we have 2 European players here. I have the privilege of knowing them both in person. Very cool people, like everybody in this community, and they are... I don't think they get to play too often against each other, but they definitely have met, for sure, already. I don't know if they played any games against each other. At Worlds, well, this could be their first. But anyway, show us the directives. Yes, indeed. Just for you, we have Find the Truth. Whenever you draw a card, reveal that card. And you can look at the top card of R&D if you make a successful run for the first time each turn. Neutralize all threats. You have to trash a card if you can trash it, but you get 1 extra HQ card on access. And safety first. Your hand size is kind of low, which could be dangerous against Jinteki. But also, you can draw 1 card if you don't have cards in your grip equal to or greater than your maximum hand size at the end of the turn. So you basically have auto draw. Everyone should be on Adam. He's a little Android Netrunner. True, true. Raffles shall be starting soon, but later. I'm not the raffle button here today, for now at least, so we'll see how things go. There we go, Emergent Creativity, a very strong Adam card, 5 influence, and we're off to the races with an Angolo. So let's see what happens here. Angolo looking strong with all the servers, only 1 ice deep, but well, the thing is, you only have 3 cards as Adam right now in your hand. There is something advanced in server 2, but the Corp also has enough credits to rest stuff and potentially maybe Anoetic Void You. Well, we're gonna see. We're actually gonna see. This is it. Overclocking. Into the thick of it. That's a Kakugo, and this is a recent return. Kakugo, the card that costs you a card when you pass it because of the net damage. Of course, there are ways of mitigating net damage, especially those single pokes with a Kakugo, but this could be painful. Oh, and we have a raffle on. Well, I'm just gonna leave the chat to itself. Raffle away, people. Good luck. And by the way, Scott Dominguez art, bonkers good. Yeah, we have 5 sets of this. That's cool. We have an NGO front getting rest. MCG just saying, well, that's just money. You just wasted an overclock. But what is in there? I would say it's an Anoetic. I could be wrong. Could be something else. Wait, didn't Anoetic get banned? No, it didn't. Right? Pondering if there's any upgrade that does 2 damage. Well, there's... Well, it couldn't be... Oh, yeah, upgrades. Upgrades doing damage. Could be Hokusai. That's about it. Both players are absolutely... Oh, yeah, that's a Lacosta. Fair enough. They're... They always show great sportsmanship, those folks, I have to say. And they're both good players from different angles. From what I know and from what I've seen, Percomis is an NWE New World Order player with a very, very solid competitive mindset that's going to analyze you, the game, himself, the situations, and then do things that are going to optimally lead to a victory if possible. Unless you're lucky like me, but that's a different story for another fireplace. And MCG is a person that is a player, is a deck builder that goes for some really interesting, cool flavorful additions, tweaks, and remixes to the generally considered to be a box standard meta, and then suddenly magic happens and you're like, oh, you did this, and then of course you see it, but it's too late. So both players with their own playstyles that I can vouch for, because I have seen enough of their games, I guess, to say that maybe today they're going for the same. Anyway, we're getting an Obokata, and this is a huge thing for Adam with the brain chip on the table. So we do have Adam ahead on 3 points. Let's see if this is going to be dangerous, because Percomis is very low on cards now, drawing up. Yeah, and this is very important. Very, very important. That brain chip is going to do a lot of good work now. The grip is 6, which is crucial for stealing additional cards and surviving potential punishment. And let's be honest, when you're playing against a Kakugo or a bunch of them, and I'm pretty sure there's more than one Kakugo in this deck, then you do have to count with losing those cards slowly. That drip, you're gonna be dropping, you know, those drops of your cybernetic blood, so to speak, that Jinteki is going to take away from you. They might count in the long run, and Palana is known for not being a very fast deck. This is not a rush deck at all, I would say, unless MCG puts some of his famous magic in there, and suddenly we're gonna have a rush Palana. Who knows? What do I know? I know nothing. Folks in the chat, Mr. Tea Time, hello there. Garen, yay. Truth Sketcher, so good to see you, folks. Thank you so much for being there with us. So what do we have here? We have MCG building up a huge server too. Well, huge as in it's kind of wide. There's multiple upgrades in there. Percom is in a very stable situation here. Single breaker, that Ngolo of course is probably not going to be too good for R&D and server 2 right now. But that's okay. Percomus has 3 points. There's still stuff to be ran. Dirty laundering into HQ. Let's see what that's going to bring. Here's the Diviner, which is a code gate, so Ngolo doesn't have to trigger its special ability. It can paint another piece of ice later on, if Percomus was to do that this turn with his last click. This is the first time I see that card says Percomus, and you wouldn't be amiss if you said it's the same for you, unless you played a lot of Gateway. This is a piece of ice that has a very particular set of skills, and is going to basically stop you at a low cost if you let it. I think the crucial thing here is that doing the 1 net damage, and you have to pay for that, and it is a nice tax. For 2 credits, decent. Cyberdex Virus Suite. Ooh. Interesting. So we're here on CVS. Of course, when you play at Worlds, you do have to make sure that you cover all your bases, and this is one of those examples here. For example, I could potentially guess that Adam is not going to have any viruses cards, so you might be wondering, Cyberdex Virus Suite, but that's only good against virus cards. Yes, but you're not only going to be facing Adams today, not at all. You're going to be facing a lot of, well, things. A lot of different IDs, a lot of runners who have different tools at their disposal. You have to have sometimes a 1-off, sometimes a 2-off, although that's a lot, some people would say, of certain cards that are trying to cover a particular chunk of the card pool, just to make sure that you're going to be decently covered. Clown Car Remote Alert. Yeah, indeed, Rusfus, you're absolutely right. This is, you know, there's a ton of stuff in that server too. What's going on in there? Envelope. I see a certain theme to the eyes we've seen rest so far. It's about doing a point of net damage, and then maybe something else. Is that the story here? Is this a grinder deck? Is this a milling deck? Probably, right? Logic Bomb. One of the other definitive Adam cards here. 5 influence. You don't see Logic Bomb that often outside of Adam. Some Geist players used it at some point to general success, but it's 5 influence, and this is the big cost here. 5 influence is kind of a lot, unless Yeah, unless you have 25 to spare and you're not Adam, Sunny might be using some logic bombs maybe, but honestly, 1/3 of your influence for a copy of this. Oof. We're already into the mind games territory, but like I already mentioned, Percom is one of those players who's going to look at all the ins and all the outs and try and figure things out before committing to something, because this is the game where you have to be ready for everything. This is standard. If you've played Startup so far, you might be seeing a lot of cards today you haven't seen. Don't worry, they all do more or less the same things at different levels. So, for example, Sai Senten, well, you actually may have seen that one in Startup. But yeah, different cards with a bunch of very powerful effects as well. We're going through that Sai Senten into a Nisei Mark II. Oh, this is serious. Okay, MCG is unfortunately down by 5, but let's not count this corp out just yet. Let's not think that this is over, because, and everybody who's played Netrunner more than 3 times, I would say, knows that a game ain't over until it's actually over. Let's see what we're gonna get with this. 3 upgrades in server 2. Yep, looks like it. What are the upgrades? That's the question, right? Oh, another card in server 2. What is in there? I'm gonna take a sip of hot, I wish it was very hot, tea. And we're back at it. So this is the situation now. We have an Adam that's really well set up and up by 5 points. So basically, I would say any score right now is game. I don't expect this Palana deck to have 1-pointers. Then again, don't listen to me. What do I know? On the other hand, we have this Palana with a server 2. Oh, that's an RNG key. Cool. We have a Palana with a server 2 that's wider than taller, actually, and 14 credits, which is not a ton, but it's enough to have those, you know, kind of decision points where you actually can res almost anything, including a Chiashi if you had one in there. And this is where, as the corp, you do have to try and read the runner's mind. Another Kukugo, that's gonna be a ping for damage, not a bad thing. You do want to make that Adam lose as many cards as possible right now, because at a certain point Adam will not be able to steal Obokadas. But for now, Adam is still well within the range of stealing stuff. We lost a political operative, sorry, on the side of the runner, and this is a very good card to make sure that a nasty upgrade is not gonna do much damage to you. Percom is going for, okay, HQ, that means 2 cards in there. Seamless launch and ganked. Ooh, ganked. Aha. In seamless launch, yeah, this is cool. This is nice. People in the chat coming up with their own how do you put it? With their own interpretations, I would say, of server 2 being ooh, overclock. We're going R&D. Okay. So Percom is right now just looking for those 2 points, trying to make sure that he can score out before the card situation turns against him. Ganked loop confirmed. Yep. That is true. So server 2 possibly holding it ganked. That's why you're running R&D right now is a good call, because there are no upgrades in there. Okay, the Bivolt saying, duh, nope. And whoever was calling out the Biovolt in the chat, well done you. MCG, sorry for I just got quiet for a second, but I was looking at different things here and I can only focus so much. MCG here with a very tricky setup. This is Jinteki flavored Netrunner at its finest, because you can make informed calls with Adam, and I think this is what Percomis was going here with this deck. This is all about information. You definitely want to access more cards, definitely want to see more cards, definitely want to have more cards to survive potential problems, and it's kind of a runner control deck. This is not, the deck is not meant to destroy the corp, it's not meant to slow the corp down. No, this is more about being ready for stuff, preparing, making sure that you can access things, and then just getting the right cards at the right time and winning. Here comes the last path tap, if I remember correctly, and this is a criminal card that also made a return. I think we had two path taps trashed very early on because MCG was, of course, not going to let the runner profit from Corp's ability. Losing a sure gamble, not a biggie. But it is a card you're losing. That's the thing. Again, looking at the top card of R&D would Find the Truth, and Tamidro in the chat saying that, yeah, this is all about... Also, it's all about just getting that extra information and the percentages for winning, and then, you know, rusing the corp into thinking that there's an agenda in there, and, for example, forcing that Biofold. All those plays are on the table, even if they might not be visible. If you're rewatching the stream later on, you'll probably be able to have a better idea, you know, of the flow of the whole game. But basically, many times a run is a question, you know, to the corp as well. Like, do you think I know what you know? Do you think you know I know what you know? And so on and so forth. Off-world office scored, so MCG not only moneying up, but finally getting, you know, to join Percomis in the points race. Still 5-2 for the runner, but that's still a long 5 points for the corp to score. So we're at the stage of the game where basically both sides are well set for the win. Why am I saying this? I know that Percomis is maybe on points a bit closer, but MCG has a couple of tricks up the corp sleeve that we've seen before, and we've already seen some of these things trashed. There's a ganked in there. There's the NGOs that might be used for, you know, they might be used to force the runner to run again and again, if that is the plan. There's the Biovolts that are very good for stopping the runner getting into any server whatsoever. So even though you might be just looking at the score and saying, yeah, well, the runner is up here, of course, and that's very true. The corp has money, which is very important at this stage of the game for the corp to have money. Has draw. This Rashida on this remote is going to help a lot. May not have enough ice to sustain the barrage of Engolo and Logic Bomb and other things, and Percomis only needs to steal 1 2-pointer agenda to win this. But that's not a problem. This corp can still do something. There we go. Server 2 is becoming bigger and better, probably for the corp. Not so good for the runner. And I'm just going to repeat after Tamidro. MCG managing to get the office out and install in the same turn, really big. Indeed, I mean, this is the thing. The tempo is shifting here a bit. MCG, you might say, is bunkering up a bit here. Glaciering the whole situation up. And this is what Palana needs right now. Percomis, on the other hand, sitting on a hefty 5 credits drip straight away. Oh, here we... Oh, this is big. This paperclip, which was not in the bin, by the way. Yeah, this is... This is Percomis saying, okay, time to finish this because the corp is getting too scary, too big, and, well, there's... You cannot just wait for the corp to score out. And server 2 could become just impassable, you know, in general. And Vinegary Mink, hello there, pointing out that Kakugo indeed is going to become a problem. The cards are melting from the runner's deck, slowly but surely. And this is the information again. Find the truth on R&D, so you do get to see. Oh, that's it. Oof, that was fished out, but good game both. This was exciting. Again, you could say, yeah, this was kind of on, you know, the runner's side. There was clear advantage, or you know, the point advantage was there. I would say yes, but it was not that easy for the runner at all, with the cards going lower. And there was a lot of draw indeed, and Percomis had to count with the, you know, with the possibility that there will not be enough fuel in the card tank to steal another Robocata. The Rashida fire was not good. Well, yeah, I'm leaving the players to chat a bit. I'm just gonna jump out of the table so that they can actually share some, you know, share some good stories. And we're gonna join their table when they rebuild it, of course, because we're gonna go. We're not gonna be jumping between tables as long as we can actually get people. We can see people play another game, and they're gonna be playing another game. And now MCG is gonna be running. Percomis is gonna be corping. And I just will remind you that there are raffles going on during the first round of the tournament of 86 people playing. We are still looking at 6 extra rounds, and I promise we'll try to cover as many games as possible. Still waiting for the fine folks to rebuild the table. Yep, here we are. So now you're going to see none other than Gagarin, and I believe I played against this very deck in the flesh not so long ago, and let me tell you, MCG, if this is the same deck, MCG as is gonna have a rough time. Time left. That's a very good question. I wish I could. These are requests I cannot answer. Where's the timer? Should be running. I'm not even running timers here. But wait a sec. I believe is. Okay. Things I do for love, or something. Well, anyway, good luck for Gagarin. Not really, but yeah, this list. I'm pretty sure this is the list because it's the New World Order Gagarin. Great start on both sides, indeed. So we have Az McCaffrey. If you haven't seen Az in play, the first job, resource connection, resource or piece of hardware you install, one less to install. So clearly, Kate's offspring. With 2 Pat Taps and a Rizeki, that's you know, that's strong. That's very powerful here. On the other side, we have Gagarin, of course, with the Evil. As an additional cost to access a card in a remote server, the runner must pay 1 credit, which might not seem much, but trust me, it is. And this Gagarin just scored a false lead that should give you a bit of a hint of what's gonna be happening here. because forfeiting this agenda makes the runner lose 2 clicks. And look at this, hard-hitting news. This could be over before it starts. With cards like Commercial Bankers Group giving you a huge advantage over the money on the runner side, but fortunately for MCG, money doesn't seem to be a problem right now. It's this little card here, hard-hitting news, that could be a problem. Yeah, this deck is all about bad choices for the runner. Gagarin is basically making you wish you could finish the game with 2 runs. None of them on the remote, preferably. But it just doesn't happen. I did manage to eke out the win against this deck in a local store champ we had very recently, only because I was super lucky and I basically used all my karma on scoring 2 agendas in 2 clicks from the top of R&D. That was the only way I could have won it. It was just a bet and it paid off. And don't call it skill, I just call it, well, you know. So we're getting rid of those commercial bankers. And I'm sorry if you're hearing beeps in the background. It's just apparently somebody really wants to get into this building and they decided I'm the best person to open the door for them. I don't think that's gonna happen though, because we're here trashing the commercial bankers. We're here approaching server 4. Ooh, okay, so MCG is like, I need to do this. Urban renewal. What is this? And again, this card, yeah, that's just high profile target, no mercy. This deck takes no prisoners. No prisoners. And honestly, well, it's very, 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 very hard to win against this. Percom is sorry in terms of the experience. I'm just gonna leave them to it. And I'm gonna jump into a different table, okay, folks? So we're probably gonna see those Gagarins popping up here and there. Please tell me which table you'd like to see. I'm again gonna go back on Cobra, and please take a browse with me if you want. I will always also verify if the table you want to see is streamable or not, because we did have people requesting not to be streamed, and I totally respect that. I'm probably one of the people who wouldn't like to be streamed during Worlds because of my spicy tech and other things. I don't even know, like, who do you want? Do we want to see Captain Nice versus Rotom Appliance? Table 23. That's a Sunny. I think we should go table 23, if it still exists, of course. Because maybe they already finished, you know, it's been a while in the round. But yeah, we're just gonna jump in. Let's just jump in. So this is Captain Nice piloting Sunny, and Captain Nice, they're known for Sunny and the Sunny builds that they make. With a Steve to boot on DJ Fenris, sweet. And then we have Rotom, one of the UK meta players, a very strong player, a very solid player, rezzing his own card. That's so cool. In case you didn't know it. Rotom, for being the 2018 European champion, got to basically develop a card, and here we are. That's Ansel 1.0. That's a very strong sentry who you may have to break with some clicks, because exactly those clicks will be used against this Bioroid. And Rotom is playing as Bioroid Precision Design, which is a well-known, notorious, and very good ID with a +1 maximum hand size and this amazing refresh or recover ability that whenever they score an agenda, they may add 1 card from archives to HQ. So that's strong. On the other side, we have Sunny Bo, who's basically the world's best mom. She's a security specialist. Her main power is 25 influence, 2 link, and a big bunch of cards that can be very good if you put them together, if you manage to put them together in time. And this is an interesting matchup because Sunny is not a fast runner. You don't go super aggro with Sunny. Then again, on the other side, we have Precision Design, which is known for being a rather fast deck if you let it. It's not as fast as Sports Metal, but it can be quite fast. And Luminal Transubstantiation. Jeez, I need more tea to pronounce this properly. But Luminal Trans, I think I'm just gonna call it like this for the rest of the tournament, is one of those agendas that does enable you a lot of tempo when you score it, because you get basically another turn as the Corp. Fortunately for Captain Nice, they stole it, so that evened the game out a bit. Oh, Tamijo, thank you for the shout out. We have Ed and Weeble playing for charity. Awesome. Yeah, definitely will try and bring at least one of them onto the screen with their decks as soon as I get an opportunity. Maybe after this game, maybe we'll be able to catch them. The Donut card, Office Supplies. I love this card because basically it has a lot of sweets, which are not healthy, but maybe in the future donuts are healthy. I don't know. Any ideas about future donuts being actually healthy for you, and maybe, I don't know, even brushing your teeth or improving your digestive tract or something? I don't know. I mean, future donuts should be good for you, right? We should be able, with technology and progress and nice people developing things rather than not nice people developing things, we should have donuts that are actually making you healthier and better and cooler and maybe even good at karaoke, right? Well, anyway. This Sunny build is indeed running DJ Fenris, another famous card, and this means that, you know, I mean, the story behind this particular game right now is that Sunny basically went to a nightclub right after her work, or maybe during her work, and is dancing with Steve Cambridge, who's probably pretending to be somebody else, and also playing White Hat, which is a great little card. What do we have there? Spin Doctor, Food, another Spin Doctor, Gatekeeper, Seamless Launch, and Border Control. Strong card. Spin Doctor's going back into R&D. We know that there are 4 cards in HQ, one of which is a Global Food Initiative. Going for Server 1 now, Captain Nice. 1 click, 10 credits to their name. This is an Anoetic Void. Oh, this is going to be interesting. This Anoetic is going to be 2 credits to cards if Rotom Appliance wants to stop the runner from getting in. But then... And it's a magnet. Nice. Johnny Marbles on the chat. I'm from the future. In my time, donuts cure alopecia. I hope I'm reading this right. And I think alopecia is baldness, right? I mean, for people who are less good at Latin than the people who speak Latin, I guess. Could be wrong, of course. Please correct me in the chat if alopecia is actually something. Yes. Ooh, okay. Well, I guess something. Thank you, Coffee. Oh, this is big. Captain Nice stealing the 4th point here. With the Global Food, that is indeed quite something. And here we go for another CVS, which is huge as well. This is a no holds barred contest here, because basically those Cyberdeck sandboxes getting scored means money for the Corp and purging that turtle, which is for now the only breaker on the runner side. And you do need extra power, and the extra power is there, Gachapon and Security Chip. This is a very good game because, again, both players know exactly what their decks are doing, and they probably have a rather decent chance at guessing at what the other player's deck is doing. And this is one of the key, I would say, meta skills in Netrunner, because, of course, you might be reading the game as it happens, and that's very important. You know, the tempo, the situations, and whatnot. But reading the meta and being able to say, oh, okay, so if this is a Sunny and if these cards are in play, you know, what else is there? What's the influence being used? And so on and so forth. And same goes for PD. We know that PD took a hit with certain bans on the ban list, but it's still a very strong deck, very fast, and also it could basically, well, cripple you if you run at the wrong, like it could totally destroy your game plan if you run at the wrong time and you don't have the right clicks. So of course here, Captain Nice, definitely aware of the situation. Oh, that's a Hagen. Ooh, that's still gonna be good enough. The turtle doing its trick. Cyberdeck Sandbox. Okay. Oh no, sorry, excuse me. That was a Cyberdeck's virus suite. Oop, my mistake. I misread the log and I was like, is this 6 points now? No, it was basically Cyberdeck's virus suite getting accessed, and then Cyberdeck Sandbox is getting triggered, getting those points, those credits, very important credits for Rotom Appliance. But yeah, the agenda is getting activated with that card. That's a big part of PD's setup here. Boomerang. Okay, so now nobody's safe. Boomerang's in town, and this is a sweet include for Sunny. It's only 2 influence, and it does make your aggression capabilities, I would say, a bit better. Tamajo in the chat asking, how has the Sunny deck seen 31 cards already? This is really powerful. Yeah, this is going really fast. We have the likes of DreamNet here. We had, what did they use for drawing? Well, there's Gachapons that kind of filter things, but there were Deuces Wild and the office supplies. That definitely helps, right? Yeah, this Sunny deck is getting played really fast, and the game is happening here really fast as well. I mean, there's scores left, right, and center. We have 6-6. Any agenda is a game point right now for both of these, and I'm super happy I chose this game. Exciting finish, huh? Going for the Ansel. Security Nexus, which is a staple card for Sunny. It has been seen outside of Sunny as well, but basically, if you play Sunny, you're playing this console for sure. It is a hefty 8 credits to install, but it's always, almost always, 95.7% of the time, I would say, worth installing it when you're playing against any corp that has eyes that you really want to bypass, which is definitely the situation here with this Ansel as well. Especially with those agendas that give the corp money for purging viruses. That turtle is unfortunately an endangered species here. But with the Security Nexus, you do get a free run, or not a free run, it's not free of course, but it does help you get through those single ice pieces easier. Office supplies again, drawing up. This is super hefty. Hello there, Dunch, welcome to the chat. Rotom now theoretically slowing down a bit, but right now we're in the danger zone. Any card that's an agenda is either win or score. Gatekeeper, and that Boomerang is gonna be sad. It'll have to wait for the Hagen for a bit later, because that Gatekeeper is going to stop the runner in their tracks. No way to get through it. 6 strength for this turn only. What I really like about this build is the include of DJ Fenris and Steve Cambridge, because that gives Sunny a lot of recursion power. And you are able to pick up some really annoying cards. Or maybe not annoying, but there's a Mad Dash. You don't need it right now, but that's good to see. Another card that came back recently. For example, White Hat, a very good tech card from Sunny. Okay, server 1, here we go. Rotom Appliance only on 4 credits. So what's the story here? We know for a fact that this magnet is stopping for now. But only if you're able to rest something else, because Security Nexus is a thing. Okay, here we go. Advanced Assembly Lines. And we're going for another card. And that's it. Okay, this was a combo play here by Rotom. It was basically making more money. Now on 6 credits, still a click to go. I'm just gonna take a very quick peek. Sweet tea. Saving my throat. Going in with the dirty laundry, chances are there are cards in there that the runner wants to snatch. Okay, so white hand office supplies. Office supplies is big because you can draw into other cards, of course. You can draw into the cards you need to harass the corp a bit more. Let's see. Now, does Rotom have a chance after this turn to survive the onslaught? Now the Gatekeeper 0 points, so of course Captain Nice trying to capitalize on that. Just trying to get in, using the Boomerang. Is this an agenda? Chances are it could be. The Corp going for the Spin Doctor play, trying to pick in the R&D because there were only 13 cards in there, now 15 cards. Accessing an unseen card, that's a whiff. So now, we do know for a fact that there was a seamless, right? But Rotom apparently without a double seamless play just yet. 10 credits and thinking, so this means there's no win on the table. Advancing server one time only. Oh yeah, sorry, Vectors, very well spotted. Seamless got white hat, indeed. And thank you so much for being there as my extra pairs of eyes, folks in the chat, because I am between two big screens and sometimes I might lose single moments of the game. The Security Nexus, going through at Ansel again. Whoops, apologies. My mouse play today is not that good. Captain Nice going for GG, and that is indeed GG. What a game, so close. Both players giving us a great showing here, a lot of excitement. Both games happened here, so I'm just gonna leave the players to it as well. Thanks to them for being so welcoming here on the table, letting us peek. Folks, where do we go next? Any picks? It's kind of hard right now at this stage to pick a table that's, you know, at it. I think we could go for, I don't know. There's a lot of NBN, there's I'm kind of interested in seeing Wayland. There's always, you know, there's always more Wayland that can be seen. Hey there, Cable Carnage! I really want to see some Wayland. Is there some Wayland? I think there's Wayland here. And there's another Adam. Should we see this Adam in action? I know it's round 1 Adam time, but hey. Maybe they already finished the game. Who knows? And if there are any technical problems with getting into the table, I'm really sorry for that as well. But this seems to be still going strong. So this is Herb Station, which is kind of a deeper kind of Gagarin, or a different flavor of Gagarin. But look at the situation on the table. 5 points on the runner side. And Cochet here on the corp side, 4 points, but a transport monopoly counter. Which seems like, well, it seems like tech for basically successful runs. Which is never a bad thing. But this is not an agenda you would see played a lot, which is exactly why I'm excited to see it here. Because in standard ad worlds, people really go for interesting experiments trying to, you know, outguess the meta or put a bit of a, I don't know, I would say dent in it just by saying, hey, you know, maybe I can change the game to my favor by using cards that usually don't see play, and then people are going to be playing for certain things and I can just counteract it by a couple of other cards. It is a transport monopoly indeed. That's the one with the counter. So this run cannot be declared successful if you use the hosted agenda counter. It does not cause the run to become unsuccessful. And you can only use it once per turn, which is not that powerful, but then again, it is powerful enough for some things. Offshore, always a good card to see on HQ when you're Wayland or somebody importing this. Basically because the tax is there, and for 3 credits this is a good... Oh, a double offshore? It's even a better... it's even a better tax. And Gig Insight is on 0 credits, so this is the fun part. Getting into the HQ, trying to see what's in there. Not much, I guess. Just a hedge fund and a mausolus. This is good information, though. This is good information. And yeah, this Atom is... If there were all the cylinders you can fire on, this Atom put 5 extra cylinders on it and is firing even on additional cylinders. We've seen a very similar build, excuse-moi, earlier on. But yeah, 3 multi-threaders. This is huge. And 3 bat taps. What is this even? Like, you're basically... You can have 0 money and you still make a lot of money. Or you have enough money running for anything. Hello there, folks from the process. Hey. So now Gig Inside with 1 click to spare. A board state to envy, I would say. But this is also turn 18 in this game, and as Adam, you don't get to... Ooh, that's a big one here. That's a good one. That's another transport monopoly with 2 counters on it. The runner, though, being relentless here, runs have to be made. And Dirty Laundry will be paying back a bit for those offshores getting past. And this is so cool. Generally here, Multi-Threader has a lot of credits to be used with the Engolos, for example. Or, well, any other breakers, of course. Programs in general. But these do not count for your credits in the pool. So Afshar tax, the one that says the runner loses 2, that first subroutine just doesn't affect them. You could be running on 0 credits, you still have 6 credits to break, which is not too bad. Although, and as Vinegary Mank is saying in the chat, it is quite taxing. I mean, you definitely have to go through these, and basically they're very expensive. I mean, we have a triple advanced pharaohs here, which is just oof. Government subsidy and mausolus, so that's more money for the corp if they get to that level. And Koshei again using the successful anti-successful tech, I would say anti-successful run tech here to deny the HQ access in a way, or no, the access did happen, but the triggering of the successful condition, just to make sure that the remote stays safe in case an agenda pops up, and that Find the Truth does not trigger, so you are not able to look at the top card of R&D, because any point now here matters. The non-Angolo breaker is a Carmen, and then we have a Paperclip, of course. Well, sorry, of course. I mean, this card has been around longer than Carmen, so I assume some of you might already be familiar with the visuals. I might actually try zooming in a bit more. Maybe that's gonna help. But yeah, or maybe not. Carmen is a little nifty killer that has a really cool ability of discounting itself if you made a successful run this turn. Of course, it's a mostly criminal card, but Adam has enough influence to import things easily. And again, Koshei just going, nope, you're not going to be flipping any IDs here, you're not going to be getting any free peaks. Gigenside getting definitely blocked here. And here comes the play. Koshei on 15 credits. Server 2 double protected. And here we go, Spin Doctor. Okay, I was kind of thinking maybe an agenda, but that probably would have ruffled some feathers here. Gigenside slowly gearing up probably for another bunch of runs. Especially since there are no more Transport Monopoly counters. And indeed, the Dirty Laundry here, again, to offset the bitter taste of going through a double offshore. Simply the Onion saying, this Adam would have really needed the turning wheel at some point. Yeah, I mean, multi-access is the thing, and this is the thing right now. If HQ gets accessed, then there's gonna be some additional things happening. So we're getting the goodies. Find the Truth, top card of R&D, and this is crucial because there are only 10 cards left in R&D, and this gets, of course, flipped as well. Now HQ becomes more expensive, but that doesn't really matter because actually Gigenside did get to poke and find that global food for the win. Good games both, I assume, because this was probably the second game. We're nearing the end of the first round, by the way. Oof, that was a close one. But yes, GG. Let's take a look if there's any other tables we can still invade with our flying camera eye. Dun, 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 dun. Let me triple check that we're okay on the side here. I would like to... Oh, they just finished. This is great. Oh no, actually they're here. Table 35. If we can get... Oh, that's finished. Sad. Well then maybe table 20? A bit of rotage. We're gonna get rotage. Just a bit of rotage. Let me just see if... Again, if we're cleared for access here, I believe we are. Okay, let's take a look. If rotage is still on stream with a Jinteki, yes, we have rotage. Mortivore and rotage, so both players probably during their awake time playing. And guess what? Palana with Anansi and probably some ganked. Yeah, how did I guess this? Well, I will tell you this, if you're ever wondering how you can improve your game of Netrunner without playing, try streaming other people's games, or just spectating, but streaming is even more fun because then you talk yourself through the game. I sincerely admit that streaming games by many different people with many different IDs and approaches to the game made me a better Netrunner player, I kid you not. So Mortivore here in a very, very unenviable situation. Playing against Jinteki as Max, no cards in Heap. I believe if there were Biotic Labors, they actually haven't been used. What happened here? Because usually you would remove them from game if you use them. So something must have happened here and Mortivore just didn't get to do stuff. We have a Lacosta with 8 advancement counters on it. We have no cards in the grip, so basically running through anything that gives you damage, like this Kakugo, this little tiny Kakugo here, who's just, you know, he's just a little Kakugo, nobody loves it. But anyway, that's basically death for the runner, so... Oh, are we going for it? How are you going to survive this? Am I missing something? Because this Kakugo is going to kill you, right? I might be missing something. Oh, I am missing stuff because that chisel is gonna... Rude, indeed. What a play. I was like, this is death. But no, it's not because you have a chisel and then you get in here and then you breach server 1 and that's like, oh, it's a ganked. Wow, what a game. Now, what was ruder, or what was more rude? Chiseling that Kakugo, or running into a ganked, and then, well, trashing that remote. Both players generally on their last legs in a way. Some of them actually have even weaker legs than their opponent. I mean, Max is playing cardless against Palana. And Rotage actually has still a lot of time, 27 cards in the deck. No, not much money, which is a bit painful, but that's still enough money for example, a Fluffy Snare. No cards in stack makes Palana sad. True, but... well, no cards in grip makes anything with net damage happy, I guess. There goes a Kakugo. You want to bounce off that, unless you want to perform some magical tricks. Enigma! Hey, it's been ages, huh? And Captain Nice with a very quality comment. Click for 4.exe activated. Indeed. What a game. Rotage here, cruise control, I would say. This is cruise control Palana now. It's like, hey. Pardon asking, shouldn't Kakugo still do net damage when trashed while encountered? I believe if you trash a piece of ice, you're no longer passing it because it's just not there. Exactly. I mean, then Kakugo would be a bit overpowered if it I mean, well, not over. I mean, it's just 1 net damage, of course, but still, it would be a bit. It would be like Ghost Kakugo. If there's ever a Ghost Kakugo card, it's like even if you trash this ice, it's gonna do those things to you. That would be scary. If you just joined us, which is very possible, this is round 1 of 7, as you can see on the screen in the top left corner. My name is Vesper, and this is the Nisei 2021 World Championships, and we're in day 1A with around 86 players out of a field of approximately 200. Cephalopod Wizard, hello there. Game looks locked. If you don't take... Oh yeah, okay, sorry, that's the explanation of what we were just saying. Indeed. But yeah, if we have one of the rules Tsars with us... I actually call them Tsars? I guess not. Rules... I don't know. Emissaries? Ambassadors? The Ambassador of Rules. The nation of Rulandia. Well, where rules rule supreme. Sai Senton. We're going through this. We totally can. There's a turtle on the table and other... Oh, that's so painful. That's basically your win that you cannot steal. You decide not to pay to steal Obagata Protocol because the game doesn't let you pay, and that's ouch. Oh, Rotage just, you know, that's rude. That's rude, you know. Double Orca here. That's rude. This is the rude play. Of course, I'm joking here. Envelope. Yeah, these are the Pilanas of today. They're like, just get in, suffer. And this is actually going to fire, and that's unfortunately a flatline. Oof, but yeah, that envelope just enveloped you, and that's it. Good games. Let's take a look if there's anybody left who we could stream. Oof, an envelope kill. Indeed, those things happen. I guess we could go for the bottom table here, 36. Let's just take a quick look. I assume we're cleared for access again. I'm just gonna be checking things every now and then because, like I mentioned earlier on, different players have asked not to be streamed, and I completely am going to honor it for whatever reason. I mean, you don't have to give me a reason. Just tell me, man, don't come up to my table with your camera, and I'll respect that. Stargate. What is this? This is a Max with a single CityWorks project against a Gagarin of a slightly different persuasion, but Mr. Buggles is probably playing... I mean, look at this. There's a Urban Renewal here. That's just brutal. Wall-to-wall, which is not that powerful in Gagarin, but it's a very good startup card. As in to kick your deck off. We have a Mumbo Temple. We have a Drudge Work, which is also something we haven't seen in Percomus's deck, but I think it's there. And you have a Daily Business Show. The card that I love to play and am very worried about when the core plays against me. How many servers does Mr. Buggles have? 15. Yeah, I mean, this is server 15. It's, I think right now it's basically physical 8, but yeah. Ooh, going for it, and voila! CityWorks, Mad Dash, Frizzler getting to snatch it. Those Stargates, this is just basically... Stargates are evil! I mean, I love it, but again, Mad Dash, CityWorks. Kablooey! Let's take a look if there's anybody else that we could stream. And it's gonna be fine if we do so. I believe we're cleared for table 16. I'm just hopping around like a white rabbit because Matrix 4 is a thing, apparently. Okay, we can zoom in here safely. This game is still far from over, I hope. Although 6 eject... What? Harishandra! This is the Harishandra. I think this is the only Harishandra in the field. Adam and Fish. And 60-10. Johnny Marbles, thank you for the kind words. And huge thanks to the people in the chat for being an absolute awesome bunch and just, you know, being a cool chat. I really do appreciate, and you're just making things so much better. Well, anyway, this is a Harishandra Entertainment on 6 points with a Degree Mill and a Bellona, because why not? And then we have 60-10 on 4 tags, scoring a Bellona as well. And... well, what do you do here? Both players low on credits. Archetypes kinda... like... hedge fund and Archetypes. What's going on here? Archetypes interface. Man, what is this thing? Oh, I think this is the 60... am I gonna be correct if I say 69? This is the basically more than 50 cards max. And we can see the grip, indeed, because, yeah, we're playing tagged, of course. Harishandra, if the runner's tagged, he or she plays with his or her, or sorry, they play with their grip revealed. I mean, basically, thank you, English, for being so flexible and malleable so that we can save saying words out loud. But anyway, Harishandra is working. Thank you, JNet devs, by the way, and Cobra devs, and everybody devs, like anybody who spent some time in the last 2 months fixing stuff and making sure it works and improving it. Sometimes over their lunch, sometimes just getting out of bed. You're absolute rock stars. Last turn. Okay, it's time has been called. This is Space Kitten, Princess Space Kitten herself, jumping in and saying last turn. So when you see Princess Space Kitten at a tournament, approach your table on JNet or in the flesh, you know, you have to be careful. You have to be careful. Mar is a star. That's actually like a rhyme, right? We could make a rap out of this. Mar is a star. You know who you are. But anyway, Princess Space Kitten has left the building, and we're still here. This is still looking interestingly open. Because the Corp finished their turn, and now we have 60-10 on the runner side. Oh, I think that they may have a question because this was... Yeah, the last turn was announced when Adam and Fish... Oh! Okay, we may have a disconnect here. Oh yeah, seems like the players have already stopped. Sorry. So I don't know. Okay, this for now, I believe they have stopped. I don't know if this is a decision by the players. I'm just gonna leave the table to just make sure that, you know, because this was probably one of the last tables anyway. I don't see much happening here. There's table 20, I believe, we're cleared for as well. I have table clearance here. I'll try to join. It's probably over because... Oh no, this is still on! Okay. I just left the other table, not because... I just wanted to make sure that people have their space there if they need. Okay, so we're getting here. This is the last turn, and that's it. Yeah, okay. I believe... This could be interesting. 6 points and 5 points. This is the right way to end a round, right? This is the best way to end a round. So we have an inside job through that F2P. Here, they're on 6 points. And I might be dropping anecdotal evidence or knowledge of different players. They're representing the North American meta in general. I'm speaking continental levels here. They're a very awesome, super kind player with a very particular set of skills. They're very happy to deploy against you. As in, be careful. And Space Ice, I have no idea who they are, or who he is, sorry. I hope. It could be a new player, I don't know. Like, probably people are playing with usernames. I have no idea that this is the username for a person I know. Chances are. Simply saying, pretty sure deer will hold up. They're an incredible lux. Yeah, well, I call it skill. I like to call it skill. When it happens to me, I like to call it pure skill, of course, because it's like the best of possible skills. I'm like, like me having played this game like at least 5 times, and I know what I'm doing. But yeah, people in the chat coming up with all different strats here right now because Space Ice still has a click of hope. And the is a biggie here. I would just say run R&D, right? I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Deer's sitting on 10 credits, so a lot of things can possibly go wrong. And look at that Hydra. That Hydra is just saying, nope. That Hydra is basically a bunch of friendly doggies saying, excuse me, but, the owner is not home and you cannot really get in. Unless you want a tag. Please have a tag or more tags. Oh, Vale, thank you so much. Space Ice is Australian. They finished second at US National. Ooh. So Space Ice is one of those players who is used to or has this experience of playing a kind of high-stakes Netrunner, which basically any high-stakes Netrunner game is like any normal kitchen table Netrunner game. Because you can just chill and play with friends, right? That's how it works. Oh. Well, okay. What is the story here then? I'm curious. What's gonna happen here. This Mad Dash. Interesting. Have we seen any one-pointers? Nope. I'm just wondering... I mean, this is the last turn anyway, so maybe this is just flourish. I would just say no. Okay, no agenda, so that's basically game then. And Deer could survive the onslaught with 6 points. Oh yeah, the card has no game text, but it's exciting. Yeah, I mean, basically that's it, yeah. And we have hard hitting. I think this is the... Yeah, GG. And Deer's just saying, I can still tag you and whatnot. And then do terrible things to you. Okay, so... Oof, okay. And look at this. We had a bajillion of tables. Now we have a bunch of tables gone. Sometimes I feel like Jeff Goldblum on a bad day when he wakes up and he just notices he's not Jeff Goldblum. Sorry for me being a bit left and right and upside down and whatnot. But anyway, folks, this was round 1. We're going to be going into round 2 in a jiffy. I think what has to happen there is, of course, quite a lot of bookkeeping. And we do have Bookkeeper playing with us today. Hello there. Oh, excuse me. Anyway. Mr. Tea Time! Hello, good to see you. I'm still using the poker chip tokens that I received from you. Happily remembering our trips to play Netrunner. Hey, good times. Thank you. I shouldn't be coughing on stream or sneezing on stream, but yeah. I might be taking a shortish break. Just because I can. But before I do that, no, of course, probably I won't do it. Just a reminder. You're watching the Netrunner World Championships 2021. And this is Swiss Flight A. I never know why it's a flight. I mean, is this like Swiss Air or something? And these are the times, of course. Today is the 19th of November if you just woke up like myself and you're like, what am I doing here again? Tomorrow, day B, 1B. It's gonna be ran by a bunch of lovely people, the stream. I'm gonna be taking a day off because I deserve it. After last year's experience of streaming myself into the ground, I decided to just take it easy, and I should. And then the top cut is gonna be on Sunday. All times are here. They're also on Always Be Running. They're also on the nisei.net website on the article. Do take a look at what we're streaming. Do take a look at Koga streaming his tables today. Thank you so much, Koga, for doing this. And, well, that's it for now. I'm just gonna transition here. Sweary Princess with a question. How often do you wake up to find you are Jeff Goldblum? I mean, I have the reverse. How often does Jeff Goldblum wake up and he's like, hey, I'm playing Netrunner here? I'm pretty sure that happens on a daily basis. But anyway, I think all the scores are being submitted. I'm gonna take a very quick break, okay? Just a very, very quick break. Like, don't run away. Be nice in the chat. The raffle is still on from what I hear. I'm just gonna get some additional liquids and be back with you in a second, okay? Well, you know what this means when the music goes lower, right? It means that this guy who's been speaking for so long and just not shutting up, he's coming back. Indeed. Veil with the questions. Is the music Trip Mirror also? So we have Trip Mirror, and I decided to mix in a bit of Netrunner, what am I saying? Unreal Tournament. What was the name? Unreal Tournament 99. The first Unreal Tournament. But yeah, if you also like the music that is playing, do check Trip Mirror. I think I actually have a thing for it. Wait a second. I should be able to do this. We have technology. Yeah, I'm just gonna... Oops, I just broke it. I'm gonna have a guest, by the way. So just... Yeah, I'm gonna put it up on the screen right now because I'm a magician. Tripmirror.bandcamp.com, and there's a double P in there, if I am not mistaken. But yeah, and then the music that you hear and is not Trip Mirror, which can happen, although Trip Mirror did put out 3 albums of amazing Netrunner themed music and inspired. Then just look for Unreal Tournament 99, including some really cool remixes that I'm probably going to blast on Sunday. Or if I'm streaming a bit. Maybe I'm not streaming a bit. We'll see. But anyway. Yeah, UT had amazing music. So I'm a big fan of the game and the music. But I can be talking all I want about music. This is not about music. I'm just going to be going into... a secret room where we have the stream comms happening, and I'm gonna be joined by none else than Tolasin himself. Hello, hello. Oh well, that might require a ping. And in the meantime, I'm also going to take a look at Cobra, because scores have been updated. Things have been appearing. The next round timer is slowly popping up in different places. I'm going to zoom in to uncomfortable scales and whatnot. But anyway, you will see a ton of people on 6 points, of course. I'm just making sure that you see that the scores are in there. So a lot of people sweeping, and the list goes on and on and on and on. Gagarins, look at the setup here. I'm just going to highlight things here. Those 4 usernames, playing Gagarins and Max or Adam. I wonder if they know each other. Well, anyway, there's a lot of interestingness here. A lot of splits as well, which is always good to see in the first round. Good luck to everybody who landed on 0 points so far. Don't worry, this is just the first round of 7, okay? 7 rounds. Like, this is... 7 rounds is so much Netrunner. Oof, it's just a lot of Netrunner. Let me just tell you this. So, with 7 rounds happening, you know, you have a lot of time. We have a lot of time to make sure that you're gonna get points. Oh, I seem to be having some issues. Although this should be popping up in the right place. Well, plenty of time to submarine. Yeah, there's plenty of time for everything. The raffle is actually still going strong, by the way. We will be going into round 2. And indeed, it is a marathon. You do have to take it easy, and you do have to make sure that you have the energy for the games. I'm trying to look at the pairings. Actually, yeah, why did I switch Cobra again? Excuse me. Let's just hop again here. So yeah. We have a bunch of different tables here. I don't know, take a look, let's take a look. And this is not about the top tables being top. This is just about looking at the interesting IDs. And from the first 12 tables, let's try and pick a matchup together, folks. That's going to be interesting to you. How about that? I, again, will repeat that some tables I will not be streaming because we were explicitly asked just to not stream their tables by certain people, and I'm more than happy to do that because everybody should be able to enjoy this tournament the way they want. And I can totally imagine some people just feeling uncomfortable with the awareness of being streamed, or they just don't want to show their spicy tech, which is definitely the thing to do. I think we got the last in. Yeah. Hello. We're getting a bit of feedback from the background. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Okay, so we can definitely hear Talasin, but I'm not sure. There's a bit of feedback and whatnot. Well, anyway, there's a bit of clicking involved. This is all happening live and direct, of course, so let's not worry. Folks, table 2 per comment. Nah, that's we've seen those people before. We've seen those people before. I will try and make it a policy to just avoid people we've seen before on the stream. Not all the time, but just like maybe let's take a look at some you know, variety here. How about? Oh, we have Guyot and Izox. Let me see if we're cleared for that table. We could see those folks here, huh? How about this? NBN, I know it's CTMs, but there's Max and Ken. Would that be a cool thing? Or Belazar and Kubik, maybe? Table 11, table 8. Yeah, let's go for table 8. We haven't seen, well, okay, we've seen Precision Design, but we've seen Palan as well. But there's a Zahia. I'm curious about the Zahia. That would be an interesting pick. So let's take a look at table 8. If they're setting up already, I'm gonna do the magics. Table 8 is there. They're getting ready. They actually already started. Woohoo! Okay, let's just hop in there. And I was hoping to get Talasin, and I'm trying to figure out no audio. Okay, so Tol is rebooting. Hopefully he can jump in. If you hear his lovely voice joining me, that's going to be a good sign. In the meantime, we are already in round 2 of 7, and we have Belazor on Has Bioroid, and we have Kubik 161 on Max. So of course Max with the extra powerful punk draw. I like to call it the punk draw, where you are forced to discard some cards, but then you get extra draw at the beginning of your turn, which is good. So Big Max, indeed, this is the big card Max versus PD. This is going to be interesting. A game of speed, I would say, and speed it is indeed. Look at those lateral growths and the sprints. Yeah, this PD is all about running. Let me tell you. We have some technical issues. I don't know why. What's going on here?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. That's good, isn't it?
Perfect. This is perfect. We're at the right place at the right time. Everything seems to be working. Welcome.
Yeah, I love.
Oh wait, I think there's some sort of a. Okay.
That's much better. Excellent. Hello, hello.
Hello. How are you doing? It's a beautiful Friday, I hope.
The sun is shining here.
Perfect. That's what we like to hear.
Yeah. I'm just going to plug in things now. I'm going to plug in a power cable for my phone, and that will make that work.
Yep.
That definitely helped. And I'm going to open up a JNet window. First round was fun. Who'd have thought it? Adam.
I have my strong opinions about a certain ID starting with a G, but I'm not going to say anything about it until the end of the tournament.
Yeah, so I was just looking at the standings. I don't know whether you've had a chat about what we want to see next, but of course, the folk who decided to play Yagarin are now playing against each other, so they can either give each other a most miserable time, or we can see what they do when they actually choose to play. You know, when they're forced to play against an ID that they know about, that they've chosen, that makes everybody else kind of sad. But it takes all sorts, doesn't it? It takes all sorts.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it's, you know, there used to be times where people playing against different shades of Jinteki were like, Then there was the time playing against HB was like, and then there was the CTM era. Now I think it's Gagarin's time to shine again as the deck to hate. Speaking of cards to hate. So we have Kubik pushing into server 1, just getting that Rashid out of the way. And yeah, this Max is gonna be aggroing as much as possible because you don't want PD to speed up. In this matchup where we have the big Max versus, well, PD being PD, who do you think on the strength of cards alone is more favored? Like from your experience or from your personal testing or...
So I haven't played Big Max. I played a little bit of Hive Mind and found it really hard to play, but I haven't been playing Big Max. I've been playing a lot of Steve and a good amount of Sunny. But you know, I guess the argument is Anuk's got lots of good cards, and it doesn't really matter which one you draw. You can probably make use of them, whatever they are, right? And whereas the PD list is more predictable. You know, it's more straightforward. You know the game plan. So yeah. Hi Laura, nice to be. Yeah, just decided I had some break here in my morning, so let's join Vesper and watch what's going on. I'm just gonna join the channel if I can find it. Bell Lads, or there we are. Let's join that one. Watch that one.
Feel free to also jump into the table if that's gonna give you a more direct.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah,
I'm in. I'm in. Yeah. Yeah.
And
so let's see what Yeah, it's just good. It's just good stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
It feels like hippos are really good. I mean, that's been my experience. Whenever I'm playing, whatever deck I'm playing, hippo always makes me sad when my opponent installs it, and I say, "Oh boy, now I'm going to lose ice." So yeah.
I wonder if, I mean, could this be, if this is Big Max, like you said, there's a lot of the game in a way depends on the cards you trash or you discard, sorry, from the ID effect, and then what you will be able to pull back at the right time. But then again, you have a kind of a bigger access because, well, sorry, you have a bigger library to access for your own cards. Like the 60 plus cards is a good thing. The question here is, will you be fast enough in getting the right cards? For now, it seems that generally the runner is in control of the situation, although Belazor just needs to, well, maybe score an agenda that's going to be a bit more pesky than the usual stuff. So far defending server 1, but those Botuli are going to be hopping around, and that's not going to make things easier.
No breakers. I guess they got 2 installed, and they're still looking for Black Orchestra, which there's one. There is one in the bin.
Yeah.
But it's kind of weird, isn't it? Like Big Max, all these cards, but I can see 3 Moshing and 2 Juices Wild already in the bin.
Yeah.
So they've got native draw and they're drawing, and so yeah. Well, it just feels like late game. These Big Max decks, or they're pretty strong because you've got your econ, you've got your drip econ, you find your pad taps, you find your Rozekis, you find everything else that you need, and the only downside, I suppose, is that your breakers are still, apart from paperclip, still pretty inefficient to use. I hate breaking Anansi with MK, for example.
Who needs breakers if you have Stargate? It's time to mill the corporate, I guess.
Yeah. I played a game this week against somebody. I thought I was in a really good position, except for the only ice I could find to put on R&D was a Conjin. And they refused to run anywhere else and just kept on stargating all of my ice away through Conjin, which of course did absolutely nothing. So that was a sad time.
Okay, let's see. Seamless launch again. So we do know for a fact, of course, what PD is gonna go for here. Like you already mentioned, this deck is a bit more predictable. Here we go with another Hippo. Sadness. But it's a cute card. It's basically like a weaponized Roomba. That's the way I see it. Although it's kind of big. if you look at if you think about it, because the perspective is probably okay. It's actually quite big for a piece of hardware. But yeah, scary. Probably like a lava lamp with a purpose. Belazor moneying up, server 1, just trying to get those agendas out before it's too late. 15 credits is a good place to be.
Yeah, there seem to be 2 flavors of the Max deck, and I guess some people even mix the flavors, but it's either they're Keiko based or they're Max based, or they just put both of them in and see which one they get and whether they feel like it's the one they want to play or not.
Yeah.
But I can't see any consoles yet. There's no patchwork in the bin. So yeah, this one we're still waiting to see what they've got. I think more's expensive, but it's still, hand disruption in this kind of meta is good. You take out kill pieces from hand. You can knock the seamless launch out from hand, which really shuts down PD's plan, because it's basically, I always feel like the ID is PD and seamless.
It's a seamless PD, yeah. Well, I mean, precision design, seamless launches, it kind of goes hand in hand, right? Doesn't it? It's like you're just going for precision, that's it. And you have to be kind of ready to make sure that the runner doesn't distort it. And Anarchs, as we all know, they're big fans of just breaking stuff up and just saying, no, you cannot have your good toys. Here we go, going for the remote.
Ooh, memory.
Yep.
Or do they? Oh, they trash the Stargate. That's interesting.
Ooh, that's good. I mean, I could say yes, because you want accesses. On the other hand, Stargate is a good card, but then again, R&D is double-iced. Yeah, this is all about choosing, and the players know their decks and know their hands much better than we do here, so it's always about, oh, there we go, that's a food. Probably worth it.
Yeah. But Cubic's gone poor, so it's going to take, and they've got a couple of sort of quasi-drip there, but not great economy on the runner side at the moment.
Let's just see what's gonna happen here. For now, they're kind of tied, but then again, Kubik very, very low on credits, and with those breakers on the table, it's not cheap to get anywhere. So you do have to money up if you want to stay in the game. Belazor, on the other hand, comfortably 14 credits, no big rush, and for now it's probably just about making sure that you can score another agenda. Maybe if it's another off-world office, you get even more money and you can just keep rolling towards victory. But Kubik trying to get some more money in with the daily casts and the dirty laundry. I think that's gonna be
enough. It feels like you need a turning wheel running here, and you need to find a way to get some access and then hope to find the last agenda off a turning wheel dig or something. I don't know. It's they're still going to be struggling for memory. And they can't afford to install more for sure, even if they get it right now.
Mo would be quite a cool thing to have here if you had enough money to also get through that drafter reliably. The good thing is you have Trickster Taka on the spot, so that's nice. Always good some extra credits.
So it gives you some drip. I mean, so far this looks like a relatively standard PD list, right? There's no spice here, really. Just ice breakers and come and check my remote, or I'll just score things out and go faster.
Yep, that's a good thing to have. That's a corp that puts you on the edge and just gets you on your toes, and you're like, okay, I have to really keep running. I have to be interacting here. I cannot just sit back and try to, oh, there we go, for example, make money with Rozeki. So Kubik definitely trying to set up here for a more sustainable economy, and that is definitely good. Belazor, so far, really easy on the money side. Not much to res, or he didn't have much to res in this matchup so far. And server 1 is looking better and better. Could be a Mana Garment there, could be a Nanoetic Void, could be something else.
Yeah, you figure that's probably Spin Doctor in server 2?
Could be. I mean, even if it's an advanced assembly lines, oh, we'll see. Oh, there we go. That's a seamless. And we're going for a score. That's probably. Oh, that's a Vitruvius. Okay.
Oh, well, that's interesting. Not taking a counter there. I think I'd maybe with the extra click take a counter there.
Yeah.
Or put something into the. There you go. So maybe they figured out it's better to get another agenda into the remote.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean,
which
go on.
Did they see the upgrade? Do we know what the upgrade is in server 1? I guess it's going to be
think
Managam or Anoetic probably.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, this was probably the part that Pelazar was thinking about, because with Vitruvius, like you said, he could have gotten a counter on it and then retrieve another card from archives. But with PD's special ability, with the ID ability, you can get that seamless back into your hand. And there's a Bran, and this is gonna be taxing.
5, 8 to get in, plus the 1 credit on the Trickster. So 7, yeah, effectively 7 credits to get in. And then 2 clicks if it's Managam.
Yep.
Ooh, I'm not sure about that. Do you really want to let them have... Oh, they're ending the run. Huh. I don't know. I think I probably want to take... I think you have to take accesses. If you're not getting accesses, you're just losing, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the core.
You've got 5. You've got 5 drip.
Mm-hmm.
You've got 5 drips. So even if it costs you net 7 to get in, you're still going to be dripping next turn. And this is, given the way they didn't overscore the Vitruvius, you feel like this has to be an agenda. Oh, okay, Rashida, still not a good thing. Still rather not have that fire.
I'm wondering if HQ is the right place to poke right now, because there's a single known quantity, which is a drafter. It's not cheap, but then again, you could maybe poke a bit here and there. Thing is, of course, you probably won't be knocking out crucial cards, but who knows? I mean, the agendas have to be somewhere. There's only 17 cards left in R&D, so I'm betting there's at least 1, if not 2 agendas in hand.
Yeah. So still no console. Oh, there's the morph, right? So 1 more's gone, right? So I think if I could find the more, I'd be installing more and then running HQ every turn, try and knock pieces out, try and get an access and a mill. They're drawing for something.
We have Oscar.
There you go.
Yeah.
Finally.
There we go. This is the happy console that no corp is happy to see. And there we're going. HQ accesses now are gonna get rather painful.
Osklet is pleading for us to watch Gagarin after this game.
I don't know.
Oh,
do I want to be a streamer that is going to show people Gagarin repeatedly on the screen? I don't know. Like,
not repeatedly.
For people wondering about that Gagarin deck, put it together at home and try playing against it, even just like, on your own. You will regret it.
just install the Hacktivist. It's fine.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there we go. That was it.
Yeah.
That was a quick GG, but we're gonna see the reverse of this.
I think the more came just a little bit too late.
Yep. Demos. Oh, whoa. Okay, so yeah, Belazar is gonna be remaking the table, which is cool. We're gonna be hunting Belazar down in a second for the revenge. Well, actually, not revenge. For the second part of this, for the second half.
Yeah. Oslet's saying they want to see those two play. I like the idea after this game. If they are still playing, I like the idea of watching the irresistible force playing the unstoppable object, or the Gagarin and the anti-Gagarin, because you have to imagine that because I think they're both in NWE, that when they were building the Adam list, they were thinking, is the Adam list good against Gagarin? I guess Find the Truth is always good. 2 accesses of HQ whenever you run is good.
Yep.
But I don't know. Can you challenge the remotes? Not easily, I think.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
All right.
If they're still playing, we're gonna give them a go. But I reserve my right not to commentate on that part, because I'm just gonna be sighing here and rolling my eyes. On the other hand, let's watch actually a fun game for once. This is gonna be Zahia versus. Oh, I'm really sour face here. Sorry. Zahia versus Pelana. Let's see if. Assumedly, triple Patap Zahia can do something against Pelana. I would say yes. Let's see.
I'm just struggling to get in, unfortunately. Let me... Chainette doing silly things for me. All right, let's find the game again. Belazor. There they are. Okay. See that now I'm in. Yeah, Zion's an interesting one because smaller deck, and oh yeah. So these decks are so hard. If you don't run, you lose, and if you run, you lose. That's the problem with these spiky Polanas. Never build a remote. Just you've got to run every turn, otherwise you just enable the shipment nonsense.
Yeah. No nonsense. It's a beautiful card. I love it. I think it's one of the fairest shipments.
Yeah, I think.
Then again, if you mix this with seamless launch, then things get out of hand very quickly.
It's important to remember what cards do what when you run or don't run, and what needs a successful run. So subliminal, you only have to make a run. It doesn't have to be successful, but I think that's right.
Yep.
Shipment, you got to make a successful run in order to stop it triggering.
Yep.
Economic warfare, a successful run. Harder to use, just a run.
Yep.
How do we even keep all of these things in our brains?
I don't know. You're the one with the encyclopedic knowledge, so Between the two of us, you can quote cards from memory, and I'm like, what's this game again about? Like, you have runners and corpses. Yeah, that's as much as I remember.
Like that, yeah. So this is so hard now, because those knives tokens are gonna... Doof, okay, Doof is good. 6 credits, not enough to res the spider. Enough to res the Kakugo, though. So, and this is the matchup where being Steve at least gives you a card back on an HQ access, which is not insignificant, I think.
Yep. That could help you a bitsy bit with the smaller deck size against Polana and the spikiness within. But let's see if it's going to be enough. So far, so good. 1 point is not much, but then again, against this deck, the Corp is not really in a rush. They just want you to run and run and run again, and then you will just give up.
Yeah.
No other option for you.
It's one of these situations where you've got to be constantly aware of how many cards you have in hand and what can happen with the runner credit total. Have they got 3 credits or 4 credits, and have they got tokens or not? And are you making a run on Kakugo's server? And okay, loop is good. Loop is good. But here, like, snare just kills you here, right? Well, I guess, yeah, they bounce, so that's okay. That's good.
Yep. Okay, trashing cards, getting more money. And so far the game is progressing at a nice pace, relaxed pace. No drama just yet. It's a calm before the storm. We do have multi-access on the table, which is good. Zakia's doing her thing, the Corp's doing its thing. Everybody's happy.
Yeah, but now it's 10 credits, which means that it's spider time. Yeah, I think you got to make... Did Belazor make a run? They didn't. I think you got to make a run. Against this deck, you have to make a run. Even if it's an Archives run that does nothing for you apart from switching off the fast advance, I think you've got to do that. Because then it's going to be Ike on Archives, and then you're going to be Sad Face, and, you know...
Yep.
See, that's good. Knowing what the ice is. Now they know it's an Nancy on HQ, so you know you can't run there without the relevant tech. What's that in Archives? What's that weird card? Synth DNA modification. Ooh, spicy.
Yeah, those. Geez, I forgot their names. I keep saying Kakugo in mind. No, these are the puppies, the big puppies.
That's an interesting one, because that implies that there'll be remotes or protect. The first time a subroutine on a piece of IEP ice is to have broken every turn, do 1 net damage. So that's definitely spice. So that's, yeah, maybe you put that in a remote and just mill through the cards even faster. Mars saying, can you show the card? Can you hover over it if you haven't done that already?
Oh, on it. Oh, here comes the evil. Anansi, server 2 could even be a gank.
That's not. Oh, that's not good.
And if this is a ganked in server 2, this game is going to take a dramatic turn right now.
Yeah, I suspect it's. Well, it could be another synth DNA modification or an agenda.
Thank you, Roro, for being my backup brain here. Of course, the Komainu. It's a big Komainu on that synth DNA modification. Let's see what's going to happen here. The Anansi is already a bit of a pain in your spiderweb because this is an ouch. This is an ouchie. And here we go. Ooh, into an HOK. And here
okay, well, that's good.
Yeah.
I think I'd trade that access. You can't let Corp get another one.
Yep.
Down to 19 cards in stack and got to draw up now.
Yep. But you're still alive, and this is the good news.
I guess that maybe implies they don't have the shipment in hand, because otherwise I just put Anansi on archives and say you got to run every turn and it's going to cost you a ton whatever you do. Yeah, BCSJ saying Anansi should have been unique or something, and that is a very punishing ice. There's no doubt about that.
Not cheap though, and it's
8.
It's a card.
The trick is to install one of my favorite cards, Hernando Cortez, making Anansi 11 to res if you've got 10 credits, and if you've only got 9 credits or 8 credits, you're going to be broke after you've resed it anyway.
But there's a counterplay as the Corp, just playing on 9 credits all the time.
Yeah.
Basically, you just go down and then you just hedge fund up to 9, and then you're like, I'm keeping it real here. 9 credits is just enough. This is an interesting thing to figure out. What is a good average credit value for the Corp to dodge all those annoying runner cards that rely on you being rich? There's not that many of them, but like you mentioned, Hernando Cortez is an absolute pain if you see him.
Yeah, I've put him in my Steve deck just because HB, macrophage.
Yeah, no, macrophage.
7 to res.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that's good. They've got Begalta down, so so you either res the Anansi and go broke, in which case you can maybe take some R&D accesses without worrying about snare. But given, is the paperclip in the bin? Paperclip's not in the bin, so they know that they're just going to be bouncing here.
Yeah. We do have a paperclip in the bin, yeah.
Is there a paperclip in the bin?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there it is.
But yeah, I mean, this is probably just about loading up the turning wheel, because 10 counters on a turning wheel is a very nice number.
But you've got to beware of snares, and can you steal Obicata, because you know that there's going to be an Obicata there.
Yep. Corp on 10 credits, which is just enough to res another Anansi or a Kakugo, so the defenses are there in play. Oh, there we go. Let's guess some stuff. Falsified. Agenda? Synth DNA modification? Okay.
Okay. All right, I think it's nice to... Vinegar Mixing and Belazor needs to make sure they don't get blown out by Sadaka. That's very true, right? So,
yep.
So Sadaka for nuking the turning wheel, that's a really good point.
Yep.
Are they on Sadaka? Maybe.
Possible. That card is definitely in the card pool.
Yeah, so they know the Anansi on HQ.
Again, beefing up the turning wheel.
I don't. Yeah, but it's going to be a big dig. But you're going to have make sure you've got lots of cards to do it. So maybe you install. Maybe you draw up to 5. Install a new class act, and then R&D dig next turn. Yeah, I've been futzing around with Spiky Pilana this week, and it's so grindy. It just goes on forever. I mean, this is slightly different in that they've got quotes interesting cards.
Yeah.
Since DNA modification for the extra mill.
Yeah, this is what World is all about. You go to a random table to just see an ID you probably know and you've played, and then there's oh, this card, I haven't seen it in a long time because this card has been around for a while. And yeah.
So now they've iced archives. That I suspect that means they've drawn the shipment, right? So now you're drawing a shipment, you've got to make that run, or if you don't have the shipment in hand, you don't care if they run archives. But now they've got that. Plus, it stops the laundry runs.
Fail with an interesting take, and I definitely agree. Spiky Palana is a bold World's choice because of the timed rounds. And yeah, with a slower glaciary corp like Palana, you do have to go for a faster runner, or for a runner that you really know how to handle well and that you can be aggressive quickly to score those points to win if you're running low on time. What would be good choices to pair? This is like a wine pairing. What would you pair Palana with?
Well, the trouble is a fast runner is only as fast as the corp deck that you're playing against. So if you're really unlucky, you're both on Spiky Palana, and then you'll both probably just say, can we just ID this, just do a 2-for-1 this round? Because we're only going to get one game in anyway, so why don't we just make it a 2-for-1? I think part of the challenge for Bellator is they're dripping one a turn, but they haven't really been. I don't think that's enough to do a lot, right? So what could R&D be for 13 credits? You know, there could be a DNA tracker, iKey, somewhat expensive. Probably not on data loop in this build, I suspect.
Yeah, you probably don't need it here. I mean, it could be useful if you really want to score out, but you can just score out slowly and easily, and yeah, the Yagyudas and the House of Knives are going to give you the points.
Yeah, well,
here we go.
Let's just say probably leaning hard on all the APIs given the synth DNA modification.
Yep.
What's that one down there? Okay, DNA tracker. So maybe they figure they can't afford to, or they've got one out and they can't afford to res another one. And if you've got enough breakers in, it's not horrible for Unity to break. Right, so it's like, what is it? It's 5 to break if you've got 3 breakers installed. So now they're doing a dig.
13 counters on the turning wheel. That's going to be a lot of accesses. The Kakuga is going to make sure that you cannot steal, for example, 2 Obokadas.
So what you could do now, since nothing's been scored, is bounce on that. They can't res the Anansi on HQ, so you just sweep HQ.
Could go for a dig there. 6 credits. Oh, we're just bouncing off R&D. Okay, so Bellator is just saying, hey, listen, I'm just gonna build up this turning wheel to immense proportions, and then I'm just gonna do 1 dig and win the game. That's basically the plan here, I guess.
So I think, I don't know, there with them on 6 credits, I might have taken the HQ run, because you can see at least maybe see 2 or 3 cards. If they've got a snare and they fire it, they're then on 2 credits, so that makes it a little bit easier for them. You know, you've got a they're going to click for credits for a while.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Bellator started their turn 14.
Yep. We just keep. Wow. This. I wonder what is the tipping point. To access all the remaining R&D cards in one go. For now, we have 10 extra cards to access.
How many credits does Bellator make when he runs? Is it? I've never played Zaya. 1 credit for each time you accessed a card during that run. So you're going to get some money back when you finally see 20 cards out of R&D.
Yeah, I mean, for now, this is 10 credits on the turning wheel. That's a good. Oh, yeah, here we go. This could be it, but then again, maybe it's just prep. Maybe it's just about getting more money. And maybe we're still waiting for the next class act. We haven't seen one, so...
What are they going to be What are they going to be drawing for? Maybe they're just saying, okay, well, I'm just gonna run with 8 cards in hand.
That's one option, and the other option is also good to remember when you
Yeah, I think this is a good play, right? If they're gonna break this and they're gonna see all of HQ.
Yeah,
I think this is fine. Nothing scored for several turns.
Yeah, This is a good call here, I would say, or like this is a play that. Oh, there we go. That's the agendas.
Oh, that's interesting. They didn't choose to see more cards.
Yeah.
I think I would have done, but what do I know?
Oh, this could have been. Yeah. Well, I mean, well, this is the thing. Forgot the.
Oh, there you go.
Whoops,
Forgot the wheel.
Yeah, but this
Too
is the
late for
thing.
that now.
Exactly. Yeah. If we were playing a casual tournament, if there were no cards, access and whatnot, we could just kindly ask, you know, hey, can I actually undo this? I haven't seen any cards. I forgot to use. But then again, if you're playing,
I think
casual,
if you well, you'd have to make sure that you lose the same cards to Kakugo and DNA, which I think in Worlds you probably don't rewind that back.
Yep.
But
it's a lesson. I mean, it's a big card with a lot of counters on it. So this is what I like about the physical aspect of Netrunner. You can always put your most important card right in front of you and just go like, I will not forget about you. I will not forget about you. That helps me a lot. Mausolus. Decent.
More APIs.
Yeah.
So you're gonna. Well, I guess yeah, that's rough. Now you lose another one to the Kakugo. $13 hit points left. So they got 15 credits. If they run HQ, you probably do res the Anansi because it forced them to spend money and it gets the AP synth thing to trigger again.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely the card that just makes the runner think and think again, because the net damage is going to be painful. You're running low on cards. You do have 2 agenda points, but you still need 5 if you want to win. The probably only way you can win against the Scorb, which is just stealing the agenda, so you cannot really mill them out in this deck.
Yeah, and the stings are gonna be. You've also got to think about the stings and where the stings are sitting.
Mm-hmm.
Jakuza's saying doof HQ and then run R&D with a lot of counters, and then you get a lot of money back, of course. That'll be a Spin Doctor, I assume, because they've overdrawn to clear the hand. Oh, it's a snare. Kaboom.
And there was a diesel in there, and an inside job that would have been
and
nice.
a falsified.
Yeah.
I think you got falsified, and you just see what that one is.
That's an option, but then again, this was the very sneaky snare play. It was just, I'm just gonna put it there, like, let's pretend it's nothing, and yeah, that's. We're still fine. Everybody's still fine, and this is an interesting game here. Like, really,
no spin doctors so far, right?
Yeah.
So no spin doctors.
Yeah.
But yeah, I check archives here just to see what they're what they're getting rid of. Because if you're not really super careful, you know, they put one sting in the bin and then they'll fast advance out of the other sting from hand, and then you're taking some random amount of damage, the value of which I can never calculate because I don't know how sting works. Something, lots of damage.
Yeah, I think this is one of those things where it would be cool to have a little, I'm kidding here, of course, but like a little table, which like, if you have that, you know, it's like a little reference on the card itself. And you just go, okay, this is this row. Okay, so this is the damage. Yeah.
Like infamous IT department chart.
Yeah.
But only for Sting. How many do you have and how many do they have? Yeah. And also has to have multiple dimensions, because if your identity is PE, of course, if it hadn't been banned, that would do different damage. $21 counters on a wheel. That's a big one.
$21 counters is a lot.
I don't know. Drawing cards seems bad. I think your hit points are so important. Maybe if you run archives, you can see how many. Okay, so all right, so that'll be.
Yep.
This is the plan. This is clearly the plan. Yeah, but maybe you run archives. We don't. There's no spin doctor on the table, so whatever in archives is. If you don't see anything on R&D, That's a spin.
Yeah. When I
Okay.
saw the class act
Ooh.
install, yeah. Ooh.
There you go.
Ay, ay, ay. Ooh, okay.
There we go. Very clever. This is why you got to run, folks. You got to run every turn.
But then there's snares. We've all seen that happen. No, I was just hopping.
Yeah,
up.
but you can run.
Mhm.
You can run archives. Run archives. It's fine.
True. I was excitedly hopping here because when I saw the classic, it's like, this is, like you said, this is going to be the play. This is going to be the moment. This is what we've all been waiting for. I'm very happy we joined this table for this epic Bellasaur-sponsored run with the turning wheel with 21 counters. This is going to be big, whatever happens.
10. So you're going to see 11 cards off R&D.
Yeah. You just have to hit...
Have they got enough money to do it? What's this?
Oh, yeah.
And Nancy's going to be 5. I think you are in D-Dig here, right? But you've got to pick up 5 points.
Yeah.
And the agenda suite is probably 3 Sting, 3 House of Knives, Longevity Serum, and whatever number of Avocata you need to make it up to. Oh, they're running the other one, aren't they? They're running Yagyuda.
Oh, yeah.
So that's 3 Yagyuda is 6. 3 House of Knives would be 9. 1 Longevity is 11. 3 Sting is 14. So you've got 6, so maybe 2 Avocata?
Scientist saying maybe you let the Mausolus fire. Have you seen non-Mausolus influence? Vale is asking. Let's take a look. In the bin, there's nothing. So that's basically it. We've only seen 3 influence dots from the Mausolus.
Punitive, maybe? That's a good question, though.
Yeah.
Could be punitive.
Could be. I don't know. I mean, well, we'll see. Oh, archives. Okay, yeah, that's an interesting dig.
If this is Sadaka, you will weep salty tears.
No, please no. May you be wrong. Okay, oof, we're through.
Okay, what do we got here?
Okay, some snare. Oh, there's
How many
a House of Knives.
How many
Okay.
snares? How many snares?
This is good. This means you only need to hit.
One
Yeah, this
snare.
is probably win, I guess. Well, no, you still have to have the money to get
Well,
it.
Argus Crackdown, right? So there's Argus Crackdown.
Yeah, that's some.
That's 3 influence in the bin.
But this basically opens up a win with the Nobokata. You just have to have the money to get in. That's the story. Or the life points to burn. Oof.
Cable in the chat saying Mausolus the only one on the Hail Mary run. The only one you care about is the damage tag on Mausolus, so you can let them gain a credit. Take a tag as well, because you're not going to care about. Or maybe you run. Maybe you run second. This is the run, right? This is the run.
I mean, you have what, 9 cards in hand. You only need a Nobokata. You will see. Well, with 21 counters, you're going to see 10 extra cards, so 11 cards. Oh, okay, we're still going HQ just to see. Oof, but if this is... I don't know if this... I don't know if I would do this here. Then again, Coop... Well, I mean...
If they res the Mausolus, they go down to 7 credits, which means they don't have any money to res the other Mausolus.
Okay, Anansi on the table. Okay, we're going through. Okay, so this was a guess that maybe in those 3 cards, and Bellasaur is probably not going to forget about... oh, that's a doof. Fair enough. And now, yeah, definitely you remember of the TTW, and that's it.
No, that's not. That's 6.
Oh, that's 6. Oh, geez, what am I
And a
counting?
snare.
Oh no!
And what's the other one? And a snare. And what's the last one? Did they not see? What did they see? Obicata? Oh, Obicata preemptive and snare. So now that's it, because you can't run.
Yeah.
You can't run. That's game, right?
Well, you have 20
unless
turns.
You've got.
Will the corpse score out?
Well, all you can do is take credits and keep running the Anansi.
That's pretty much it. Yeah, so this is the thing. The corp now has to...
And you can't run the Anansi because you'll take damage to the synth DNA modification. So I don't think you can... I don't think the runner has a play from here.
You could just wait for the Corp to go for a play with server 2, and they would have to remove the synth DNA modification if they want to score an agenda. Otherwise, they're going to get timed out on their RD cards. But no, of course. This is like... Oof.
But they're just gonna score out from hand now.
But this is the funny thing as well. Bellator is taking credits without clearing the tag.
Yeah, but they can never run to use the Tony Wall tokens.
Fair enough. But, I don't know, like... Locked out. Yeah, but it's only 19 turns. The Corp can get decked out. And the runner's winning on points. I would not give the game up. I would just say, let's play fast and let's see what happens. Because, I mean...
Or very, very slowly. Get your copy of Moby Dick out and start reading that.
No, because the thing is, unless the Corp... I mean, what do you do? The Corp would have to have a third Kakugo on the remote.
Well, all the Corp's got to do, since you can't run, is find the shipments, and then they can store their other 3 Ts from hand, or they can just install Obokata naked. So,
well, yeah, it's tough, but it's still not a game lost. Yesterday, I was playing a board game in which we were in a completely losing situation, and we were still like, yeah, let's just play it out until the end because chances are we're gonna roll the dice nicely or something. But yeah, this was a good game. I was really hoping for a super duper deep dig. Okay, we have a concession, so we're gonna jump out of the stable and...
Oh, they had Mad Dash.
Yeah. No, this is really hard.
Oh, yeah. Wow. You've really got to... Yeah, it's so hard to remember everything here.
Exactly. I mean, this is, especially when you play against Palana and cards just drop out of your hand. Oof, what a game. We're in round 2 of 7, so there's still going to be 5 rounds. And we're just looking at options here on the table.
Yep.
I'm going to take a very quick...
So, table 2 is still live. Do you want to just quickly jump into table 2 and give Oskla her fix?
Do we really want to see that? I mean, it's going to be painful.
Yeah, sure we do. Let's just see.
I mean, I'm just going to jump in there and just go, and then I'm just going to be forever quiet.
Okay, what do we got here? Let's look at this. Veritas. I think it's interesting. What have we got? Oh, goodness me, look at that. Overseer Matrix. Wall to wall. It's interesting they've got this far. I guess we should ask, is this game 1 or it's turn 17, so this is probably game 2?
Probably. Okay, so we have some requests. No more grindy red decks on stream. I think we're gonna be trying to avoid Gagarin and well, I mean, they're probably, I mean, I don't know, but Gagarin and Palana are going kind of on the slight no-go list. Nothing against the players, it's just these decks we've seen already, so we're gonna be hunting for some additional, I don't know, NBN experiences maybe and so on. But yeah, no,
I think if these decks from good players do well, we're going to be seeing them on Sunday on stream anyway in the cut. So, I think variety in Swiss is good, and it's just seeing what kinds of things people are coming up. Maybe jump down to the lower tables and just see some of the more diverse decks that people are playing.
Osklet is sharing very controversial opinions. Why avoid Gagarin? It's interesting. Maybe from a scientific point of view. But yeah. So,
this is an interesting one because Adam has gone poor, right? Mm-hmm. So Adam has gone poor, so they're going to be vulnerable to a hard-hitting news and econ warfare play, which I assume that they're playing.
So archives, fair enough. There's basically econ warfare and boom in there. It's all Wayland love. It's like postcards made of bullets and explosions. Hi, my name is Jack Wayland and this is my Valentine, and it's 20 megatons of love, basically. Ugh.
So yeah, I mean, what are we? Just looking at the build. This is the kind of deck that either wins very quickly, mm-hmm. right, or loses very slowly. I sense, right? Gagarin wins fast because they get some kind of god draw and so on, or else you end up grinding them over end turns. 3 cards left in the stack for for Adam, which means that actually City Works becomes unstealable if you can get it out there at a certain point.
Ooh.
So,
misdirection. Okay, that sounds like HHN play.
And Hardigan news. So that's going to slow them down a turn, I guess, and put them way back on money.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that the folks who came up with this kind of build are also assuming that APOC isn't around much. So without much APOC, then the softness of these wide decks becomes less of an issue, because honestly, if in a situation like this you land APOC and don't get tagged, you're probably winning.
Yep. Okay, people in the chat taking all sorts of guesses, takes, and whatnot here. And okay, I do understand that this is the deck where, like you said earlier on, this is probably something we're going to be seeing more of, because there's 12 of them, if I remember correctly, in this field only today. Tomorrow there's probably going to be something else of that same flavor. And okay, let's take a scientific look at this, and let's figure out how to actually beat this. I beat this deck once when I faced it recently, being just extremely lucky and just calculating my odds and being lucky. That's it. That was the only thing that helped me win against it. Nothing else. I think I was playing Zahia, by the way. But that's probably a crim. But yeah, it's a rough deck to face, honestly.
Yeah, and I don't think we won't. We're not going to just show Gagarin games, but with the number of the distribution that we've got on the identities that the people are playing. There's 20 CTM, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever large number it is. So on the top tables, you're probably going to find that those are dominated.
I want to find some Shaper games. Yeah, later on Shaper games. I need to see some Shapers in action. What are Shapers, like today? Like, they're not popular.
Yeah. Oh, I've just realised there's a false lead scored. So 4 clicks and 11 credits. Yeah. So to get good, scoring the SDS to nuke the misdirection, and then landing the hard hitting, very clever play, because they're going to have to pay the Citadel trace. So maybe do we know if it's a high profile target or a boom deck? I can't remember from the last one.
So Percommons was on high profile target. This is a boom, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's an HPT in there as well. Like a 1-off or maybe a 2-off, I don't know, because it's just a good card and you just have it there because it just kills the runner. So either or. We do officially accept the apologies of one of the players saying that math is going on in their head. That's okay. Math happens in this game quite a lot. We're going in for the HQ. The Mephalysis has happened, and now it's time to see if you can pull off a win as the runner this turn. Otherwise, your odds of survival are decreasing at an exponential rate, I would say. Mad Dash! It's all or nothing. Or actually, well, it's basically.
So Mad Dash and a big HQ sweep, and then maybe you hope to take the boom.
Yeah. Something went wrong here? Oh yeah, sorry, that was the wrong shortcut. Okay.
Just no hand filtering, I guess, with DBS and stuff like that, and probably in the Gagarin list. So, bankers. Business show, wall to wall, high
that's
profile
an HPT. That's the kill.
Oh. Okay, there you go.
That's the kill. But you
So
have a
now
Citadel, so that's the good news.
Now you false lead, but then they can just trash the Citadel and then play the high profile target. So yeah, that's
that
it.
Citadel is the safe house here. It's definitely a sanctuary. It's definitely a Citadel. To withstand a lot of meat damage, you need something bigger than just a little shed somewhere in the field. You need a proper Citadel. Okay, here we go. No more runs for you. The trace is gonna happen. The Corp just making sure, no, you're not gonna lose those tags. Or just, sorry, the single tag. And now, is there a... Oh, yeah, well, of course. No way to survive this. And, well, that was... How to put it? It's becoming one of those plays where you kind of like, yeah, I saw this coming, of course, from a mile away. Fair enough. We're gonna leave them to commiserate each other for playing Gagarin, like seriously.
Cool.
But yeah, let's take a quick look.
Okay, what else is out? What else is out there?
What else is rolling still? We have Anarcho Mushroom versus Space Ice on CTM. I'm trying to see if there's any NBN or other runner we haven't seen yet. Snoopy on Hoshiko versus Palana. Okay, well, nothing against Bao-chan, but Palana we've seen. Matushchak on Controlling the Message versus Max. Okay. Agash on Adam versus Reality Plus. Reality Plus. Oh yeah, there's Rotage on Palana and Christopher on Steve at this moment. I don't know. We could jump in there, I guess. So that would be table 12. I'm just again checking the list to see that we're cleared for it. Let's take a look. Although it's a Palana, but there's a Steve Cambridge. That's always fun. Oh, look at this beautiful, beautiful situation on the table. This is just rough.
Did he jump into table 12? Is that right? Chris Ferg versus...
Yeah, exactly.
Rotage.
Yeah, Rotage and Chris Ferg.
Okay.
Yeah. I just want to see...
I'm just going in there now.
I want to see Steve Cambridge being back. Because some people have... I've been listening to some podcasts and reading some scoops by people who have been making some educated guesses. And Steve Cambridge has been popping up and again as the potential crim to fill in for 419.
Mm-hmm. So another big wheel dig with a mad dash, which would have won the game, of course, in the Palana game that we saw. So.
Hindsight is always 2020, but yes. Diviner, let's go. The chat is going wild. Thinking. Okay, so now, do you burn your turning wheel tokens for extra accesses? Here, that's the question. The Mad Dash could win you the game. Yep, there we go. That's the Mark II counter saying nope. Then you say just making sure that, yeah, you're not.
Yeah, I think you had to, especially with the Mad Dash, you had to do that really.
Yep.
So now the Mad Dash is gone, and I guess Steve is probably only playing one. I think in my Steve list, I've only got one.
This could be the spicy Steve list with two. You never know. This is the other part I really love about Worlds, where people bring more or less the same core, the same shell of a deck, and then there's just exactly those moments like, oh geez, you actually brought 2 copies of this card. It's like, yes, because I prefer to play it this way. This is where the game shines a lot when it comes to customizing. And just your own preference, which can surprise your opponent. And seriously, a single copy versus a double copy of a card can make a huge difference if your opponent is, for example, saying you will have only one of this, right?
Interesting. I think this is maybe the same build as we saw earlier in the day that MCG was playing with the Diviner, which is an interesting choice. Is it the best ice? I don't know. They've chosen it, so they must have play tested it a bit.
Yeah, I mean, against Unity is a bit sad, I would say, but then again, it's a good face check ice. And I guess in a grindy deck, yeah, you want to have as much net damage as possible. Even if they go through it, it's still painful, so... Here we go with all the money in the world. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, I'm just thinking Steve's got some... They're not terrible on money. Penny Shaver makes a big deal. Ooh, yeah, that's a big hit.
And that Lacoste, ouch. This was a big run.
Yeah, I think Chris is looking solid here.
Mm-hmm. But Roto just
And Maiden asking a sneak door in this kind of Crim deck. It's the kind of sneak door is the card that you think that people would play, especially with your Steve, but in practice they don't. It's quite expensive.
But I would love to see a
but
sneak
it's
door here. No MU though.
But yeah, it's always a surprise because people don't tend to run it, and so when you do run it, it does catch people out.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's an interesting shout.
I guess Sneak Door has to compete for MU with the likes of Rozeki, and Rozeki kind of in the long run is theoretically always better. Okay, that's an NGO, so no dice.
Yeah. On the other hand, the cost of running HQ is going to kind of make it... What's the cost? It's going to cost net 5 for a Nancy, and then another 2 for the others. So it's 7 to run HQ. Mm-hmm. So if they want to recur a card, it's 7. It's going to cost them 7 credits.
Yep.
They're probably off better just remote locking at this stage. I don't know.
Oh, Doomrod saying that Ike makes you lose in the late game frequently, and Diviner tested really well. Okay. I mean, this is the part where it's always great to hear from people who played the decks and they have observations, because looking at this ice, I would just say yes, but no. But then again, it kind of works with the plan. Yeah.
I mean, it's 2 to res instead of 1. It does less net damage. It does do an end the run, I suppose.
Yeah.
If you unless you're a corp who only chooses to play cards with even numbers.
This is the secret tech.
See, that's the tech. That's the tech that everybody needs to play.
Exactly.
The anti-diviner tech.
And then Diviner's like, whatever.
Just play even numbered cards. You definitely play more and not penny shaver.
And I would suggest all your cards are as close to 1 as possible, and you just Q-Shock the hell out of everything. That's it.
That would be pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, I mean...
Somebody needs to build that deck.
Yeah. MCG is my Q-Shock sensei, so to speak, so I've always seen him play Q-Shock to great effects, or to fun effects. So, yeah. Osklit saying Diviner is nice because it teaches math. Yeah, true. It's the best kind of education. You learn,
it's net 9 to get in. Because it's 5 plus 2 plus 2. Gosh, net 9 to recur a card. Maybe you get 2 falsifieds back.
This could be it. Oh, that's an Obokata. So yeah.
Boom.
Rough stuff. And Steve showing that the crims are gonna crim. Masterfully grifting here and just making sure that the points stay on the runner side. Okay, let's just jump out of the table and what else is there? Table 31. It's another Steve versus Precision Design. I mean, let me just check if that list is good for us to see. I think we're fine. Let's just jump into table 31 then. Maybe they're done already. Who knows?
Yep, Tradon I think is from Germany.
Yeah, he's one of the most collectible collectors of cards ever. If you
of course
are wondering,
that's right.
If you wonder if there's a collection bigger than his, probably somewhere, but probably like one of them. Oh, we had a request for an NBN. I promise next round, there's gonna be an NBN game or 2. For now, let's see what the Steves are doing, because really, Steve Cambridge's. Also known as Steve Oxford to some other friends, depending on who he's talking to. He's basically here to, kick remotes and chew bubblegum, and he's all out of remotes apparently in this one. Although this remote is a challenge, huh? How do you even approach this? Yeah, with a gatekeeper at 0, it's probably safer with your Unity to just dig there and get agendas. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? You get the accesses where you can. 6 cards left now.
6 cards left. Gosh, that's not that.
Yeah.
That's not very many.
Yeah.
I wonder. Yeah, that's a lot of cards gone. I guess it's a smaller deck. Maybe they spun them back. Oh, they had no spin doctors used.
It's just looking.
So they 5 cards left. So maybe HQ is full.
Yeah. R&D seems to be the ticket. Okay. Oof. 4 points in 1 turn. That's not a bad thing. But the corp is responding in kind.
Okay, food.
Yeah, this is getting interesting.
So the question is, what's the top card of R&D? Because they're probably going to access that next.
Yep. Let's just check the discarded cards.
Yes.
Nothing out of the ordinary on either side.
Yeah, the clever thing to do is, with security testing running on archives, you just put your agendas in archives and hope that they forget that they never don't access them. That's the one I always do.
Going for the
So
safe.
if you don't see an agenda here, do you run H? Oh, there it is.
Yeah, that's it. That's a Ikawa, which by many is named the stand-in Vacheron card, which could be slowing the runners down a bit. So sorry, I mean this was basically 3 skillful, very skillful accesses off the top of R&D, and that's it. But yeah, okay, well let's jump out. I have no idea of the time in the round. Let's just take a quick look. Oh, there's like 2 minutes left, so maybe let's just not jump into any tables because I don't want to. Well, there's not that many running anyway, but I don't want to freak anybody out.
No, I think that's fine.
So, I will have a question. Your predictions for the color of the final. Who do you think is going to be in the finals?
Who do I think is going to be in the finals?
Sorry, who as in which IDs? Sorry, yeah, the color meaning the IDs, the.
So I think the dark horse is Adam, because obviously Adam's been chosen by some very good players out of Northern Europe or Northwestern Europe, although relatively small part of the field, only 12, whereas lots of people on various maxes. I think the question is the extent to which the wide decks, so the Gagarins and the CTMs, can be handled by the sort of decks that other people are playing. So probably if we look at what's in the we're probably better off making a call on that once we've seen what the standings look like after 2 rounds.
Yeah,
because it's hard to see any of these more niche ones like that are down just on the basis of statistics only. You'd say it was probably going to be CTM, the big 4, CTM, PD, Polana, and Gagarin. And then Hershiko at 6 players doesn't seem like likely. So I think it feels like it's going to be Max versus... Yeah. Max versus another corp identity, but I don't know. What do you think?
Great question. I mean, I wish I could see a Shaper and a Wayland on the final tables. That's probably going to be, well, on the Wayland side. I hope it's not Gagarin, please. But there's very little to pick from today. Tomorrow we don't know yet. Let's see what the
Shaper has Wu, right? So Shaper has 5. There are so few players on Shaper. How many even are there? 8 out of 86 Shapers. Which is kind of, I mean, I've never really been a big Shaper fan, but I guess I understand the sadness of those who are Shaper addicts.
Exactly. I mean, Shapers are like fun. It's just, in this meta, it's kind of hard to compete. I mean, even Adam seems more fun and kind of, well, universally playable, I would say, because this is the trick here. You have to face all the different colors of different flavors on the other side of the table, and with the Shapers we have right now, it's kind of not easy unless you've been playing Shaper for a long time. But yeah. So, but realistically, I think it's going to be Criminals, not only because of the numbers, it's just, I think Zachia's combined with Steve's or reborn into Steve's or with DJs or whatnot. That's a powerful thing. And the turning wheel with a ton of counters, which might be the scenario in more than one game, could be turning into a lot of money, for example. But of course, it's not about this single play. It's just about the multi-axis that you can build up. But yeah, so I think Crims, and I think it's gonna be NBN of some sort. Not because there's 20 controlling the messages. I would love to see Acme Consulting, actually. I played some Acme and I really liked it, and it was very good. Then again, yeah, I haven't played it against the builds that I've seen so far here, so I have no idea how it would perform.
I think an interesting question is what happens with the Anak. Maybe the Anak Gagarin max up and the Anak CTM max up. It's probably what you draw, what your opening card is, because hand disruption. If the max decks are all on more and can get more down and can hand disrupt, then they probably have some game. But it's a hard one. I don't know.
Yep.
We'll have to see. I shall just enjoy watching the stream and seeing what happens.
Exactly. This is the most fun of it. Just not knowing. This is the fun part. By the way, a silly technical question, but can I count on you for the next round as well?
Let me just check my agenda.
Absolutely, take your time with it.
My next meeting isn't until 3 o'clock, so yeah, I could join for another round.
Perfect, that's gonna be great. Thank you so much, because that definitely makes the stream more interesting as well for people with different takes and different approaches to what we are seeing on the table. How is the chat doing, by the way? Hello to everybody who just joined us. They want oh yeah, go on.
Well, I just thought I might just. My wife's just put her head around the door, so I'm going to probably, it's lunchtime, I suspect, is the call. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab the lunch and then come back. So I'll be back with you in just 5 minutes.
No worries, take it easy and yeah, save lunch grabbing to you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll just mute. I'll just mute myself, but I'll leave myself in the call.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna have. Oh, we already have the pairings. Whoop whoop. Let's take a quick look. I was going to say I would love to see some NBN as well, because we did have a request for NBN. So I would say let's take a look at the matchups here. I would like to avoid controlling the message because it's cool, but it's kind of controlling the message. We've seen already Captain Nice. I might be choosing a very unusual table, okay? Bear with me, folks. We have the Harishandra. Do you want to see the Harishandra? I was kind of hoping to see Asmari Etek. I don't know, people, you tell me. E plus Sunny. Let's see Sunny. Yeah, the thing is, between the two tables that do have Sunny on them, table 17 is the one I do have clearance for. I don't have clearance for table 1. I am sorry, folks, but like I said, I'm gonna respect the clearance I am given, because this is table level clearance. Kitchen table level clearance. This is World, so it's kind of a bigger kitchen table. So table 17 is an option for us. There's a Reality Plus on there. What are other Asmari attacks? Oh, come on, people! I want to see table 24 right now. Look at this matchup. We have. Let me see if we could totally see table 24. Asmari attack and meeting and sports metal. Are you okay with me choosing table 24, people? Is this going to be a crime against watchability? No, watchability. Is that even it right now? I would love to see that table. They're not starting just yet. You should grab something to drink and whatnot. I have big mugs around me with cold tea and cold hot chocolate, but I'm gonna be taking a refreshing break later on, just to make sure that I do have my liquid levels as well. Let's take a very quick look at the standings. And again, this is only round 2. Oh, sorry, this is gonna be round 3. Indeed. Should be fixing this as well. Where is my professional approach to things? This is terrible. So this is gonna be round 3 of 7. we're slowly getting to that point where I don't even know if IDs are going to be a thing, or if there's going to be bubbles or whatever, or I don't even know what. But yeah, cold tea is the best, man. Indeed. But anyway, let's take a look at the standings. We do have a bunch of people undefeated so far. 5 people in there. Guyot, Tutilgat, Sir Loading, Bridgman, and Bookkeeper. And look at this. There's a lot of NBN in there. Just saying. So yeah, NBN seems to be on the up. Here, there's this Loathe, the Gagarin. I mean, no, Gagarin is cool. And I love the players playing it. The deck is just menace to my eyes. But it's a legal, legit deck that does things. And there's Anarchs. Where are my Crims at? Come on. Ooh, Snoopy is an Asa group. We may have to see Snoopy's game later on. Asa group and Hoshiko Shiro. And a lot of... let's put it this way. I don't spend a lot of my time on JNet. So I don't know all the usernames. I usually know usernames from tournaments. So there's a lot of usernames here that I have seen before. But some of them are unknown to me, and that's cool. And I really love the rainbow of colors we have here. All the different IDs, all the different factions, maybe I should put it this way. The 12 Adams are quite a treat, huh? Really cool to see Adam. I'm so sad enough nobody's playing Apex. I'm kinda curious about tomorrow, maybe an Apex. And, oh yeah, very good call, SCD. Restoring Humanity on the 7th position here with Krusty. So yeah, Krusty and Snoopy are in my sights. They're kind of there with 2 IDs that are not bad, they're just different. There's a bit of a greenish tinge to everything. Yeah, well, this is, this is my fixation with basically dark screens and green letters because it's easier on my eyes. Okay, I think they're starting. Let's transition into the table. If you just joined us, we are on day 1 of 3 of this year's Nisei World Championships of Netrunner, a certain game that's kind of fun, I hear. And we're going to be seeing round 3 on the screen right now with 2 players playing IDs that we have seen and we haven't seen just yet. And there we go, Subliminal to start off. Sports Metal is the name of the game. Going fast here, make no mistake. And we have Max on the other side with Hippos in the bin. And Max is also fast. And yeah, this game could be over before it starts. Hyperloop extension, you don't worry, as Sports Metal about losing agendas. Yeah. I absolutely agree with the assumption that these are gotta go fast decks. They're gonna go fast. Hagen, which is a solid ETR. So it does end the run, doesn't have anything to trash, which is fair. Rozeki, the green ball of money making. And Rashida. On the corp side for draw and extra credits. Okay, we're going all in on the draw here, just drawing and making sure that the hand has options to potentially contest that single Hagen here. A Botulus would be already enough to get in. But then again, if you're playing against Sports Metal, chances are they're going to be on Magnet for some reason. I mean, Botulus is a thing, it exists. Mythic Endured getting to play Subliminal here for the extra value, as there were no runs by the runner prepping up for an offensive later on. And this Max has still the time, especially, you know, since the one-pointer agenda gets, well, sniffed out from the hand. The Corp, is in a good spot to score next turn, no problem whatsoever. Let's see, for now we have a sprint. So clearing that hand of potential problematic things. Oh, there we go. Is this a score? No, this is just saying, hey, do you have something to contest the server, or will I score this? Or is this an NGO? And here we go, both sides on points, but HHN now becoming a very real threat to end this game before points happen. I'm just quietly observing here, trying to see what's gonna happen next. And we have Armin with the 9 credits and 4 tags. And, well, you try to lose the tags, of course. That's the best way to go about it. You do stay on 1 tag. Will Meeting Adjourned decide to trash some resources here? No, we're going for a Tranquility Home Grid instead. Twisty in the chat with a lovely line. Hard-hitting sports comes after hard-hitting news, but before hard-hitting weather. Of all the 3 things, I think I would actually be most worried about hard-hitting news still. I mean, hard-hitting weather, you can get used to. Hard-hitting sports, there's a lot of them. Hard-hitting news, that could be a lot of different things. Archive memories from HQ. So the Maw gets to trash something. A random card. Rashida for additional value. And Meeting Adjourned. Hoping probably to put something on HQ just to stop losing pieces of the puzzle that he's trying to put together here. But maybe there's no ice in hand. Then again, it's kind of hard to decide. If you have the likes of Tranquility Home Grid in your deck, you probably have more ice. It's just maybe you're not drawing into this.
Okay, I'm back.
Hello and welcome back. In Bon Appetit.
Okay, so where have we jumped into?
We jumped into, I wish I remember, table 24. I think that was the number. And
24.
It's Armin Firecracker versus Meeting Adjourned. We have Sports Metal versus Max.
Sure. Nice to see a Sports Metal deck after it was doing so much for so long, and everybody kind of wrote it off, but somebody's playing it here.
Yeah, and the thing is, this is an HHN Sports Metal, so we had hard hitting, we had Global Foods. Yeah, this is interesting.
Big max. This is a big max. 48, 51, 58 card max.
Yeah. It's always interesting to see more than 45 cards max because they do come at different numbers. It's almost like playing a lottery. It's like, what number do I put on this max? But yeah, let's take a look what's gonna happen here. We do have some extra trashes. I'm just gonna open up the bins, so to speak, because I love to look at what people threw out. And it seems to me that, yeah, well, both sides have already played some of their good cards. The situation here, the harder part of this, is for Armin to be floating those 5 tags, because what is the tag punishment here? And this is also what the chat is all about.
So what's the influence spend so far? HHN?
Yep.
2 of those.
Yep.
Nothing else seen so far, I think.
Yeah, so that's 4 points out of
So
15.
plenty there for boom and stuff.
Yep. Going into overdrive here. Sorry, overclock, but same. And that hippo is gonna do some work. Is that hasty server one is definitely worth securing for the runner. There's a Maryland campaign, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe you leave the tranquility here and just allow a card to more.
Mm-hmm. It was good to clear that Hagen either way because, well, that tranquility protected is a bit of a annoyance.
I mean, I feel like I clear down here.
Oh, we're going for the archived and getting sprint. Okay, so there's definitely the need to find options on the corp side. A bit more money wouldn't be a bad thing, especially if you're only on 5 credits that Marilyn's going to be ticking if the runner doesn't do anything about her, but who knows what's going to happen next turn. Okay, there we go. Server 2. I have no idea what that could be. Could be a sneaky Rashida or a spin. I don't know. Well, yeah.
A spin doctor.
Okay, we're clearing the tags.
Maybe you check that last click. Yeah. Yeah. So maybe more from hand, and then check server 2 probably. Because either a Rashida or a spin doctor is very bad for you.
Yep. You definitely want to make sure. Oh, okay. We're going for a fermenter instead. Okay. 3 tags floated. That's a spin. Well read. This is all about finding the tag punishment right now, I guess. It's just... Yeah, digging. Armin Firecracker with the same read. It's like, you're looking for something, and I'm worried about the card you're looking for, but, well, maybe you're not going to find it.
But I think here, if runner clears down to 1 tag and has 2 cards in hand, then it feels like a wise play.
Another open server play here, just to make sure that, well, the runner is not going to be contesting this anyway. Another spin doctor. Yeah, it's a very relaxed game of attrition and nerves, basically, right now. Just to... who has the bigger nerve to keep going their way. Subliminal messaging, that's always good value here. And, well, I would assume that once the Maryland ticks down, that remote is gonna start being scoreable again, as long as whatever it is defending it is not passable by basically the whole suite, including the Botuli as well, We haven't seen... Have we seen any simul chips? Really? So chances are there's a simul chip somewhere.
That's an interesting one. Does Big Mac spend influence on simul chips?
That's actually
Maybe.
a very good question, yeah.
Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not, yeah. Okay, here we go, that's it. So Maryland campaign goes away. Everyone gets a card, and Tranquility Hungrid fires as well. And no advances, but yeah, this is the part where you just take it easy. And maybe it's gonna be a Mega Pre, maybe it's gonna be a Hyperloop, maybe it's gonna be nothing. Maybe it's just a Rashida.
Yeah, and I feel like run and force the Spin Doctor trash. If there, maybe you want to now maybe you get your money up to a sensible level, and then
people being kind to each other, which is always good to see.
yeah, I think people are, it's good to be generous to your opponents as long as there's no hidden information revealed or anything else like that. So that undoes the liberated click. Okay, there we go.
Yep, so here we go. Rashida for extra money, extra draw, extra everything. The best thing that can happen to you right now is, well, start scoring. Put some extra protections in and just go for it.
Biotic into Luminal. Okay.
Yep, might as well.
It's hard, right? I mean, I think you have to challenge. You've got to keep challenging to disrupt, because otherwise, you'd imagine they're probably on Audacity too, so they may have spent some. They may have spent some money on Audacity.
Arc Lockdown just removed Black Orchestra.
Ooh, that's spicy.
Yeah. This is getting more and more interesting. Happy to have tuned in for this game, because this sports metal is not pulling any punches. It's just saying, hey, might as well have some more metal in my sports. Going for R&D then, and let's see what's in there. Meeting adjourned, just saying, yeah, please come in. I don't mind. I'm on 5 points. Gachapon getting the drop here. And here comes the Black Orchestra. That is a cool dig. This is the last copy of the Black Orchestra. If this for some reason gets removed from the game, it's gonna be a slightly different game. Not many other tools other than Botulus to deal with code gates. And then again, you can imagine if Botulus is the name of the card you're going to be using, and this is an HB deck. Chances are there's actually magnets that could pretty much hinder your Botulus plays, and then it's all going to be about synchronizing your Botulus against their magnets, or the other way around, of course, if you're the Corp. Going for the HQ. Oh, that's a big one. Gatekeepers also very cool if you think about it. Cheap and efficient. Okay, this is just getting better and better. Audacity, indeed. And then a random Maw Trash. 3 face-down cards in Archives. Would you be checking here, or would you still... Right, I don't know, would you be... Oh yeah, clicking for money, I guess. I think 3 cards is...
I think the danger... I think you check it if on a turn that it's possible you can lose, right? And that's the problem. There's the Audacity. That's the thing, right? So that's what you had to watch out for, was the Audacity.
Oof. Good game. This was good. I like the sports metal. It's fun to watch. Okay, so let's take a look at the reverse of this. It's hard to imagine there's going to be still 4 more rounds of Netrunner, because this is just so much goodness. I'm like, ooh, it's like Christmas.
4 more today. Do we know how many people are registered for tomorrow?
I think the general number is hovering around 200 people. I don't know if it's above or below.
So maybe 120 tomorrow then? Okay,
Yeah,
where do we want to go? Oh,
table 24. That's
table 24. Let's have a look. Fine, 24.
It's going to be Valencia versus Asmari, and this is what I'm here for. This was the matchup I was like, ooh, Val and Asmari.
Valencia's still good.
Mm-hmm. With a laptop bag, or sorry, console bag this big, you have to have some tricks up there. Then Asmari, which just came back to us recently, and this is the interesting piece in the puzzle. When your turn ends, you may name a card type, gain 2 credits for the first time each turn the runner plays or installs a card that has the type you last named this way. So yeah, we're gonna be seeing the prompt on this card for the type of the card chosen. Tommy Joe asking, what year is this? I don't know. Since the pandemic started, it could be any year, to be honest. Asmari EdTech usually names event. There are very few matchups where it names something else, but apparently there are ways to play around this, like for example having a lot of resources.
I've been really enjoying playing Sunny, and it's kind of hilarious that when people name event against Sunny, because sure, you've got events, but you can, especially early on, it's fine. I'll just play my daily casts. I'll just play my Brizeki. I'll just play my data folding. I'll just install my things, and then the difference I think is you can make a lot of forward progress as Sunny with resources without having to play events. And then of course when they switch to that, and that's when you play the sure gamble in the dirty laundries. So what have we seen so far? Nothing especially spicy here. Again, I feel like with a lot of these matchups, it's figuring out what flavor you're on. Is it Neurospike Asmari? Yep. Is it Tag Me Asmari? Is it just good stuff Asmari? What flavor is it? There's so many things that it can be. So if you can make sure that you've got the credit lead in case it's HHN, then at least taking those early accesses tells you something about the game plan.
There's a lot of draw happening here on the Corp side. 2 Rashidas already in the bin, and well, that's gonna probably translate into strong plays right now by Armin. The money's there, the cards are definitely in hand, so let's see what can be done here. Moneying up, Okay, unless there's some combo play, there's going to be also some discards happening. But there's a spin on the table, so that's totally on brand, so to speak. You can, for example, get rid of a card that you don't really need or you don't really want in your hand right now, and the spin doctor is going to take care for you.
Yeah, this feels quite glacier-y, doesn't it?
Yep. Again, we're going for event, and Valencia's gonna abide by something else, maybe. You know, at some point you have to play an event. Come on, Valencia. Oh, that's a resource. What is it?
Now you play the pad tap and then play the events.
This is so
I have this
rude.
dream one day.
Uh-huh.
I have this dream one day when my turn against Balala is going to be install pad tap, install pad tap, install pad tap, draw. Over to you.
The dream turn indeed. I mean, that's the best. Oh, here we go. You get a hedge, I get a credit. Why not? And there's a lot of money on the runner side. Significantly less on the table, so to speak, but Armin is on 20 credits, so nothing to worry about there right now. And just going for the fun times.
Yeah.
Okay, what's in the bin then? In the heap, we do have a Blorch, also known as a Black Orchestra, and a Paperclip, and a Botulus.
Three advancements, you know what that means.
An over-advanced NGO?
Well, either the over-advanced NGO or the you know, that one that makes you put your cards back in the re-education. Is that the card?
I think it's re-education, yeah. And there was also degree mill, but I mean, yeah, I guess re-education is probably
the degree mill. But yeah, I don't know. I think I would challenge this. Do I have all my breakers out? What am I missing?
22 credits.
No,
might as well.
No MK Ultra. So
ooh, Hydra. Oof, that's
you don't want to face check that.
Yeah, Hydra is expensive, but it's totally worth it. Might as well trash the NGO, but yeah, your time is running out here if the play is there like you just laid it out.
What's I can't remember what re-education says, whether does runner choose or does Corp choose? Runner chooses, right?
But then the cards, I think
I've had worse doesn't help you because you're only going to be left with 2 cards in hand, and then Neurospike kills you anyway. So
yeah. I really love it how just because there's a certain idea on the table and a certain situation, everybody already knows the 2 cards that are going to happen, and very often that actually does happen.
Just install the sports hopper. That's all you need.
Where's your car, Valencia? You need a sweet ride to survive this, potentially. This is the biggest Ballonaroos of all time. Possible.
I don't think what happened. Yeah, so you don't want to face check the Bologna because then they'll effectively res it for 5.
No,
because they get the money. They get the money back on the tag. Boomerang would be good here.
Oh yes. I mean, that Hydra is not making your life easy. And the Corp does have enough money.
Install Hernando Cortez, then run it. And it costs them 13 to res it, and they've only got 4 credits left.
So, do you think Hernando Cortez is going to make his appearance in the top cut?
I don't think so. It would give me nothing but delight if it was. So this is an interesting one because if you res anything, so now 14, okay. Because if it is re-education and they've got Neurospike in hand, you're kind of boned anyway.
Yep. Might as well install some money and hope for the best.
Install.
Here we go, re-education.
Oh no. Oops.
If you got it, you got it. Or if you get it, that is. Bam. The spike has happened.
The spike. Yep.
Okay, these were
It's a
good
thing.
games. Yeah. This meeting is adjourned. Well done, both players. It was fun to watch, and we're gonna be exploring another part. I think I was talking about Snoopy, and then people were mentioning Krusty. Is Krusty still playing? Yep. Let me just see if we are cleared for this.
Krusty against
MJP. That's table.
MJP table 5.
Table
Let's watch
5.
that one.
Let's take a look because
good choice. Good choice.
Let's take a look. Okay, zooming in, zooming out. Ooh. This is a very interesting, very low card HQ for NBN here. And Krusty is just running this wild virus build here on Max. With a lot of goodness. I've mined Max, basically. And we're digging deep here. MJP is kind of looking strapped for cash. Not for options though, because there are cards on the table that will help. And that daily business show is probably doing a lot of work here. Or has been doing earlier.
Yeah.
We haven't really been following the game, of course, from the start. But
I think if I'm Krusty, I think I would probably go in and kill the bankers group rather than taking the extra conduit run, because you've already seen a good few cards.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe, you know, they're not drawing agendas, and stopping them having 3 credits feels relevant.
Yep.
They're also not going to draw a boom right now if they're on that either. Well, maybe you go back that next turn once you go and get that next turn once you've seen what they're drawing.
Yep. Oh, this is perfect. We are joined, by the way, in the meantime, I just noticed right now because I'm hopping between windows like a window hopper, by the one and only Neuropanzer. So Neuropanzer, if you're with us, please make a sound and do jump in, and you can take over while I rest my throat.
Hello.
Hello.
Good to be here.
Good to have you. Good morning to you, I guess.
Yeah, good morning.
Thank you for joining. I'm just going to leave the two of you to it because you're going to be, you know, with your smooth and mellow tones, you're going to go through this game while I take a break from talking. So enjoy.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Vesper.
Thank you. Got a full day of Netrunner for me to look forward to, so that's super fun. This is round 3, correct?
This is round 3, yeah.
Excellent.
So have you got up very early in the morning for this? No, I guess not. It's 20 to 2 here, 20 to 9 or 10 or something where you are.
Yeah, it's almost like starting off a normal day of work for me.
So
this is an interesting game state that we're in.
Yeah, would you be trashing the bankers here? I feel like trashing the bankers and the Amani, if you're going to be on 5 tags, is probably the thing to do.
I agree. I think that especially the Amani trace firing and going from 4 credits, at which point there's a lot that you can do on 4 credits. You know, you can get through, well, I guess there's not any traces that are super relevant right now, but then still, you know, you can trash anything you see off of R&D with Conduit that's relevant.
Yep.
But on 1 credit, it's a lot harder to do that. And, you know, as CTM's not exactly in danger of winning the game right now, but
no.
If there's a slow-rolled Rashida in server 6, giving a turn like this does actually open up some lines where they can draw boom off of Rashida, which I don't think you love if you're on 6 tags, but you recently were digging 5 off of Conduit.
I would say, I mean, keeping Corp low on credits is really critical here.
Yeah.
And I think Krusty should know what this is from the previous. I'd have thought Krusty would have known what this was from the Conduit runs, but they're checking anyway. Okay, fair enough.
Yep.
Yeah, I think given the hive mind and the imp, that nuking, I would take out the bankers 1 turn, take out the Amani the next turn, maybe, then take out the daily business show, and then without anywhere for the agendas to go, I think Corp will flood up. What influence have we seen so far? So one spin doctor in the bin. So no, you know.
I can potentially see that first turn, kind of the turn where they did in fact get an agenda and Amani fired, I could potentially see the argument for leaving the bankers for that one turn, because the Corp was on 0 credits at that point. I guess they can only get up to 3 or 6 with the Rashida fire, but you know exactly what they're going to see with the Rashida and the mandatory draw. I think, though, getting punished by getting the worst agenda in the Beal that you can see, and still, well, I guess the only one that would be worse would be if you got the last, or one of the other AR enhanced securities, because that's the same trace for less points. But yeah, I don't know. I think
I think this makes sense now.
Yeah,
this makes sense.
Potentially, I guess another potential reason going for the Amani first now and going for the Amani at this point is, if this is an agenda in server 6, definitely don't want to take a free trace here.
No, and obviously you've got imp counters if you haven't used them, so you can always imp an agenda to avoid taking the Amani trace. So
yeah, absolutely. Here's a chisel on IP block. I'd say, obviously, chisel deals with IP block very well, just completely nukes it off of the board. But in some ways, I think it's actually, I don't know, a bit of a win for CTM that you have to use a tool like chisel on a 2-cost IP block ice.
Yep. Yeah, your worst card here is going to be something like F2P. I don't know whether MGP is running that, but F2P bouncing your hive mind would, or your progenitor, and putting your hive mind in the bin would make you pretty sad.
Absolute worst case, I guess, would be if this is the sort of hive mind max list that is on, or rather, if this is the sort of CTM list that is on a Hydra. Absolutely terrible losing that to something like a chisel.
Yep.
Okay, so we're getting conduit digs here.
Yep. So the game is CTM can often pull stuff out, but the game is cut.
Trashing bankers out of R&D, but not off the board.
Yeah, I don't. That doesn't feel right to me. I'd let them draw that.
Like 4 might be trashing the bankers potentially.
Yeah.
Nope, it's another conduit run.
Especially since you get an Ares tag anyway, right?
Right.
So
at this point, tags are pretty irrelevant. There's no way to get back down to 1 tag at this point. Krusty is pretty much committed to going tag me at this point, I have to think.
Yeah. So Mike's outs are a psychographic with enough money that doesn't get nuked. And boom.
Yeah.
So I think
still a very
shuffling
tough
before
game
you
stage.
shuffling before you draw, and then DBS drawing. So I'm pretty sure Mike's on a kill package and he's digging for the kill.
That is one of the fun things about the Jackson Howard effect being back in the game, is it does actually give ways to break that R&D lock that you can get with Conduit. This definitely smells like an MVT in R&D, not for the tag, just for the credit drain, just for the value there.
Could be, yeah. Or distracting.
Yeah.
If it's price sec, you know that it's a boom package, right? If it's MVT,
yeah.
not necessarily. But I don't know. I feel like I can't see. I still, it's annoying me. I definitely, Krusty, go after the bankers. There's no good reason to leave the bankers there. All you do is empower the corp to do things that you don't want them to do.
Yeah. Right. I think the bankers as well is definitely, or the bankers is public enemy number 1 for runner's side that probably should be trashed. But honestly, at this point, I don't think I want to give DBS to the corp either. If they are on a kill package and the way that they win is drawing a card that I haven't seen, oftentimes, if they're drawing 1 new card after they shuffle R&D, it's much easier to make sure that you don't lose from that than if they literally double their chances with a DBS. So it feels like it removes one of those loss conditions.
I think that's...
You get rid of it.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. The only thing that kind of mitigates against that is that you're doing a 5-deep conduit run. So they're only going to bottom one of the top 2 cards, and you still won't know what the next 3 are anyway, unless they've got a spin doctor and can shuffle before you get there, or a Rashida fire or something else like that.
Right. It would still have to be off of a spin doctor. So there's still limited number of times that they can do something like that. But if they do, that's not ideal, and you You want to limit that as much as possible.
So I think they've just imped the psychographics as well, which was another out.
Yeah. Yeah. Runner on 9 tags and 0 credits, and yet the Corp really feels like a huge underdog here.
Yeah, you're never gonna draw a Spin Doctor either.
Yeah. Yeah. So got to purge here. I guess. How do you win this game if you're CTM? Do you think?
I think you do what Mike just did, which is to purge. You know that there are no agendas coming, so you use the time and the money to stabilize your board state and make it basically financially, economically impossible for Krusty to do things. If Krusty finds, for example, puts a fermenter back, then the combination of that Knob Curie and Hive Mind is going to put stuff out there, and Cookbook too. So I think economically Krusty can bounce back. But what Mike knows is there are no agendas coming for 4 turns with DBS running and having seen 8 cards off R&D. So Krusty, one assumes, is thinking, okay, they're going to be counting 2. Wait until those cards have gone by, and then do another, then run again.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Having the spankers tick up, just like sit on the board, I have to think is crucial to Mike's plans here.
Yeah. So
also have the Maryland running as well, which all of that money, give you enough time and money to try to start pushing things out of server 6 potentially. There aren't actually that many breakers installed and currently on 0 credits on the runner side, so it would require using one of those tools to get money to break ice on server 6, potentially using a couple of those tools if you have another ice to throw on server 6, but that does run the risk of making it easier to run R&D in the future.
So Krusty is unhappy about something they've done, but we're not quite sure what.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think removing the imp doesn't feel good here. I definitely want the imp. I guess you've got labor rights. How many? Oh, 2 labor rights in the bin, and 1 removed from the game. So maybe that's the mistake. Krusty's not realised that they should have used the labor rights to get the other labor rights back. So minimal recursion now for Krusty.
How many Simmel chips are in the bin? That is all 3 Simmel chips in the bin. So unfortunately, Krusty will not be able to rebirth into Omar this game, which is, with Conduit, you want to be actually running R&D, but potentially actually rebirthing into Freedom might not be a terrible idea here. You have the virus counters anyway.
And those at least one of those MVTs is going to fire now, so that's going to put you way down on money.
Though potentially not. If you manage to trash 3 credits worth of things from R&D, you can blow it. Or the trace does fire. You can pay, a credit into the trace.
Yeah. Or find a Bellona.
But looks like did not hit any trashables that wanted to trash off of R&D, so was not able to duck that MVT. And that's, that's almost all of that fermenter money gone from that single MVT.
Yeah. So
it's a card that I think is underrated in how powerful it is, MVT.
I'm interested because there are a combination of things that need to happen for MJP to be able to come back here. They've got to be able to find a Spin Doctor, get it on the board, fire it to get the psychographics to come back. And that's the other thing that money enables is psychographic. And they've got to find a Beal, and not have the Beal. So it's the sequencing and exactly how Mike plays this out are going to be quite important, I think.
Agreed. I have to think the second daily business show is going to help on all of those fronts. It helps finding that Spin Doctor in the first place out of R&D when the runner can deep dig every couple turns.
So imagine that bankers had gone. Mike would not now have 15 credits. They'd have been clicking for credits the whole time instead of doing other things.
The game would be much harder, I have to think. Especially because, running the bankers still gives you the Knob Curie counter and such.
Yeah.
You get incidental value from it.
Yeah. I think at the same time, Krusty has a line. I mean, clearly they have a plan. He has a plan which he's sticking to, which is to R&D lock.
Mm-hmm. So far, it is working. To be clear, I think Valencia, or I think Max is a very heavy favorite right now in this game.
Maybe.
Yep, there's a tomorrow's headline, so up to 6 points. Just need any agenda at this point other than Bologna, and the game is over.
So they can just click for three credits, and then conduit again, because those cards are all going to cycle round.
Yeah.
Well, 3 of them are going to cycle around with DBS, and then they'll draw.
Oh, and actually, they would have cycled anyway with DBS, but Maryland also. No, Maryland did not shuffle there, correct?
No.
Yeah, it looks like Maryland did not shuffle, so I guess that makes some sense.
Yeah, so again, it's click for a credit.
Already had
click for,
yeah.
Yeah.
Now, drawing all of these cards, including ones that Krusty has not seen, does potentially signal to the runner you both have to get into R&D that is more expensive now, and you also have to worry about, did I draw the boom off of all of those cards I drew this turn, and do you have to spend money running HQ?
Yeah, so Krusty's figuring F2P is the thing.
Mm-hmm. Probably saw that off of Conduit, I would guess.
Yeah. That would make you very sad right now.
Yeah. Add 1 installed runner card to the grip is occasionally a blank subroutine, but on this board, absolutely brutal because it would get rid of that hive mind for good. There are no tools left to recur that hive mind if it goes into the bin.
Yep.
So yeah, this game has gotten very interesting, I would say. We're in an interesting game state here. Okay.
Yeah.
F2P. Allowing the subroutines to fire.
That's interesting.
The hive mind is gone.
Because
basically betting a lot on this big dig.
If you actually bounce the Black Orchestra, then they can't get in because they can't afford to reinstall it and get past the magnet.
That's a very good point. Yeah. Oh yeah, that would have been a better line. Yeah.
I mean, basically, they've got no money. They've got no money at all right now to get through the FTP a second time. So you can deny them the first access, right?
Yeah.
So that would have denied them that one access, but.
Yeah, does survive the deep dig here, does survive the 3-card dig, but could have denied those 3. I guess there's a trade-off here. There's you would be giving up the 3-card dig that the runner just did, but now you have effectively just completely crippled their board state for the foreseeable future because they don't have the hive mind. Yep. At that point in the game, with the runner on 6 points, I think those 3 accesses feel extremely scary, though. Yeah,
I think this game has swung now quite significantly. Mike exchanging the Ares for a Beal, which is an interesting one, because there aren't, unless Mike's on 15 minutes, which maybe he is with exchange.
Yeah,
that denies the win from that.
That signals to me probably 15 minutes or at least some other 1-pointer is in this deck. Well, actually, no, it would probably have to be 15 minutes because it has to be a 1-pointer that the runner can actually steal. So a cat wouldn't make sense.
Yeah. So interesting. Installing another progenitor, implying there may be another hive mind in hand. So maybe he's just hoping for one more dig.
Yeah. That's very interesting. We're seeing a card in Server 6. Server 6 feels a lot harder to get into from the runner's side if they are mostly clicking for credits for their economy. And R&D is pretty secure right now, so could be an agenda that they're trying to jam. Could also just be a Rashida at this point that is harder to challenge than it has been at any point in the recent past.
Yeah. So is there a rebirth? Is there a rebirth? The rebirth,
There
they
is
can't get
in the
that back
bin.
either. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we're reaching the point in the game where rebirth into Omar would actually be quite nice. But unfortunately, no such luck. With an open HQ, rebirth into Kim would not be terrible either. Though should know most of the cards in HQ, aside from the ones that were drawn during that one turn, effectively. Okay. No res on server 6.
And the Psycho is still in the bin, interestingly. So there must be another Spin Doctor to come.
Yeah. Right, you would think not giving up the... I mean, the other argument could be decided not to play with the psychographics line, but I would be surprised if Mike just decided to give up the psychographics line. Definitely signals probably another Spin Doctor at some point.
So what's the agenda suite here for the remaining agendas? So it's 2 Beals and then either 3 Bologna or 3 food. Is that right?
Yeah.
1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. So
Bologna definitely probably what CTM would prefer right now, whether or not that's in the list.
2 psychographics in the list. There we go.
Oh, okay. There we have it.
Big Beal.
Yeah. Always feels good to score that Beal for how many points is this? For 5 points?
Yeah, 5 points. Yeah. I guess that's the other thing that's another reason maybe to EOI if you EOI the Ares for a Beal, then you need fewer tags in order to psycho out the last Beal.
True.
Still forgetting
not rebirth.
Not rebirth, so yeah.
Should we try and find another table? I'm trying to see if there's a time. Well, there's still around 15 minutes left in the round.
Yeah, let's try to find another table. Who is still playing at the moment?
Django 84 is on Max versus Mr. Buggles on Gagarin. Okay. Table 6, maybe
Table
leave
6?
that one. There's table 1 is Max versus Reality Plus on table 1.
We are not cleared for that table, so that's
Okay.
yeah,
No worries.
Yeah, so table 6 is it?
Table 6 sounds nice to me.
Yeah, well, let me just scroll to it. Yeah, they're at the bottom. Here we go. Try and dig into it. Buttons have been pressed. Here we are. Just in time for a
We
start
have
to get
2
running.
orbs in play. 2 green orbs in play and a Stargate currently active. Trashing a commercial bankers group out of this Gagarin. This is a Gagarin deck, but I am not seeing much on the table, so I would guess that it has so far been a pretty good game for Max.
Yeah, it's Big Max, so lots of cards.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Lots of cards in the bin. So I guess if you drip and manage their econ, then. But like we saw in the other game, right? False lead means that you've got to be so careful about money because HHN could still really hurt you.
Oh, false lead is a very fun development in this Gagarin deck. Yeah. One false lead means HHN can still just kill you as long as they have the econ lead. That said, Gagarin not looking like they're going to have the econ lead, at least in the immediate future.
Yeah.
Of course, Max on 0 points. Can't love that.
For some definition of fun, Neuropanzer.
Fair enough.
So this is an interesting one.
What is in server 8? Server 8 is easy to break. At the moment, there doesn't appear to be a way to immediately jump ahead of Max in money, fire off an HHN. Oh, actually, an important card to mention on the note of that false lead, Citadel Sanctuary is installed. So that will help both getting down to 0 tags, or getting down to 1 tag, and preventing the boom damage.
Yeah.
requires the boom in hand and also 6 credits if you are able to actually stick that third tag, or stick that second tag.
So on the
that's
one
going to
hand,
be much harder with Stargate, though.
okay, Mamba Temple, Pseudo Economy, and a Gagarin. Okay.
Muzzle is certainly one of the most annoying ice that could be on R&D here. It's just going to be that continual tax every time you go into R&D.
Oh, lost the Mad Dash there.
Yeah. Really hurts to lose the Mad Dash because inning a city works. That would have been 4 points right there. And actually, it looks like it would have been 5.
3, 4.
Oh.
Oh, there's another one in
Oh,
there.
never mind. There were more
in there.
agendas in the bin that I didn't see.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
So maybe that happened earlier in the game.
Yeah. Wow. Well, it can end that quickly. 0 to 7 points in a single Dirty Laundry. I know that you're supposed to gain the 5 credits off of Dirty Laundry, but that's a pretty good return as well. 7 agenda points.
It's you remember when Judge Gagarin was a big thing? I think like 2.5 years ago. Just to joke with folks I was playing with that there's no real point in playing the game. We could just look at our opening hands, show them to each other, and say, "Yeah, you win this one."
Yeah, it was essentially a degenerate combo deck with how fast it could get you into that. Oh, okay, I just high profile you twice and you're dead. Lock state.
Okay, Vesper, do you want to jump into another game here, or do you just want to let the games finish? I'm not sure how long there is to go on the round.
We still have more than 10 minutes, more or less, or around 10 minutes. So we could give it a go. I don't know. I mean, let's pick a table. I'm just going to make sure that we can get in there. And something we haven't seen yet. But it's kind of hard, right?
Yeah.
There's not very many games
in
running.
What's currently there. Yeah.
Table 31 is Steve versus CTM.
There's Harishandra on table 28 we've seen before as well. But I don't know.
That's an interest, yeah.
Where's Chandra?
More Gagarin on table 19 against it.
Against an Atom, though, which is definitely a different matchup.
Well, I mean, this is probably the Atom we've seen before. I don't know. I'm thinking.
Table 29 is Max versus PD.
Let me just.
Sounds
check.
like good, honest Netrunner to me.
Yeah, I think we're fine to go in there and take a quick look. Table 29 it is. Cool. Thank you. Hopefully
nice.
they're not done yet. Please don't be finished yet.
Not done yet, but a very advanced board state at this point.
Okay.
Max essentially out of cards. How many labor rights are removed from the game?
None
that I see. How many?
They're all in the bin. They're all in the bin.
Oh, oof. Sometimes Max does that. Sometimes you just lose all of your recursion, and you just have to play the game with what you're given. Now, with a Maw installed, with an Orb on the board and a Stargate on the board, and all of the breakers installed. Oh, Botulus. Yeah, Botulus would trash one of these, which looks like was not an intended consequence of that play.
Yeah, here's the downside of Anak breakers is that on the one hand you figure, well, mate, oh look at, sorry, I'm just looking at the bin. It's a snare in PD.
Whoa! So I guess another reason to not install that Botulus is going down to 2 cards.
Not wise.
Yeah, a snare in PD, that's so cool. I have not seen a snare out of HB in quite some time, but it's always a fun one. You get people with that because they do not expect it at all.
Yeah. So what I was going to say before I noticed the snare on HB is here's the downside of Anak breakers, which is that running R&D is going to cost you 5 credits, and running HQ is going to cost you what is that there? And so that's going to cost you like 8 credits. So it's just penal to make runs. So maybe Stargate's a thing.
Right. That's one of the reasons that traditionally Anarch decks have often supplemented their Breaker Suite with Amakua, I don't see Amakua in the bin. So choosing to go just with the Anarch Breaker Suite here, and yeah, as you're saying, really seeing the downsides of it when you have to pay 3 credits for this Gatekeeper, even though it is 0 strength.
So what do you trash here with the Kawa and Luminal on top, right? The Akawa wins them the game if you leave that. The Luminal doesn't win you the game. You can't afford to go in and get it unless you had an overclock in hand. If you had an overclock in hand, you'd be okay.
That'd be pretty cool. Well, you still couldn't. Yeah. You can't get the Ikawa this turn regardless. You could go get the Luminal.
Yeah.
Luminal, I mean, you never like giving that value to PD, but it may be the lesser of 2 evils here.
Yeah.
How many
so
seamless are in the bin? 2.
So I think you probably Stargate here.
Mm-hmm.
If you Stargate here, they can't win next turn, probably. So I think you Stargate. I think you Stargate, see what you see, and then choose about whether you're going to go and get the Akawa.
Yeah.
Or maybe you see you probably can't get in twice to the remote.
Probably not, I would think.
But if they res here to try and stop you getting in, that costs you 2, which is 1.
And you do have to break this.
Yeah. So that steals you that. Do you think you can get the...
the
CVS.
The CVS, that's brutal. That's another reason that Stargating first is potentially the correct line, because that is fewer times that you have to run archives and give the Corp 4 credits. Now the remote definitely seems out of reach, especially since you have to run it twice.
Yeah, so that's the other. I think Stargating and then seeing what you see, then making a decision about whether you do go after the Akawa. I mean, I guess if it had been Akawa in the remote, then you could have done double seamless advance to score it and win.
Well, double seamless is not actually a play that's available because there are 2 seamless in the bin. So there can't be 2 in HQ.
Yeah, so definitely.
Scoring the Luminal... Well, an RLC. Hold on. Okay, RLC just for value here, it looks like. Not RLC for combo.
That implies not Luminal in the remote. Because I would have imagined that 6010 would have scored out the Luminal.
Most likely. Honestly, I think one of the biggest reasons is just to clear up the remote for the potential winning.
Yeah, and if it is Luminal, if he could have scored the Luminal, then scoring the Luminal means that you have got 3 clicks to play the red level.
Mm-hmm. Clicking through Ansel here to see HQ. This does leave the runner without...
Snare.
Oh! That's a snare!
I see.
Oh no! Oh.
Kaboom.
As I said, people don't expect it, it gets them.
That's the cool one, right? So it was Luminal in the remote, but by not scoring it, you make them think that it's an HQ, so you have them run into the snare.
Oh, it looks like the Luminal was actually still in HQ, so
yeah,
it was a legitimate bait there.
Yeah.
Wow. So it looks like there was a 1 of 3 to win, and then a 1 of 3 to lose to snare, and snare wins out this time. Wow.
I think I didn't turn all the microphones on. Okay, now we're on. What a game that was! I mean, snare and PD. Jeez.
Yeah.
What year is this? Anyway, really well played.
And a snare in the remote.
Yeah, brutal.
Oh, really? That's amazing.
Brutal. Really well played. Well, okay, I think we are like below under 5 minutes for this round. So yeah, let's leave the folks to it. Let's have them finish in peace, and let's figure out. We're still gonna have round 4, and then there's gonna be a 45-minute-ish break, I guess. And for now, if anybody just tuned in, there is a raffle going on. I am here joined by Neuropanther and by Talasin, who are commentating on what was round 3 is going to turn into round 4 in a few minutes. All the results are flowing towards the organizing team, and this is the Nisei 2021 World Championships. Indeed. I hope you're having fun, people, in the chat. I only see raffle commands flying around, but I think people are enjoying. The commentators, are you enjoying this? I don't know. I mean, yeah, we kind of limited the amount of... let's just put it this way. Grindy, controversial, hard to beat, extremely tough decks. So there's a lot of enjoyment in the Swiss rounds, right? It's like there's a lot of, I don't know, flavor.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out how things are going higher up in the standings. So from the results that I'm seeing. So MJP swept.
Could one of you share the Cobra link with me real quick?
Yeah, just a sec. I'm gonna bring it up on the screen as well and then share it with you.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hop over. I think we're still waiting for results to be reported. Yeah. But let me just give you the link on Discord, and then we're gonna be all on the same page. Okay.
Thank you.
No worries. So yeah, there's a lot of points in here. And I see Bridgman just... this is it. There's NBN, and I was kind of betting on NBN quietly, but where are my crims at? Crims, come on. Present.
Yeah. So Bridgman sweeps.
Mm-hmm.
So Tug Techgut sweeps.
Yep.
MJP sweeps. And Algebraic sweeps. So they've gone up a little bit, and then the rest are all splits.
Yep.
Now, this is very interesting for me to see. This is the first time that I've seen the ID breakdown for the day. It is very interesting. CTM is the most common corp and Max is the most common runner. Would not have been what I expected. Very cool to see.
What were your bets?
My bet was Precision Design and Steve. Which admittedly are number 2, but still. Also, seeing that there are almost as many Adam as the most common Crim is fascinating.
I'm just wondering whether just so many people have listened to Slumscast that they've actually taken it to heart and decided, Shaper, yeah. If we play Shaper, we're never going to make it on the Slumscast, so maybe we shouldn't play Saint Shaper.
Either that, or they listened to Slumscast and they said, well, they thought Precision Design and Steve were good, so we're not playing them.
Oh boy.
Looking at the top tables, though, looking at the results that have been reported, we've got some sweeps in the top tables, but also quite a few splits. So things are going to start breaking down in terms of we're going to start actually see a top group of tables emerge this round. It looks like.
Yeah, it's already at that stage of the game where more or less some people at the top tables are discussing the numbers needed and the points and whatnot. We might start seeing some IDs on the top tables depending on who gets paired with whom, of course. But that doesn't stop us from showing all the other tables actually playing. But yeah, a lot of color.
There is so much Netrunner still to play today.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Although I'm not gonna lie, I am looking forward to the lunch break after the upcoming round. Speaking of which, let's take a look what's going on the Discord. Yeah, we have a round starting in around 10 minutes from now.
Nice.
So yeah, in the meantime, I don't know. Let's talk about non-Netrunner. No, I'm kidding. I mean, what are we gonna talk about? Do you have any scoops?
One thing that
go on.
I may have missed this. This may have been discussed at the start of the round, but something that I find very interesting looking at the pairings from round 3. There was a Sunny LeBeau deck at the top table. Unfortunately, did not win that round. Bridgman swept that round, but the fact that there was a Sunny on the top table at Worlds in round 3, I think is pretty interesting.
Yeah, Sunny seems to be not a bad pick at all, and I mean, she's got all the tools. You just have to get them. That's it. The 50 cards, right? Definitely an interesting. I love seeing Adams and Sunnies on top tables. This is so cool. But I still hope criminals are gonna win. Just saying. Anyway. Oh, But yeah, how is the chat doing, by the way? People in the chat, I do remind you that I'm collecting photos from people, and it's it's not for anything whatsoever. It's just to share. We are not able, unfortunately, again, to meet in person. We'll have to wait for a while for this to happen safely and with everybody being able to attend. But yeah, just do share whether you're in the chat or whether you're in Discord. You know, jump in. There will be, by the way, there will be side events and whatnot starting, well, I guess tomorrow already, and different people have already voiced their interest in running some sort of socials afterwards as well. So it's not all about Netrunner. If you want to play something online with a bunch of folks, do hang around. There's going to be people on Discord, on the official event hub for Nisei, definitely discussing this at some point and organizing stuff for sure. So do jump in there. Okay, I think we have the rounds for we have the pairings for round 4. So that allows us to. Oh yeah, sorry. Let's take a look at the standings first, because this is where the fun starts. We have 2 undefeated players so far, and that's Gagarin, Adam, and Asmari and Max. So that's interesting. The highest criminal right now is on the 5th spot, only 3 points below. So that's not. How to put it? The game's not over for Crims. Go Crims! But there's just so much Anarch again. What's going on? Did we sleep on Anarch?
We are starting to see those top tables emerge. We currently have 6 players on 15 points or better, and then there's a large group of 12s below them.
Yep.
A very large group of 12s.
Yeah. The 12s have a lot to play for this round, so there's going to be a lot of interesting games in there, and I think there's a lot of Crims. This is where my Crims are at. And there's definitely going to be a lot of interesting tables to see. So let's take a quick look at the pairings. And since you're going to be navigating, I will just be verifying whether we have the clearance to get to that table. But do let me know which table is of interest to you. We still have to, of course, make sure that those people actually are going to play. So there's going to be a bit of discussing among the players whether they want to IV maybe. Oh, we may have a read pair. Sorry, just making sure. I'm just refreshing.
So 2 players undefeated, and then 4 players on 1 loss, and then a long group of players who are 4 and 2, all the way down. Goodness me, all the way down to 32.
We have a request in the chat for seeing Ed. I think there's 2 players. Yeah, this was mentioned earlier on, and apologies for kind of not mentioning it in, but we have 2 players playing for charity here as well. Yeah. Well, going down just to maybe figure out. We've seen meeting adjourned though, that's the thing. I don't know. We have a Saraswati on table 31.
If we have the clearance, table 3, currently the top Lana. That might be interesting to see.
MJP and Algebraic. Let me check. Yep, that could be cool. And there's a steep Cambridge.
Have we seen it?
Oh yeah, go on.
So, well, I was saying that's the other one. So Swifty on table 4 with Steve versus Simply the Onion on PD. And then, so that's another option. I don't think we've seen Steve yet today, and I think obviously there are a good number of Steves.
That would have both Steve and Polana in that round as well. So those are kind of 2 decks that are, I would say they're solidly in so far the tier 2 of this tournament, but that there just is less coverage of in these top tables.
Okay, between table 3 or 4, I don't know. Should we organize a coin flip?
Let's go for table.
If you have a strong preference, feel free.
Table 3, yeah.
Table 3, perfect. Okay, let me just see. People are organizing slowly. Gonna take a while because it's actually easier.
Oh, but it must have been repaired because Algebraic is listing himself as table 2.
Oh yeah, this is. Or maybe there's.
Oh yeah, let me refresh.
Yeah, we're gonna refresh again.
Oh,
Okay, seems solid for now. Maybe this is just a mistype by Algebraic.
If
could
they're
be.
playing algebraic, they just put table 2 instead of table 3 by mistake.
Yeah, I think we
Yeah,
have two
because table
tables. Yeah,
table
we
2
have
is down at
two tables
table
too.
2 is further down. So
It
many
looks like
table
there
2s.
is an ID in the top slot, so Bridgman and to have in fact ID'd. It looks like.
So are we going to watch the named table 2 MGP versus algebraic?
Yeah, I'm getting in there, and I'm just confirming with them
Yeah,
that we're
let's do that.
good to go. And let's see if they're gonna be okay with that. We already have an ID, which happens. And Mike saying, banished from Gagarin, you have come to watch CTM instead, the less exciting acid. I'd rather not, if that's okay. Okay, so Algebraic is asking, yeah, sure. We have a player asking.
So we could go to table 4.
Yep, works for me.
Swifty versus Simple the Onion.
Yep. Yep.
Swifty's always good for a laugh.
The people's champion.
Swifty's waiting for his opponent at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Good point by CD in the chat. The problem with Swifty playing online is that you don't see the Taylor Swift cards. Indeed, I mean this is half the this is half the battle. Taylor Swift is half the battle, as Transformers used to. No, actually that wasn't Transformers. Sorry, that was G.I. Joe. See, I'm getting my 80s all wrong. Sorry, it's been a long night last night. Okay, I think. Oh, what's going on here? Why am I on this table? Wait a second. This is silly. I just totally got dragged into the.
So did I.
Yeah, this is weird. We got dragged into the table we were trying to not be at. Okay, well, let's see. This is an interesting thing. Okay, whoa. I may have to
I'm just gonna reload.
hard reset. Yeah, hard reset the whole thing. Those things happen, and with so many people, Okay, I think we're there, but am I actually in the spectators? Something happened with the spectating.
Yeah, same for me. It seems to be wanting me always to spectate Mike's game.
Yeah, weird. May have to do some serious things here.
I've tried doing a hard reset. Okay, now I'm waiting for Swifty's game, but Swifty is... That's weird because... Yeah, so Swifty is now waiting for Simply the Onion, so I'm seeing the lobby for that one.
Yeah. So this
I'm currently in the lobby for that. It doesn't show me it's not showing me what the spectators list is, but it is saying there are 3 of them.
Same situation here. So we just found a new bug. Yay.
Yeah.
I mean, a day on JNet without finding a new interesting interaction and or bug that probably means that JNet is down. No, I'm kidding, of course. I mean, the platform is magical working the way it does with all the different funny things happening in the game itself. So a bit of... Oh yeah,
okay,
I think we're in the game. We're in the game, yes.
Okay.
Oof, okay.
It's a very strange feeling when the first thing you do and you see, oh, it's Anik, it's Max, it's 64 cards today. Yeah.
Okay, I'm leaving you to it.
I personally love
Have
it.
fun.
See, now we can do actual maths, right? We can plot the number of cards in the Max deck versus the position that person finished in the standings. And that way we'd have a definitive answer to Chris, a battle that continuously rages about how many cards there should be and whether Chris Dyer is right that the correct number is 45.
45 just it's I don't know. There's no imagination in that number, So fairly quick starts monetarily from Polana. Ice in front of HQ, hedge fund, credit from Max drawing. Notably, Max will give Polana money every single turn until the stack is empty or until rebirth. Pretty good start from Max as well, though. Paladin, daily casts already have the MK in the bin, MK notably probably the breaker you want to have in the bin earliest, because face checking in Anansi is absolutely brutal against a deck that relies on tempo so much like Polana.
Yeah, but I would also argue that having MK in the bin and face checking Anansi and playing 12 to break it is also brutal.
It is, but arguably letting those subs fire is even more brutal.
Yeah,
it's certainly an exchange of tempo in both ways.
Yeah. As Rob always says, that the best Anak breaker is your face.
Yeah. that is sometimes true, that is sometimes not true. I guess it just depends the exact board state. So we do have a Botulus ticking up on this HQ ice. Notably, 3 is the magic number if you are worried about Anansi and don't want to pay 12 credits. Regular
kind of interesting
ticking, server 1.
So if you draw Rebirth, do you just play it? Probably.
Good question. Probably yes. Arguably no. I think the main argument in favor of immediately playing it is this ice is going to be nasty, and you don't want to give Polana the credit every single turn. I guess on the flip side, though, you get a pad tap or 2 down, and suddenly that max draw is actually paying you until they spend the money to trash those pad taps.
Yeah, I guess it depends whether it's fair Polana with Lacosta Grid and Buyer Vaults and things like that, or whether it's attrition Polana, which really, I mean, the fact that Swifty's built a remote maybe suggests it's not,
and the Regolith, I think, also. Yeah. The Regolith makes me think this is a deck that wants to play a long game, make a lot of money, and res ice on you. Yeah. And unless this is a flavor of grinder that's slightly different, I think the Regolith, I don't know. I wouldn't play it in my grinder list, but I also, it's been since 2018 since I played an Ancient Decky grinder, so I might not be the best person to ask.
Yeah.
Notably, sorry, go ahead.
It feels like Hippo is such a good card in this matchup.
Yes. Yeah, especially since Swifty did trash the HQ ice to get Botulus off the table. That does mean that there is not an outer ice on any server to protect against this Hippo.
And no agenda scored, and 25% of the deck gone. So you imagine there were agendas in hand by now.
You would think so, yeah. Could you keep up with all these triggers in Paper Netrunner? It is, in fact, Nazi. So Botulus will save 3 credits here.
So do you Hippo that? It's an interesting one, right? You've got the Botulus on it, so you can run it once every 3 turns.
Yeah. I think I still do, though. Just getting an 8 credit ice off the board is very nice. Presumably there are ways to get this Botulus back. It does make it more of an actual decision than it normally would be, where you just say, yes, get that off the board as fast as I possibly can, but yeah. Do over Rashida Fire. Interesting. Okay, that is an installed upgrade on HQ. I guess the question that I have is, which upgrade is it? Is this a Chrysium grid, which signals more of a Reg Polana list, or is this potentially the net damage upgrade? The grid that I have forgotten that. Yes, Hokusai. If it is Hokusai, then maybe you're right. Maybe Rebirth needed to go as soon as possibly drawn, and notably Rebirth has happened. Omar is currently on the table, so Max is not getting rid of the stack every single turn.
Oh, it's an interesting one. We know they're on more. I think I'd be Omaring into HQ by now, with 24 cards gone. No, 14 cards gone.
It was a ruse, after all. It was the NGO. Maw into R&D once again. Let's find a longevity serum.
Maybe he's afraid that's Mwanza grid and Swifty's on a punitive list.
Oh, Lord. That would be spicy. That would be very spicy. That'd be fun, but that would be very spicy. Punitive does seem like a bit of a dangerous card right now, though, with Mad Dash. Okay, so starting to build this remote, there is one hippo used. Presumably, the number of hippos left in the deck is still there, potentially up to 2. But starting to build this remote, getting what is presumably a defensive upgrade in there, presumably a nasty ice on it. So, Lana could potentially start going for some scoring plays soon. Certainly have to. You have the ticking time bomb of this turning wheel you have to worry about.
So more here would be super good. I think that the Onion can afford to install it.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a? Let's just check. Yeah, have we seen Keiko? No, so no console drawn yet.
Yeah. And especially with Omar just getting free accesses, you're going to get free maw triggers, and that is going to... Ooh! Project Yagiuda. That... Okay. A lot of 3-cost agendas here. Yeah, Swifty saying some ice would be nice. It certainly makes sense to me. All of these 3-point agendas makes me think... Or all of these 3-cost agendas makes me think that Shipment from Tenon has to be involved in this list somehow. And locking down all 4 servers would be very nice right now to actually use a card like that. And just like that, yeah, we do have ice on archives. We do have a card jammed in server 1. We do have a pad tap down on Omar's side.
Feels like this feels okay for Omar. I mean, Swifty's got 40 credits,
Mm-hmm.
and now the Kakugo res. So maybe if you can find the other hippo, taking that out would be good.
Yeah, you don't want that sticking around. Obviously, with the max turned off, it doesn't drain you of all cards that quickly. But on this run, for instance, on this run in particular, cannot steal an Obokata, which would otherwise just immediately win the game. So you don't want to run through Kakugo all of the time.
No.
You ideally want to run through it a couple times and then kill it.
So 1 labor rights down. I think that's the other thing you've got to keep your head around.
Yeah.
You know, ordinarily with labor rights. Oh, okay. So it's one of these decks. It's a loop deck. So this is something I have been practicing a little bit. The horrible loop Kakugo remote.
Yeah.
But you lose the snare here. You just lose the snare here. Do you take this access? I don't think you do.
It's a very good... looks like the answer is no. Looks like letting data loop fire.
Yeah.
Now, loop is a card that... obviously, it costs 7 credits. It is not cheap to res this card, but gained, I think, a fair bit of power with some of the cards in System Gateway, notably Void. Notably the fact that you have to run through data loop twice if there is a Nedic Void on the table. That can make it extremely difficult to actually steal an Obokata, because I've Had Worse does not help you in any way with data loop. And it seems like with Pad Tap being back in the meta, there are fewer decks on Hunting Grounds than there used to be, which obviously is what you really want against a card like data loop.
Yeah. No, I think you're absolutely right there. It's an interesting one with this board state. It feels. Swifty hasn't been able to score anything so far, but he's got a board state. He's got a lot of money, and Anak breakers. So you kind of. Swifty, classic
Loving this
Swifty.
table talk.
Yeah.
Hypothetically, if I put a Hokusai grid on archives.
Yeah, so maybe that classic Swifty, that's probably Lacosta or something. I think install the hippo and kill it is a good idea. If you can, if you're on hippo, how many hippos in the bin? One's gone, right? No hippos
One
in the
is
bin so
used,
far, so
none in
still
the
to be
bin.
drawn.
Yeah, assuming that there are multiples in the deck. Now, notably, the other side effect of Data Loop, it's going to take longer to actually draw to them. Okay, so choosing to lose one card here to Kakugo.
No, but I've had worse.
Probably. You would think it has to be. We have a res of... It is, in fact, a Hokusai. Yeah, Omar does actually have to make a successful run on archives.
Yeah, so you can jack out after you've broken the Kikugo.
Yeah.
I bet you he's got I've had worse in hand.
It must be, right? Data Loop lets the runner choose, so presumably has to have kept the I've had worse, going to draw back up to 3 here. Potentially even can continue at that point.
See, that's very clever.
Yeah.
I've had worse things happen to me. This is great.
It is great that since they're not on voice chat, we get to see some of the banter that normally we wouldn't get to see if they were in voice chat. Yep, there we go. I've had worse triggers, back up to 5 cards. Did Hokusai not trigger there? Hokusai was supposed to trigger there.
Did he jack out? No. Oh, because it's not a successful run on archives. That's why.
You treat it as a... Okay, you treat it as a successful run elsewhere.
Yeah.
Okay. I definitely misread that interaction in that case. So the Hokusai not doing nearly as much as Swifty presumably wanted. Definitely,
yes.
Hokusai does still provide incidental value if you expect something like an APOC, but at this point I definitely wouldn't out of max. It seems like a moment for a judge call, I think. Players are disagreeing on whether or not there was supposed to be damage there. Okay, get to replace the Axis first since active player first. Looks like we have a pause, potentially.
Yeah. Always good to call a judge if you're uncertain about it.
Agreed. But this is not... Calling a judge is not an indication that you think your opponent has attempted to cheat. It's just making sure that you get the interactions correct. Netrunner is a complex game with a lot of complex...
Just to check, is Jakuza a judge?
Looks like there was... Not sure. Oh, well, regardless. Yeah, regardless, there is trashing 1 card from a Kakugo and then 4 from an Obokata to steal Obokata to win the game here. So that 1 card would have actually mattered. So interactions sometimes really do matter. Well, that was 7-0. Swifty was very rich that game, but just could not find a way to actually score points and win the game there before Max was able to really just snipe 7 off of the top of R&D. But it's hard to call it sniping when they were just free accesses the vast majority of the game.
Yeah. So should we watch the reverse game?
I think so. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm just.
Looks like it might be a second before there.
Yeah, I'm having trouble leaving the table, but I hope for now it actually decided to let me out. Usually I have problems getting into games, but this was just like, no, you're gonna stay at this table. But yeah, we're fine. The interaction you were discussing, I read about it in different places. It was correct to have the runner first choose the replace effect and just go to any other central server, and then the Hokusai trigger just doesn't happen.
That makes perfect sense. I guess that's another shout out for it's not a bad idea to call a judge if you yourself are confused about an interaction of cards.
Absolutely.
You can get that clarification. And again, it's not, in no way is it rude, in no way is it disrespectful to your opponent. It's just making sure that you're playing Netrunner at the top potential that you have.
Absolutely. This is the thing. You should be focusing on the game and playing it to your enjoyment and your opponent's enjoyment. And the judges are going to take care of the rules for you. That's what they're for there. But yeah, okay, so here we go with the reverse. And we're going with this game, I hope.
Okay, found it. So this is Steve versus PD. What I certainly expected to be a classic matchup in this metagame. Do we have any sense of what Simply the Onion's PD is like?
No, obviously have we seen a Hard Hitting News PD earlier? No, there was a Hard Hitting News Sports, wasn't it, rather than a Hard Hitting News. Yeah.
Could be kind of just the classic PD, could be hard-hitting news PD. It's a powerful enough idea and a powerful enough shell to have many. This looks like classic PD.
This looks like Rush, right? I'm just going to rush you out.
Oh, we do have a boomerang. Very powerful, a boomerang inside job. That is the classic criminal anti-rush play.
Yeah.
Love to see it. Even going to draw a card off of the dream net at the end of this. Yeah, just no res here. I think Simply the Onion's response says it all here. Oof. That exact combo from Steve is what you certainly hope they don't have if you're going for this rush play. It is an off-world office. Definitely good to get that early off-world office, because if PD scores that first agenda, gets that positive tempo from it, it just unlocks so many lines for them. Now with Swifty on 2 credits, is this potentially another agenda in server 1 backed up by Seema's launch?
Likely. I mean,
I think if you're PD, you would jam in that position.
I think you have to assume that that your opponent isn't lucky enough to have two inside jobs in hand, but this is also good.
Embezzle. Embezzle out of Steve. Love that card.
I always find it interesting, well, not interesting, but just, I guess, mechanically, that Boomerang isn't hosted on Magnet, right? Boomerang's a hardware which is associated with Magnet, and I guess it's also hardware, not a program. But it always feels to me intrinsically like Magnet and Boomerang shouldn't be a thing, somehow.
Mm-hmm. Right, it feels like Magnet should block it, but I guess it's wrong polarity or something.
Yeah, or maybe instead of attracting it, it just like demagnetizes it or something and makes it not come back after the run.
Now, notably, Operation was called on Embezzle, and no operations in HQ, so gets the knowledge that there's a Macrophage and a Skunkworks, but does not get any trashes or money off of Embezzle, which is always, as someone who has played Embezzle, honestly, out of Anarch and metas where I should not have been playing Embezzle, and was doing so completely irresponsibly, it always hurts to miss off of Embezzle. It always hurts to whiff. We do have Tranquility gaining extra value out of that advanced assembly lines, Spin Doctor to draw up, so really just keeping up the tempo, keeping up the draw.
So the big brain play is to play white hat, right? So that you only leave 2 cards in hand and you know what they are and they're the same type, and then you play embezzle.
There you go. Unfortunately, that's 8 influence out of Anarch. That was a little hard for me to do, but... Swifty noting, does not look good for the People's Champ. 3 ice on a remote, 11 credits. Presumably that's Skunkworks that we know. This is a tough spot for Steve. Steve has lines here, but it certainly looks difficult to stop this, at least what is certainly threatened to be a score in server 1.
Yeah, so now it's just tempo, right? So
it's
all
just
the all the agendas are forward tempo and gonna allow simply the Onion to chain these out.
And look at that. The tempo continues, getting advanced assembly lines back. Presumably jamming that directly into server 1, gaining luminal value there.
This feels rude.
To gain luminal value again next turn.
Feels rude.
Yep. I would say it is rude. Now, notably, we have an embezzle into HQ coming in. Just drew a bunch of cards. Want to see some of them. You presume that some of those cards that were seen were agendas. Though potentially not. Oh, yep, okay. We do have a GFI. So, 4 points for Swifty.
Maybe the People's Champion isn't completely out of it.
This is one mad dash from victory. Single mad dash, and this game is over. And simply the Onion has to score 2 agendas, or 3 if the food is not on time. So yep, sure enough, Advanced Assembly Lines is going to trash. Install a new card in server 1. Gaining that value. Oh man. All of this value for Advanced Assembly Lines. Going to install in a new remote.
Now that's Rashida. What I call tempo.
And Papa Rashida. Wow. That is what they refer to as a skateboard trick in some circles, I believe. And with all of that, though, with all of that value, with all of that draw, with all of that money, just going back and saying, I have a play in server 1, and you do not have the tempo to match it. Not even close.
That feels like, almost like, it's not the quite shape of bullshit, but it's the same kind of...
A little
thing,
bit,
right?
yeah. It's as close as you can get to it on Corp without running cards that are banned and or rotated in CI7. Now, an embezzle here. I wonder what the call is on embezzle.
Oh, I think you've got to
operation. Yep, operation.
Ooh.
And that's a seamless...
That's a big hit.
And a hedge fund.
And now Swifty's on 15 credits with an Engolo, so he can run at least 1 ice in the remote if he wants to.
Mm-hmm. Certainly can at least force a res, get the corp a little bit poorer. Now, what did Steve get back? So Steve got a Dirty Laundry back from that HQ run. So just keeping up the money there. Not choose to run the remote, though. I think, assuming that this is the Void Skunkworks, most likely. And instead just keeping up the money to run more centrals. Especially with the trash of the Seamless, it is, if this was actually a 5-3, PD might not have the quicks to score it. Yeah, it looks like that might be the case. Another ice on HQ.
Swifty's board state is still looking slightly fragile.
Yep. Right, especially one problem with the board state was the fact that there was only this Engolo, so if you need to run that remote twice, Engolo can only paint once in a turn, so you have to be a little bit lucky with what ice is on that remote if you're actually going to get through twice. No paperclip in the bin either, so it is just sentries. It's just sentries, code gates, and 1 other ice in a turn that can be broken right now. It is enough against what's on R&D right now. And we have a diversion of funds. Here we go. It'd be relatively cheap to get in with this diversion. What is Steve going to get back from this HQ run?
Double D
Plenty
would
of
be
good targets.
terrible. Deef again next turn.
Oof, yeah. Right, because with Steve, you can diversion, get back diversion, out of diversion, or diversion, and then diversion. Now, it is, in fact, so having to go very poor to score this global food, but not feeling secure with that remote, I think. Let's get the seamless
wonder
launch
whether.
back.
I think you've got to try and soft R&D lock here. So kill the spin doctor, and then try and at least make sure that if you can stop them drawing an agenda. So soft locking the top of R&D is not terrible.
Yeah.
This feels better with the bones.
Yeah. On 22 credits, I think this still makes a fair amount of sense. The Corp is too poor to res much ice to make these runs painful. So you can probably get in, trash the Skunkworks, trash the Void without having to spend too much money. So forcing the Corp to... The diversion pressure, I think, is really doing a lot of work there, because it is forcing PD to spend all that money to score that GFI, since a Mad Dash just wins the game. And you can't keep it there. But you can't leave it there with diversion either, because it'll be too poor.
I'm not sure about this. I mean, that's an interesting one, right? Using the Void and going down to nothing with no Cyberdeck scored in order to keep the analytic.
Yeah.
Because maybe you can install in it for 2 next turn, and take 3, and then you're going to be doing it again. So
yeah. And notably, Swifty not even choosing to run back into server 1 to get them, because what's the Corp going to do? Get up to 3 credits, res 1 ice?
Well, it costs you 5 plus the cost to trash the Anoetic and the Mana Guard, so it's going to cost you 8 to do that.
You'd probably rather spend the 2 clicks the next turn. Notably, so Swifty did offer Diversion versus Embezzle. And Diversion did get removed from the game. So going to fire off the Embezzle here, I would guess probably going to name operations, trying to hit that Seamless, because the Seamless is a very powerful tool with the Corp on 5 points. And Steve has fired so many times this game. Now, does not hit any operations with Embezzle. So the Seamless is still in hand, still threatening a score here. Cannot pay 2 clicks with Skunkworks if you are worried. Yeah, if you think this is an agenda, you can no longer pay 2 clicks with Skunkworks. You have to pay cold hard cash. Actually, no, you can, right? Because they have to pay 2 credits to use Void, which takes them down to 2. So it would take 2 Seamless to score if it were an agenda.
Yeah, and I think playing that as Rashida, if you know that that's Rashida and that you can make that play stick, that isn't a terrible play, because now you can put in an agenda for 2, and now you've got the money to res the remote ice, and they're going to have to pay the Mana Guard tax and run back in again. So I think maybe simply the Unland's knowledge of what they had in their hand made that a bit more of a what looked to us maybe not so great in this practice.
Agreed. This now seems like an extremely strong position to be in, because if one of these ice is a Hagen, Swifty needs Paperclip or the game's over. Or needs to find an agenda off of R&D with Mad Dash. Swifty asking for comments from the commentators on the stream. Unfortunately, I don't know. I'm not sure what your best line is here either.
Well, he can't ask us anyway. Anything we say would be.
In all seriousness, I think this is certainly threatening to be the winning score. My guess is, with the Embezzle in the heap, probably not an Embezzle immediately forthcoming to try to trash this Seamless launch. So it feels like you have to try to win off centrals here. Okay, that's a spin doctor, so gets to see a new card by running back. 2 clicks remaining with 3 points needed. Oh, okay, betting on this not being the winning agenda, and it is,
so
in fact, the winning agenda.
Yeah.
So well played by Simply the Onion. Took the line, going down extremely poor. Looked to be in a tough position, but found the perfect winning line to turn that into 7 points.
Yeah, I think that was pretty neat play there, actually, what looked to us going down to 0 credits and all the rest of it. But actually, it was pretty cleanly executed. Good thinking.
Agreed. Yeah, very well played by Simply the Onion there. Honestly, well played by Swifty, too. That was... It took finding a line that good to actually get out of the position that Swifty had gotten Simply the Onion into.
Yeah, that was a rough one, but it happened, and well, here we are. I'm just checking the timers very quickly to make sure that we're... Whoa, there's so many timers running, you have no idea. There's we still have like half an hour, I guess.
Who is still playing? Let me refresh and see who has... So at least according to...
Just going to interrupt Neuropanzer, just going to say, I got to leave now. Unfortunately, I got a business meeting at 3 o'clock.
No worries. Thank you so much
for having me on.
Staying so long with us. Thank you so much, and good luck with the business meeting.
All right. Take care, everybody.
Cheers. Okay, it's just the two of us then. Unless, and let me very quickly check in between the games, if we are getting joined by folks. No, after the break. Okay, let's take it easy then. We're going to drive it. No worries. Okay, so...
You've got this.
Yeah,
so it looks like a lot of the top tables are still playing, at least according to reported results. So we've got a bit of our pick of a lot of games here.
Yep. I think we could try... Well, I don't know. I'm just trying to see... we've seen Rotom and Traydon already. We've been asked not to stream table 3 fair enough. Rolling
Is
down.
table 2? Would table 2 be... have we seen either Deer or Bookkeeper?
Nope. That's a very good pick. We've seen a bitsy bit of Deer's game. Whoops, I'm pressing all the wrong buttons here excitedly. On search.
I'm not seeing them in the lobby, though.
Yeah, no, I think they may have finished.
Either finished or potentially between game 1 and game 2, but it could just be the lag between reports getting results getting reported and being in.
Yeah, table 7 could be an option. Table
let's see if they're still up.
Yeah, okay, so let's take a look at table 7.
Let's see who is on that.
Yep. We have a Hoshiko, which we haven't seen at all today, I believe. And we have a Precision Design. So we have Snoopy and Milla.
Very nice. Oh, and it looks like we're getting here just as the game's starting. Immediately plucking an off-world office off the top. Very, very rude play. And installing a pad dap. Wow, this is just an extremely rude start from Hoshiko.
Yep.
Love to see it. Precision Design with an equally rude play of install upgrade into server 1, install agenda, advance agenda. You won't. We do have a boomerang, so potentially Snoopy will. What is the ice here? So it is a gatekeeper. Now, that is interesting. If it is a gatekeeper, then running back through, if this is something like, yup, a skunkworks, is going to be very punishing. Spends 2 clicks. It's the off-world office does. Yep, okay. So you trade the 6 strength on that gatekeeper for really forcing them to pay the... Oh, would have to pay the...
No spectators, please. Sorry, we're going to jump out. Indeed,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Not your fault. We just got asked to be not spectating. Fair enough. And thanks for the chat for being... For being very, very on it, and those things will happen. Let's take a look at table 5 then. The problem with JNet lobbies is that once a game is on, you cannot just jump in and
Let's see. Is table 6 still running? Sir Loathing and RTSA? That is the Sunny that we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, let me
if it is still up. I'm seeing a game now. It looks like that might not be still running.
I'm just checking in with these folks. So we're on table, what did I say, 7. This is Django 84 and IceZox. Not much to see here. Oh, come on.
Sorry, which table is this?
Django 84 and IceZox. I think it's table 5, yeah. And it would be really cool to have, indeed, like, I mean, if people put the DNS, for example, you know, do not stream flag, but that's nice. Always on the people creating the table. I think it's a feature that could be coded. A bit of meta talk here. Like, imagine if you agree on a tournament game, and then you, for example, have a vote, and if, or not a vote, but like both of you have to tick a box that says we're okay with being spectated, and if one of you doesn't, it doesn't really matter who, the table just gets blocked. You know? That could be cool. I'm not a programmer, but that'd be nice. Work. Well, anyway.
Right. Rather than I know that the person creating the game can choose do not allow spectators, but for one thing, you actually have to allow spectators for these games because the judge needs to be able to jump in.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
If nothing else, like we can probably solve that with people put DNS in the title of the game if they remember to, but
absolutely, it's always on the person.
Certainly not the first thing on people's minds, and it should not be. The first thing should be the Netrunner itself.
Absolutely. And the thing is, we did have people upon registration saying, hey, please don't spectate my games, which was perfectly respected until now. I did also mention to people earlier on today on the chat, for people playing today, if they don't want people, anybody on the table, they should just say so, especially when they see my username because of the streaming. And yeah, so people in the chat, if you see somebody in the log saying something, by all means do ping the Project Nisei Twitch handle, because I'm observing the chat just to make sure, and making sure that we don't, we respect everybody's request. That's basically it. But anyway, get back to the game now, people, because we're here. So Django 84 with a very slow start, Max. Not much happening here indeed, and
looks like it,
building up the CTM empire as always.
Yeah, so certainly not the position that Max wants to be in. You do have the 2 drip cards, which it is nice to have that money ticking in every turn against CTM. Ultimately, these games often end up being an economic war, so you want to have the tools to win that war, but CTM just seems to be very far ahead right now.
Yeah.
It's the one real consolation that you have as Max is that CTM has not scored any of the brutal agendas to have scored against you that can keep you from ever being able to clear the board, like an AR enhanced security.
Yep.
So that is definitely a consolation prize here, but with CTM on 8 credits with a DBS and a Maryland ticking, could certainly go for a play like with a remote server, try to actually score out an Ares now, because what's Max going to do? Yes, all of the breakers are in the bin, but there's also 2 credits.
Yep. Time to zoom out. Here we are.
Yep. Yeah, I'm zoomed out from a previous round, so I'm good until CTM gets a few more assets on the board. Now, the DBS ticking is, as we've discussed before this tournament, I think DBS ticking is huge. Just having that card selection, being able to find whatever card is best for this point in the game always. I think it's easy to undervalue how powerful that truly is. Oh, awesome. So we have a Deuce's Wild here, so getting some of that Mystic Mamie value. We have a Moshing as well.
You have to go faster.
What's getting trashed in Moshing?
I have no idea. Let's take a look at the heap.
Oh, I've had worse. Interesting. I have to imagine Max doesn't love throwing away that Hippo. Because, the Hippo feels like a card that with these, with 2 servers with 1 ice on them, killing either of those ice could actually be huge to open up a server for quite a while against CTM.
Yep.
but probably just not in the economic position to do it right now. Hippo would be 2-3 turns away, and who knows what the board's going to look like at that point.
Yeah, I guess the best call here right now is trying to make more money with the Roseki and hoping that the path tap is going to stay a bit longer with the Marlin picking and whatnot. And oh, there we go.
It is so far. Oh, and here we have... so it is a Beal. I would say that's the best agenda if you're max. You definitely don't want it to be the AR enhanced. Now, a Beal putting CTM on 2 points, obviously you don't love that, but it's easier to come back from that than the extreme economic pressure that AR enhanced puts on you. Liberated accounts, so continuing to just build the board, build the economy.
Oh, sorry. I just read a comment and I'm laughing here. Sorry. I'm laughing on stream. This is like a bad comedian, right? Sorry.
Yeah, you're pulling a Jimmy Fallon, breaking.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is like, oh well, maybe it's just been too much comment reading. But anyway, people in the chat having a good time, and I'm enjoying this a lot. Oh well, it's good to have a laugh. But anyway, back to the game. Sorry.
So CTM, CTM is certainly like, you know, the runner is building a pretty imposing board state here with all of these economic assets ticking away, or all of these economic resources ticking away. But CTM is not just sitting back and letting this happen. We've got, you know, there are 3 unresed cards that could be pretty gross that just haven't been needed yet. You know, this could be a Mumbo Temple to res ice. This could be an Amani for the next time a scoring play happens. This actually represents a fair amount of a threat from CTM right now.
Yep.
Needs to try to turn the corner quickly, though, I think, because the amount of economy currently ticking in from Max is a huge threat.
Yeah, you can get a lot of credits, and then you can start contesting the remotes, including the trace, or you can just lose the tag. You do have the time for that. That extra max draw is saving you that click that you can just spend to drop the tag for 2 credits, which you're gonna get from daily casts anyway. So that's, you know, it's
oh, we have a Jeeves.
Yeah. Oh, that's...
We have a Jeeves in server 11, so... Did not feel it was important enough to trash that Jeeves right now. At the moment, Jeeves is not threatening anything especially. Just choosing to continue ticking up the economy. Discarding a paperclip. Paperclip was already in the bin, but it's important the paperclip was in the bin because IP block, obviously one of the classic ice that CTM runs that you need to be able to break through. And well, at the moment you could break through the traces, but you don't want to keep always paying 3 when you could instead pay 3 with paperclip. Jeeves is rezzed. So this will be Jeeves' campaign. Gain the extra credit, click for 3, and then do something. Click for 4. There we go.
Yeah, you need the money, but then again, Django is definitely in the area of being able to just wipe the board more or less and survive almost anything. So hopefully Isaac's for the corpse stake has some other assets to install.
Yeah. Taking the tag off of CTM here. Accessing... Oh, there was a Bologna just sitting on the table. Feels like a nice thing to gobble up real quick.
Yep.
I mean, the 3 points putting you on 4 puts you 1 mad dash away from victory on any agenda except AR enhanced security.
Yep. Now this is interesting. I mean, that Bologna was very sneaky. It was just sitting there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Jeeves doesn't even score that for you.
Yeah.
What does that signal? Does that signal that HQ is juicy right now? There has been ice in front of HQ for quite some time. Discarding a hippo again. Interesting. So not committing to playing these hippos. Trashing Mystic Mamie as well. So Mystic Mamie provided 1 credit of value overall. Discounted that Deuce's Wild by 1 credit. Mystic Mamie has always been the fiddliest of the companions for me. Paladin is just constant value. It's really easy to make sure that you're installing things, especially with your bin breakers.
Yep.
Mystic Mamie has always been a little trickier for me. It often does not actually provide as much value as I want it to. CTM Sensing Weakness.
Oof.
Meaning here 3 ice on the remote and a card in server 9.
That's definitely a bold statement, just saying, hey,
Yeah.
how about this remote?
Yeah. I mean, what are these ice, right? Like they have to be relatively cheap
Yep.
res if they're going to do anything. And, CTM is very good at having cheap to res ice that are annoying to deal with. But, okay, we do see a Hippo come down.
Yep.
So installing ice on HQ, installing Hippo, or installing Botulus on the ice on HQ, installing Hippo, just saying, all right, let's cook this, potentially get a free Hippo use later.
All this
Spin Doctor comes down. Yeah. Continuing to draw through the deck, searching for something. Using what is CTM getting back? So a Bankers and a Rashida. Makes sense. Those are good cards to get. Just wanting to try to create that economic advantage now that credits have stabilized a little bit. Django was on, 15 more credits in the court for a bit, but things have equalized a bit more. So trying to open that window again with Rashida and or Bankers. Another card jammed in server 9. So that 3 ice on server 9, that is quite a statement.
Yeah, and I think, server 9 could be a ruse right now, especially, would you worry much? Django is on 4 points, Isaac still has to do a lot of work to get anywhere near game points, so server 9 is probably something you could skip for a while.
Yeah.
Ooh, HHN, that's...
Let's find the HHN, yeah, so, right, this feels like server 9 is saying, I want you to spend as much money as I spend so that I can hard hitting you.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
Another Spin Doctor on server 13. Interesting to see. Will the Spin Doctor get popped? Yes. The answer is yes. Shuffling back a Regolith and a Rashida. Okay. So on the same theme, just trying to keep up that economy, trying to open that window somehow. Interesting to see Regolith out of CTM. That's a cool card to see here.
Yep.
Kind of the same idea as the CTM lists that used to WoW, all 3 Spin Doctors now used. Similar idea as those CTM lists that used to run Pad Campaign, except Regolith you get much faster, and it works better with Jeeves because you can hit Regolith 4 times in a single turn.
Hey, we have
now, all the Spin Doctors did get used, so a bunch of cards in hand right now for CTM.
Yeah. Oh, we can always install them, right?
Right, yeah. That's you fool. You just turned on install 3 cards. That's what I wanted to do.
Oh.
Now, all of this money dripping in for Max is certainly troubling, I think, if you're CTM, because...
The thing is, CTM doesn't...
And the overclock, too.
There we go, yeah. No, so this was the thing. I guess there's not much economy on the table right now, so we have to see some campaigns popping up, and here we are as the first one, the Trace. Probably you let it just go and drop it for 2 later?
You probably pay the overclock money into it, yeah.
Oh, right. Keep forgetting the...
And it looks like that's what happened. So this is a Mumba Temple, using Mumba Temple to res Mumba Temple. Okay, getting some of that value. Leaving the Mumba Temple, not trashing it. Now running HQ, you have this... Man, this Botulus just trashes and potentially hippos anything instantly, so... Completely turning off the HQ ice effectively, and now you can start stacking up that turning wheel. That's really what you... Turning wheel feels like you can keep the board down, and you should keep the board down, but turning wheel is ultimately... It says you have to work fast. You have to beat me fast. Because if I just stack up some counters from incidental HQ runs, incidental R&D runs, I just need to find 1 more Bologna, and the game's over. And it's going to be easy with that turning wheel.
Yeah, the chat is wondering why the DBS is still alive. Same here.
Because, good question. Yeah. Very good question.
Let's see.
Yeah, it feels like there are a very specific set of cards the Corp needs to draw to win this game, and DBS helps that happen.
Yeah.
Now, notably, effectively 12 credits to res ice here, since those Mumbo Temples were left on the board. So server 9 is more threatening than it was before.
Yeah.
Do you think this is the Bologna? Do you think this is genuinely the run this and you win signal?
Good question. I would say it's the Bologna because, well, I mean, the thing with Max right now here, okay, you do have the money, but it will cost you to install the breakers, and Isox has, like
You
said,
still have
12
to have
credits.
the 5.
Exactly, exactly. So could be the Bologna. That's money in the bank for the Corp.
Overclock would be a great draw here to
Yep.
balance out that math a little bit.
Yep. How many overclocks do we have in the bin though? That's 1 to 3. So yeah.
I see 3, so it can't. Overclock would be a great draw, but it's not possible.
That would be a great draw. Agreed.
Now, let's keep track. How many labor rights are currently in the bin? Because that's another thing that matters quite a bit in this matchup. I see 1.
Yep.
Yeah, I see 1 labor rights in the bin.
Yep.
So definitely something to keep track of. While I'm in here, I see a DJ Fenris in the bin.
Ooh, another box.
I do not see a rebirth in the bin. So another botch was coming down. Nice on R&D ice. So these centrals are looking quite porous. Oh, and the second pad tap comes down. So oof.
Yep.
Mumbo Temple, one of the few money-making cards for the Corp that gets around pad tap, which is very nice, I think, if you're CTM. EBS continuing to tick, continuing to provide value.
Yeah, Isaac's not scoring yet. Straight away? No, we're going for a score. This was the Bologna, actually. Yeah,
It is, in fact, the Bologna, yeah.
But there was some thinking, so now, what was the thinking about?
Right, what was in hand?
Exactly.
I mean, is that signaling that Isox felt extremely strong in server 9, basically just thought, I could let this cook for another turn if I really wanted to. Now, notably, that Bologna does gain 2 credits for Django because of those pad taps, so keeping that economy up.
Yeah. I'm just
So it is 4 points to 5 points.
Yeah.
Each side needs 1 agenda, assuming it is the correct agenda.
I would go for a dig in HQ, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, if the ice allow.
Ooh,
oh,
yeah.
here's a Stargate. Stargate feels like a very good plan here.
Yeah. That could actually be the winning run here. Depending.
It could be. It very well could be.
No doctors. Ooh, Endless Eula.
Endless Eula. Endless Eula is certainly an. It is a very annoying card to have to break if you actually have to break it.
Yeah.
And in a world where Chisel's getting played on Hivemind Max, obviously it's potentially a bit of a liability, but man, it also, Endless Eula makes Botulus not that great. So yeah, spending the Botulus credits, making this Hippo as cheap as possible. Hippo is now gone, used on Endless Eula. HQ, well, it would take a purge for HQ to feel secure for a turn again. Just the power of Botulus ticking up for so long.
You still have the money to steal the third Bologna if you manage to hit it. But only, well, yeah, no, fine.
Bankers Group, Rashida, and Daily Business Show. Only 1 click remaining for the runner, so can't go back and trash both the Bankers and the Rashida after getting Daily Business Show. So chooses to trash the Bankers, presumably going to go back and trash that Rashida.
Yep.
Yeah.
Looks like a solid play here, yeah.
Yep. So that is 4 counters now on Turning Wheel. That is certainly threatening to sweep HQ and then also be able to Stargate R&D. So on 8 credits with 4 to res Ice. So an Ice would be a very nice draw off of DBS here for CTM, just to make R&D less porous.
Okay, Market Forces.
Market Forces for 1 tag. Love it. Oh, that's hilarious. Market Forces only drains 1 credit effectively.
Yeah.
Thanks to pad tap. So it's effectively a planograph. So actual planograph would have been better there.
Would you be trashing the turning wheel here? Would you be...
I absolutely would have been. Yeah. I'm surprised that turning wheel survived that turn. Because does that signal that there's absolutely nothing in HQ?
Okay, we're digging. Turnpike, hard-hitting use. Okay. More tags on the way potentially soon.
Yeah. It certainly looks like it. So this is an interesting board state. This is an interesting game state. Corp has plenty of money to make R&D expensive to get through to Stargate. Which means that a Bologna is much more secure. So it would actually... We're getting to the point where Mad Dash actually would be required to win in quite a few lines.
Yeah.
Going to go trash the bankers. Going to probably take a tag for their troubles, though. Oh, just accessing the bankers, so choosing not to trash, it looks like.
Okay, we're stargating.
Choosing to save the money for Stargate, it looks like. Yeah.
Okay, and finally we see the Mamba Temple credits, and here we go.
Oh, it is a Hydra.
Indeed. This is the big one. Yeah. This is the big one.
This full fires, right? There's not enough money on runner's side to actually break any of this.
Yep, not much.
So this will be 3 net damage, 5 credits, end the run.
Yeah.
That's a pretty strong one to have on R&D.
Yeah, Hydra is
I guess this is the argument for having Hydra in your list.
No, Hydra is awesome.
Yeah.
I grew to love this.
Now the game starts to feel very difficult for Max.
Here come the bankers to just show up the money, and we're drawing, and DB is doing its filtering. This looks pretty much on the core side now. Yeah, it's gonna be very hard to get back, especially if server 9 gets a card.
The one thing that I will say, that last card in the grip is a labor rights, assuming that this deck is on 3 of them. So you could labor rights, get back rebirth into Omar, miracle snipe off of R&D. You have enough money to do all of that. And turning wheel does give you an extra couple of accesses. So it is potential. Like this is not over. This is still a game that Max can win.
Absolutely not over. Yeah. This is
another reason that that extra access could be the difference between winning and losing. And certainly surprising to me that turning wheel has stuck around yet again.
Both players choosing to let the other side keep cards that are kind of key to making things happen. Okay, we have Rebirth, Botulus, and Labor Rights.
Yeah.
And here we go, Rebirth
into Omar. And Omar into...
That is the question.
Where are we going, and are we getting turning wheel counters used here?
Archives into...
R&D. So we are seeing R&D.
Yep.
5 credits is enough to steal a Bologna if it is one of the top 2 cards.
Yeah.
I imagine we would have seen that snap stolen if it had happened.
Nope. Yeah.
So no, counter back on turning wheel, but Omar now says you have to have another ice to actually keep me out. And you have 5 ice already committed on the board, plus 1 hippoed. So DBS has to actually find it for you.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, CTM is not going to be very, very rich on the ice side of things, but that Hydra kind of weak now for the single run. Then again, if you manage to block Archive somehow with something... Oh, there we go.
And there you go. Yeah.
Called it.
So does find the ice. That is crucial here. Yeah. Potentially even was holding it in hand in case Hydra somehow got hippoed. So this feels tougher for Omar now. Feels tougher for Omar. Certainly still not over. Has 12 credits. Has turning wheel. Has Botulus making HQ completely free. Don't expect any agendas to be in HQ. But could potentially run it to farm turning wheel counters pretty easily. Probably for free as well because of Botulus. And notably, the cards that Max got back with that rebirth got back with the labor rights were a Botulus, a rebirth, and a labor right. So we've seen rebirth come out. That means there is either a botulus or a labor rights in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Botulus would help, Botulus would help.
Yeah.
Well, Hydra has 2 must-break subs, so you don't love to see Hydra here.
Yeah, this is the thing. But the sooner you install the botulus, the more pressure you can put on R&D. Soon. But here we go. Okay, turnpike. So
or
there is
potentially
ice.
it goes on archives.
There is ice in HQ. Okay, there's more ice. So this is maybe, this is where installing the botulus is also, in a way, committing. But what else would you labor rights with the labor rights you have?
Good question.
Oh, we're going to learn in a second.
Right now, what does Max need? Max needs money.
Yeah.
Max needs money and ways to get in. So Botulus certainly a good pick. Already saw the Botulus for that reason. I mean, Mad Dash, not a bad pick. That the only issue is you have to, it becomes a very, well, actually, Mad Dash is tough because I'm not sure how you actually Mad Dash a server that's going to have an agenda in it right now.
Yep.
I don't think you ever get into server 9. I don't think you ever actually break ice on R&D and get into R&D with a Mad Dash. And that also takes away the one agenda you really want to see with it.
Yeah.
So yeah, Mad Dash now useless. You don't need Mad Dash at all.
Yeah.
You just need any agenda.
Yeah.
Any agenda in the game. As long as you can steal it.
This is like a very, very tense match because it keeps going back and forth between the 2 players, and it's really hard to say who's going to come out on top, which makes for a great game. I'm not going to lie here. This is very exciting.
Yeah, interestingly, I think the absolute best draw that CTM has right now is an ice.
Yep.
Giving yourself the ability to stack a second ice on archives right now and force that labor rights to get another botulus or another tool like that would be huge, I think. Certainly have enough money to res it.
Yeah, I think we may have some either technical issues or this is like the time being called or something. I don't know. We had one of the players, I guess, getting out of the table, at least from what I can read in the log, but I assume it's the same for everybody.
Let me look. Looks like there are still 2 minutes until the round finishes.
Oh. And we do have one of the POs on the table, so
yeah,
there might be things happening that we are completely not aware of. Judge calls happen, of course, off stream and so on. So
could also easily be a disconnect.
Absolutely, those things happen, especially on a busy day like this one. But yeah, this is still pretty much anybody's game. Time pending, of course, because
with time being that close,
yeah,
that definitely puts things in Max's favor because CTM now has to actually find and score an agenda. Okay. And there's only one agenda left in the deck that actually can win the game with a score here that I think is reasonable to score in the amount of time that's left.
Yeah.
Unless there's a Jeeves on the table. Then you could actually score a Bologna.
Yeah. Let's see what's gonna happen here. Is this
still anyone could get this.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Another bankers. Wow. Server 9, just find an agenda, throw that in server 9. You have to think that's what CTM wants to do given the amount of time in the round.
Yeah.
I think if the game went longer, might want to shore up R&D, potentially purge at some point in the future, but I'm not sure that there's enough time to do that right now.
Oh, we
see a Jeeves.
Okay.
So is this purge install potentially? Nope, drawing. Looks like going to draw for agendas here.
Time is up. Okay.
Oh, time is up. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, this. Well, I mean,
that's game for Django then.
Yeah,
right?
No way you can score unless you have some magic up your sleeve, but that's not the game for magic, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah. To my knowledge, this CTM deck, with the amount of influence that we've already seen, I don't think that there's any way for this CTM deck to score an agenda in a single turn with 0 tags on the opponent.
Yeah.
So I believe this is just game for Django on points.
I believe so as well. There's probably a bit of questions flying around, and we have to remember that we do have actually quite a few players, not at all the majority, but there is a group of players for whom this is the first Worlds tournament, and probably they joined also the game not so long ago, so honestly, if you play standard with the meta changing recently and with so many different cards, I would more than encourage people just asking questions at all times to all the people that they have around, because this is the best way to learn and enjoy the game to its full extent.
Yeah,
Okay, here we go.
I think this is showing potentially had the win next turn with
Yeah.
the install advance, saying
Yeah.
this could have been the Bologna. Obviously, if you know what the time is, a winning play there is just trash the Jeeves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Trash the Jeeves, check server 8, make sure it isn't another Jeeves. And at that point, you win on time. But yeah, this is honestly, I think just click for 4. Don't give yourself the ability to run into a Hydra.
Yeah, I mean, why would you?
No, Hydra with the 9 botulus counters doesn't matter, obviously. But, don't let yourself run into, I don't know, Hakugo or
Well, no, I mean, exactly.
I'm
Like
not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure there's anything that can kill you at this point.
click for credits and be happy. That's basically it.
Yeah. Wants to get the full win here, not just the timed win. I think.
Oh well, no, we're just
seeing.
we're going for the honor points. This is like we're just gonna show you that this is totally possible.
Yeah.
And
going into R&D, does not actually get to the 7 points, but that is game.
Yeah.
Good game. Well played, Django.
We still have a click. Trash the G's. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, good game to both. This was exciting, going back and forth, and yeah, very good example of every single axis and every single point counting for sure. And this was absolutely the last table on the board right now. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a bit of a bit of a breather just to see how far Cobra is into being updated. And
looks like almost all the results are in now.
Yeah, I have to refresh, which is going to be a bit silly, but yeah, this is pretty much. Let's take a look at the standings. It still has to be completed, but yeah, for all the tables we have missed, let's take a quick look at what happened. Table
looks like
1,
we're gonna have 3 tables on this. It looks like we'll have 3 tables on the top score, if I'm counting correctly.
Yeah, let's take a look in a second. But yeah, the first table was an ID, was an intentional draw where both players agreed to just share the points without playing the game. So it was 3-3. That is a legit tournament decision to be made. And then we had a bunch of different, which are going to shake up the top for sure, and will probably let us focus on the interesting matchups for the last 3 rounds without going to the same IDs or trying to basically avoid some IDs that we've seen already before. Because how to put it? Well, I mean, yeah, maybe there was gonna be a Gagarin game. Not saying no, but there's just so many other things here as well. Like there's a Reality Plus that I would love to see, for example. It all just depends on the matchup for Sir Loading, because again, some tables we have clearance for, the majority, but some of them we just respect. Players to not be streamed. But yeah, there's still a lot of interesting stuff lying around here. Cobra, give me result. Give me the standings. Oh.
Yep, still waiting on those to be calculated. It looks like.
All the pairings reported.
From what I can see from the results in the top tables, it looks like the 2 players that ID'd on table 1, Bridgman and Tug, will be tied with MJP at the top of the standings with 21 points.
Yep.
Then there will be at least two players below them, directly below them on 18 points, but anyone who swept on 12 points is going to join that group of 18s, and it should be interesting. Let me look at the pairings and see how many sweeps there were closely below. So definitely quite a few tables that split. People are not on 2-for-1s yet, it looks like, at those middle tables. But notably, Rotom Appliance, RTSA, Captain Nice, I believe, is in that group as well. Yeah, so all of them will be joining that group at 18 points, just below those top tables. Yeah, very nice.
And so far, things have been running very smoothly. So huge thanks to everybody behind the scenes, just making sure that things work, and all the matchups, questions, judge calls, everything else that was happening and that was, well, that needed clarification, sorted out nicely. Haven't seen any, technically speaking, drama in the chats. Okay, dun, 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 dun. I'm just checking if there's any news, the announcements. Oh, wait, okay. Oh, we have a... Okay. Yes. Please, Cobra, give us the numbers. We're in it for the numbers. And also, I would really enjoy a lunch break.
We will get that very quickly.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's that thing. Well, in the meantime, you were doing a big segment with Andre the other day, right? For the cast, for Slum's cast, talking about who or what will win Worlds, and I listened to the entirety of it, which was quite cool. Thank you for organizing this whole thing. But have you changed your mind in the meantime, maybe, or are you still of the same?
Well, I committed to him. I told people I'm not flip-flopping on the choices that I made in that cast. So no, I'm locked into what I said, but it's certainly looking at the decks that were chosen to bring to this. My picks don't necessarily look quite as good by the numbers, though. My pick of Max definitely looking pretty good right now with 25 players on it and quite a few players near the top tables being on Max.
Yep, pretty much.
Max did not have the best round this past round near the top tables.
That is true. I'm really curious what is holding up the situation with the results being officially announced, because
could potentially do those only calculate when round 5 is paired potentially?
I would say no if you complete. I don't know, that's my experience with Cobra. I could be, of course, wrong, because things do change over time, and
it could be. Maybe should we just come back with 5 minutes left in the lunch round and discuss the standings at that point? Because my guess is it'll be.
I think this is going to be a very good call here. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to be coming back later on with more special guests joining, and there's definitely going to be more flavor and more discussions. But for now, I'm just going to say we're going to be coming after the break. The stream will run for another few minutes, and then we're going to actually take a technical break, so we're going to get disconnected, because then it's much easier to, well, you know, edit it and whatnot. And different websites prefer to have shorter files. So that's what we're going to do. But Neuropanzer, thank you so much for the run so far, and talk to you after the break then.
Yep, see you in 30-35 minutes.
Yeah, more or less. Thank you so much.